Hello, hello. Let's see. Do I remember what I'm doing at all? Perhaps. Hello, hello. This is Orion, Escalus, Celestial Wanderer, and AstraLog member number 1. It's good to be back. Yeah, I'm chilling. I'm chilling a bit. It's been a long enough time that I haven't streamed that Twitch was like, man, Orion, people miss you. And I'm like, whoa. Affirmation. Hello, Pana. Hello, Sele. Hello, Army. Hey, Jonah. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the sub as well, Pana. 6 months. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna be real. The reason I thought this up was because I just thought of a sign that said dry paint, right? And it's a bit paradoxical. And I'm like, wouldn't it be funny if I just sat on a bench that said dry paint? Yeah, but hey, Golden, welcome in. But for real, I'm here to talk about my travels. Travels are like a box of chocolates. You never know. I've never seen Forrest Gump. I just know that people sit on a bench and talk with him, and it's his life story. Never stop being me, King. Ah, yeah. Oh man. No, when I like actually put this scene together, I couldn't stop laughing at how stupid it looks. Come here, take a seat. The paint is dry. You see me stretch in real time. Maybe when you know what? Maybe if I have a 3D at some point, I'll like lay down on the bench. You never know what I might find. Yeah. Oh man, what have I missed? A lot of stuff has happened. A lot of cool things people have been doing. Lots of games like Helldivers. Content warning. What the heck? I haven't even played Among Us. Okay, I'm so far behind. Lethal Company I played a little bit off stream, but what the heck? I'm missing a lot. I wanna help Super Earth or something, right? It's on Steam, right? Yeah, I haven't really figured out what my schedule is going to be like moving forward. But let's talk about the trip overall. Yeah. No. Helldivers. We will save Super Earth together. I think. Every now and then I've been just seeing people post like what look like fighting game inputs, and I'm like, what is this? But apparently they're like thingies you press in a certain order to call like airstrikes or something in Helldivers. Man, I want to play that. Hey Chai, welcome in. I'm sorry about your Nuzlocke. That was a lot of deaths, but you'll pull through, I'm sure. Oh, we DDR for Super Earth. Wait, what was that? What was happening in that like fish DDR thing? Like the tripod fish things that you retweeted? It was really funny, but I didn't get the context. Oh man, when I was traveling, I did see some people that were absolutely nuts with DDR. Oh, it was just funny, okay. But maybe that fish is fighting for freedom too. Yeah, but I'm gonna actually talk about my trip to Japan and some hydrate. All right, I'm right on it. I knew you would be hitting me with that cold, and so I prepared 2 bottles of water and like a cup to drink it from. Here we go. I don't think you can hear it because I have filters on, but yeah. Yeah, so what was this trip about overall? Previous times that I've been to Japan, it's definitely been a bit more materialistic, I guess. And I definitely bought a lot more stuff in previous trips. You hear me drinking and the bottle opening and closing. All right, well, I mean, I poured it. I didn't actually drink it yet. Hold on. Okay. Water has been consumed. Gotta finish that Sekiro art. Yeah, oh my gosh. I wanna play Sekiro, parries and stuff, yeah. But this particular trip to Japan was a lot more about the traveling around. In previous trips, I've mostly stayed around the Tokyo area. And didn't really move around that much. There's plenty to see in Tokyo. So if you're going for like a first-time trip. It's a great idea. It is a fantastic idea to just see everything Tokyo has to offer. But this particular trip, because I've kind of done Tokyo twice, I've seen a lot of stuff. Hey, Uma, welcome in. Beautiful. Wow. Everything, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, isn't it? And I am beautiful. Yeah, but basically I figured, I've seen enough of Tokyo, so I got together with most of the same friends that I went on my last spring trip. Wholesome reminder. Okay, it's been a while since I've done one of those. Wait, a stretch. I missed the stretch. Yeah, for some reason I'm not getting my pings. I'm not getting my sort of pings that tell me when things are redeemed. But I'll stretch. I mean, I just sat down, but everyone can stretch too. Who knows? Maybe I'm like the 4th or 5th stream you're watching today. So definitely stretch out your back, stretch your arms. Hammer stretch. Oh, cross arm stretch. Behind the back. All right, good. And wholesome reminder. Well, it has been a long time since I've done one of these, but there's someone out there that you haven't been in touch with for quite a while that would probably love to hear from you. Give them a call, send them a text message, instant message, smoke signals, whatever it takes. Just let them know that you're thinking of them and just say hi. And they'll be happier to hear that you've gotten in touch with them than the fact that an anime dude on Twitch told you to do it. So it'll all work out. Just got home from getting 30 pounds of litter. I think I've stretched enough. Oh my gosh, litter. Cat litter, I'd imagine. I'm gonna hit him with some of the beeps and boops. Yeah, I mean, if you have to use Morse code to get across your message, that's good. Litter for my fat cat. Oh, that's right. Yeah, but basically I got together with a lot of the same friends that I went to Japan in the previous spring, and we decided we're going to do a traveling trip. We're going to start in kind of the middle. And yeah, we're going to start in Tokyo. We're going to hang around for a few days and see stuff we had not seen on previous trips, and then sort of take the train south, going a few days at a time from city to city. My understanding was in the earliest stages of planning, the main destinations were actually decided randomly. The idea was we'll just find cool stuff in each one of these locations and build around it, and we most certainly did. Yeah, this time in particular, I used something I didn't ever use previously, which could be an asset to, I guess, tourists, but it's either going to work really well for you or it's going to be overpriced. Hey, Concro, welcome in. Yes, I do have legs. I have a full body model. Yeah, and what I'm talking about is the JR Pass. Basically, the Japan railway system is kind of government overseen, but kind of also somewhat independent. The train situation in Japan's kind of interesting, but there's like a bunch of companies that are sort of overseen differently, but they all get along with each other well enough that a lot of times tickets will be compatible across multiple lines. The JRR Tolkien Pass, not quite, but JR for Japan Railways. And one of the big things tourists can get, like, you have to prove that you are not a resident of Japan to be able to get one of these things. And from what I understand, they have like a super strict VPN. You literally cannot be in Japan to order one of these. What is going on? Why did I freeze? Hello? Okay, there we go. Yeah, you literally have to not be in Japan to get one of these. And it's actually quite expensive. It's like 50,000 yen. It used to be a lot cheaper. So it used to be like a no-brainer. If you're going to Japan, you drop like, what, 20K? 20K yen? It's maybe like $140 in today's money, maybe like 180 around the time it was that cheap. And any train line or bus or literally any form of transportation that's sanctioned by Japan Railways, JR, you can just swipe the ticket and it will let you through. All expenses paid, essentially. However, in more recent years, they bumped up the price to about 50K yen, I believe, which I think came out to about 330 USD in today's exchange rate. Oh my gosh, the yen is tanking so hard right now. Yeah, it wasn't even that long ago, maybe a few years ago, the yen was almost 1-to-1 with USD. Well, no, 1-to-1, 100-to-1 to USD in the sense that like 1 yen equals 1 cent, but it's dived, and the Japan finance bureaus tried all kinds of things to stabilize it, but I think they're kind of just resigning themselves to the fact that the yen is in free fall, so they're just going to see where it's going to stop and adjust around that or something. It's crazy. I don't fully get economics, but yeah, the yen is... It is a very, very good time to travel in Japan. That's all I'm going to say, because pretty much any foreign currency is worth so much. Hopefully easy spending for me while I'm there. I'll enjoy it while you can. Yeah, for sure. I'm guessing over time things are going to like price adjust and it's going to go back to being about the same when you exchange USD for it, but probably is not going to happen too soon, so you could take advantage. But it's like $1 is 152 yen. Coops, welcome in. Good to see you. Yeah, but pretty much $330 may seem like a lot, but if you think about how the Shinkansen works, maybe a decently long Shinkansen trip, like bullet train, is like 100 USD. Everyone is here. Hello, welcome in. Yeah, so if you take the bullet train 3 times, you're kind of getting close. And like the more you use it, the more worth it is. And I believe the way the math worked was this 1 week, 50,000 yen was going to be like a pretty good deal the number of times we were riding the bullet train, but something I'm about to explain makes it like even more worth it to me. Well, it'll be in a bit because it's part of the story, right? Okay, so I'm gonna put a map up on the screen. Ta-da! Right, so let me get the cursor. I'm done memeing on Sele, so it's the Orion ghost I drew. we started in the Tokyo area, landed in Haneda. And let me pull up my actual timeline. That is the wrong timeline. Where do I have it? Stream topics. Yeah, okay, that's right. So landed in Haneda. Oh wait, Sele, do you not know? I've been using like a picture of your face as a cursor for a while when I need to show something on screen. If you scroll back to Castlevania, I was using your face to mark rooms that I needed to visit on the static map. Yeah, check out my Symphony of the Night stream. Yeah, you were my guide. You let me know where all the rooms I needed to go was. But anyhow, here's the Orion ghost. I used this as my profile picture on Twitter for so long. There are probably some people that don't realize I'm not actually a ghost themed VTuber. Yeah, I'm a celestial wanderer. But yeah, for anyone that doesn't know the story, I was killed by Chai. But I think I'm back now. Yeah, but we started in the Tokyo area, and something I have to explain is that the Haneda and Narita airports have incredible, like, food courts. Incredible food courts. Got my spirit back for you. Okay, that explains everything. Actually, if I line it up like that, it looks like I'm dead. Yeah, but I don't know. When you think of airport food, you generally, at least in a lot of places, airport food is kind of not great. But that is not true. That is not true at all in Japan, at least for the airports I've gone to. They go hard. They're like, hey, welcome to Japan. Here are some really, really great places to eat that are kind of representative of like a wide range of foods. So I was traveling with friends. So we all kind of arrived at the airport around the same time. I believe there were some people who were there a few days earlier than we were, but me and like one other person landed at about the same time, and we went to a traditional kind of restaurant that had just like a big menu of every like stereotypical like cultural Japanese food, the tonkatsu, the plates, whatever. But I was playing Somnium a bit before, as everyone knows, like I was playing Somnium a bit before I started traveling, and one of the characters likes drinking this beverage called All Free, which is like a this alcohol-free beverage, right? And I thought it was a joke. I thought it was just like, oh, it's just some invented thing that they put into the game because the guy needs to eat. Did I close down the wrong window? Why do I have that program open? Go away. I closed down the wrong window. Okay. 1 second. I have a canvas that I can throw things up on. I just need to open the right thing. I'll open the map too. Map. There's the map. Yeah, so I can actually mark where I am on the map as I'm talking about it. There we go. Tokyo. What, oh, come on, Tokyo. If I save it. Yes. Bam, there it is. Man, did you go to the one riverbank all the anime protagonists sit by? Well, not that one well, those riverbanks are kind of common, I guess. When a lot of embankments are kind of developed around in Japan, they kind of build the same kind of infrastructure around them. All right, yeah, but here's the first picture. Literally, the first thing I drank when I was there was literally all free. I actually saw it on the menu. I'm like, no way, this is real? This is a real thing and not just a thing in the game? Yeah, but actual all free. All right, it was okay. I'm not a huge fan of beer. I don't really drink alcohol at all. But I just gave it a shot and I was like, it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. I did it for the meme, I guess. But yeah, let me see if I can get a picture of like the full meal. Like literally the first meal I had when I was in Japan was this. Are there any reflections? Nope. I think I'm good. Yeah, I was actually kind of careful to not take pictures with reflections because I'm like, ooh, I am going to show all this off. I hope. But if you do see anything, whatever. Yeah, but this is literally what I ate when I first got there. Oh, so good. So good. Had like that sashimi kind of like mashed tuna whatever thingy in the middle, and like a karaage salad in the upper left, and like roasted mackerel, rice and pickles and stuff. Oh, so good. So good. And like this was in the airport, and this probably cost like 10 USD. It's insane how affordable eating out is in Japan in general. Yeah, so kind of for the rest of the day, we didn't have a whole lot scheduled. So we just ran around and ended up in Kabukicho kind of later in the night, which is kind of like one of the big entertainment districts in Japan. There was like a big yeah, that was in the airport, and there was like rows and rows and rows of other like pretty darn good restaurants as well. Like they are trying to put on a show for you, I guess. It's just like, yeah, good food. Yeah, but we went to Kabukicho, which is kind of like a late night kind of entertainment district place. There's like movie theaters and a lot of restaurants and bars, and I think there's like a lot of people walking around with some kinds of fashion, probably not as much as like say Harajuku or something, but people are dressed nice and are hitting the town. It was pretty neat. And something I personally did not do that my friends tried out. I don't know. I thought it was kind of a scam, but it was kind of cool at the same time. Actually, hold on a second. Let me see if I can get a picture of Kabukicho. Yeah, at various points, I was just like, I'm going to take pictures of like buildings and just the skylines wherever I could see. But yeah, it was cool. Just like getting right out of the subway, and this is what you see. Yeah, it was bustling. Absolutely bustling. I think also they had, I don't know if it's a permanent installment, but the big like movie theater in the area had like a special facade set up. It might be permanent, but it also might have just been because there was a movie coming out specifically, and that was Godzilla -1. There was like a giant Godzilla kind of towering over the movie theater. The movie theater has like this big tall hotel on top of it. Like the city is so vertical, just all the buildings go so high. Yeah, but the thing that we found, yeah, I think we went to like this Namco Bandai or a Namco arcade kind of place, and on top of it there was like this augmented reality escape room thing. Let me see if I can get a good picture of that, because I didn't go into the escape room itself, but I did get a picture of the facade they had set up outside. Yeah, let's see. was called Tokyo Matrix, and it was interesting because they kind of had like the entire floor of this building set up in such a way with electronic doors that would open room after room, and there was like a puzzle or some kind of challenge in it. And they actually had like a collaboration going where it was all Sword Art Online themed, but you were like playing as an original character who was like going into this secret dungeon or something, and the lore was like Alfheim Online or something, like the second Ark game, the one that most of the characters ended up playing after all the crap happened in the first part. Kind of invented a new zone where it made the most powerful players into like corrupted versions to fight as bosses. Let's see if I have a good picture of that. Wait, yeah, they had like a don't take pictures inside kind of policy, but I found their website online and I screen capped this so I'd have it. But the bosses you fight are like a corrupted version of like Asuna and Kirito or something. I'm not a super big Sword Art fan, so I didn't care a whole lot. And they were charging like 20 USD a shot, or maybe 15 USD a shot, and once all the exchange rates happened. But it's kind of nuts because the way this escape room is set up, it's actually a little bit like Outer Wilds, no joke. Like, you need knowledge to be able to clear the rooms in a timely manner, and you are going to like enter a room in the labyrinth and not know what you're doing, and the result is essentially you're going to time out or like lose your health because you're not going to be able to execute the puzzle correctly. And I believe to clear it, the average group needed like, it wasn't that strict, but you had like a 15-minute kind of thing, and you need to clear like a certain number of puzzles in a crazily short amount of time, and there's like scores and multipliers and stuff. Yeah, but basically if you I actually don't know how many tries, like they had like a leaderboard with points and stuff, and I'm not sure if there was like an average number of tries, but I'd guess that there was maybe like 10 tries to clear, and I'm like, that's $200 a person. That's crazy. That is crazy. Yeah, but there were like sliding block puzzles. There were like cross this augmented reality gap without getting knocked off. You had to fight hordes of enemies. Yeah, that's right. They gave you like this little scanner thing that you would hold, and it like AR mapped. So in some rooms, there'd be like projected enemies on the walls, and you needed to dodge their attacks and slash with it, and it was kind of neat. But I also didn't feel like spending $20 to fail like one life in Outer Wilds, you know? Oh, I've got to hydrate. Hey Lily, welcome in. Yeah, it was kind of cool, but the really cool thing about it is that if you clear it, you get like your name on this leaderboard, and they give you an actual like glass trophy, like a pretty expensive looking trophy. But I mean, hey, if you clear it, that probably means that you've been through it quite a few times. Oh, that's right. You had to make a profile too. I think you would level up. So you'd have yeah, no, it was like one of those glass trophy plaque thingies. It looked really cool. We actually saw like the rank 1 team beat their own high score like right before my friends went in. All right, I'm drinking. Oh, and a posture check. All right, everybody, make sure you're sitting in a position you aren't going to regret in an hour or so. Take care of your back. Yeah. Well, it was like a glass slab, but it did have like cool ornamentation on it. Like it was pretty cool. It was pretty neat. But yeah, the champion level players were just like running it over and over again to try beating their high score, and like you unlock items and multipliers and stuff. So maybe you can't even clear it the first time. I don't know. It's kind of a scam, but it's a cool scam, you know? Yeah, but other neat things that they had in the building. I believe they were doing like I think Macross was having some kind of anniversary or something like that. Let me see. I took a picture of, yeah, in the Namco arcade area, they had scale size like maybe 1/4 or 1/6 scale like Macross mechs. Like that. Yeah, and I think all the boards were signed by like the actual voice actors for them. Yeah. Actually, isn't Macross like free now? Isn't, I mean, quote unquote free. It's like available to stream in the West, which is kind of nuts. There was a company that held the rights for a really long time and didn't do a very good job of distributing it. They were one of those companies that wanted to like change the content, so they like recut the series. Oh yeah, Harmony Gold. All my homies hate Harmony Gold. Yeah, but that's Macross. Yeah, and what else? They had One Piece card game was like really popular there as well. They had an entire area where you could sort of set up and play. Oh no, I didn't take a picture of it, but they actually had a table that had like an LCD screen on the tabletop, and it would somehow like read your cards and cause attack animations and stuff to happen. It was kind of cool, and sound effects. But they did have tables like this with like etchings in them that kind of had the zones directly on them. Yeah, I don't really play the One Piece card game, but I know it's quite good. It's like Magic-like in a lot of ways. Oh yeah, let me see. How was the weather? It was not bad actually for the time that I was there. Yeah, for the time that I was there, it was like cool spring weather. I didn't have more than like a light sweater pretty much the entire time, and I don't think I felt like I needed more. Yu-Gi-Oh! GBA games died for that. Ooh, yeah. Oh my god, the Yu-Gi-Oh! GBA games, like Duel Academy 2007. Oh, I played that. I played the heck out of that game. Oh man. My most vivid memory is that it was kind of hard to get money in that game, so I'd purposely like fail the exams, and there's like this NPC who's like the school nurse or something that pities you and is like, here, let's fight, and any remaining life points you have, I'll give you that in money. And I believe her deck was based around giving you life points or something. So yeah, I kind of just ground a lot of money for that. No one remembers you put IRL cards on them. No, I totally remember. I put my own cards on there. They sucked because I didn't have many like real cards, but I remember going online and looking up, ooh, Yu-Gi-Oh! 2007 cheats and finding little card codes. Where were you just in Tokyo during the trip? No. We're literally on day one. We started in Tokyo and pretty much never stopped moving after the first few days. So a lot of people were like, hey, Orion, you're over there for the Hololive concert, right? And I'm like, no, I'm actually not. I'm there for the Love Live concert the week before. But I'll get there. Yeah, what was it? The arcade also had these like Ava like VR experience kind of things, like 4D VR experiences. So you'd kind of sit down and plug on the headset and be made miserable because that's Evangelion. Get in the robot or don't. Oh, literally the best thing about that, you had to buy add-ons for the GBA. Oh. Yeah, it was kind of cool. I think it was closed at the moment because they only do it like earlier in the day, and I think it cost a lot. Oh yeah, hold on. They also had, it was kind of set up in a space where, let me see if I have a good picture. Which one's better? This one's probably better. The arcade was on like the second floor, and the escape room was on the third. Let me check for reflections. Okay, here we go. Basically on the first floor was this humongous like indoor like food street kind of thing, and at the very front was a DJ doing like a set. DJ Hajime or something. I don't know, follow him on Instagram. That's his QR code right there. Hey Ro, welcome in. Yeah. Oh man, so I wasn't able to figure it out, but there was a second part to this bit where I'd like get up at the end and thank everyone, and then I get hit by a bus, but I couldn't figure out how to get the animation working in time. Yeah, it was like a Namco Bandai building. It was neat. Yeah, I couldn't, you know what? I'm putting that in my back pocket. You all heard it here first. Next time I'm sitting on a dry paint bench, I'll figure out how to have a bus hit me. It'll be great. Get isekai'd. Yeah, what happens when an anime character gets hit? I don't know. Yeah, but after that, we went. Yeah, after that escape room experience, my friends, of course, died in like the second room because it's kind of stacked. The odds are stacked against you. But let me see if I can get multiple pictures up on this next one. Basically, we went to a casual sushi kind of restaurant. Casual in the like it wasn't a hoity-toity, oh yes, the master here only accepts 10 people a day kind of thing. No, it was just like there was an actual sushi master there, but he was like I think he could speak English, but we were practicing Japanese with him, and he was serving like cheaper stuff. Still excellent, incredible quality, but my gosh, it was a cool experience just sitting down and eating it to order. Oh yeah, no, this was a food-centric trip for sure, 10 out of 10. And oh, I just ate so much. I have to say, the salmon roe stuff in Japan, the ikura is so incredibly good compared to anything you can get, at least where I am, because if I go to a sushi place close to where I am, and I order the salmon roe, it's fishy and salty. It tastes like I drank seawater. I'm like, I'm not a huge fan. It is sweet, and it pops in your mouth, and it is this delicious, like, I don't know, this amazing salmon fish flavor. Oh, it's so good. I had a tremendous amount of ikura when I was there because it was just so good. Let's clear the canvas. Yeah, it was fantastic, absolutely fantastic. And this is all still like the first night. Let me see. Yeah, so another thing that I suppose the area is famous for is you have a lot of those bars where you can pay women to kind of like sit with you and pretend to be interested in you while you pay them extravagant amounts of money for alcohol. Not for me, definitely not for me. But in one of those districts, when we were walking through, I found a building dedicated entirely to like yakiniku of various kinds. Let me see. Oh, it's not going to format very well because it was a vertical picture here, but I will zoom in if I can. Yeah. So like on the first floor there was like yakiniku kind of place. On the second floor was Niku Gang. On the third floor was Meat House, and on the fourth floor it was like Fire and Ice, and it was like they would hibachi like steak for you and serve it to you with like cold drinks or something. Yeah, oh man, I wanted to go there, but we had already eaten a lot, and we were headed to a different kind of place. We were headed to a British themed pub, believe it or not. There's a pretty famous chain in Japan called The Hub. Oh, I didn't get a very good picture of the facade, but you walk in there and you would probably not be amiss to think that, or remiss or whatever, to think that you were in like a British kind of pub, because they dressed it up really well, and they had all kinds of different like drinks and stuff. But I wasn't there for the drinks. I got some food or a snack, at least, like bar snacks. They had a pretty cool selection of them, and the one I got was spaghetti that had been flash fried and tossed in like Italian seasoning. It was surprisingly good. British food, I know people meme on it a lot, but I actually legitimately think that there's some pretty great fusion like British cuisine. Yeah, I don't know. I'm guessing that this bar snack is, oh yeah, no, like I think we had some pub fries and fish and chips as well, like a sampler size kind of thing for our table, and it was fantastic. Yeah, I know. Yeah, pub food good. The kind of fusion food that you get as a natural side effect of invading the entire world. Yeah, that was pretty good too. But yeah, I don't know. It might have something to that particular bar snack might have something to do with like pasta al assassini or whatever, the viral kind of recipe where you like sort of flash fry spaghetti or something. I don't know. I want to try it myself, but I hear it is pretty messy because you get a lot of oil flying everywhere, and you can't really cover it because you need it to be open air. Has anyone heard of that? Actually, like the assassin's pasta? It basically involves like taking oil, spicing it with chilies, I believe, and like seasonings, and you toss in like just spaghetti, just rods of spaghetti, and you kind of flash fry it until it chars, and then you mix in some tomato sauces, and there's no water involved at any point. It's just this crispy, like fried spaghetti stuff. It's interesting, and I guess that's where that origin of the bar snack came from. But at that point, we called it a night, I think, yeah. And we settled back in, and one of the people on the trip... Oh, hold on. Was it the one place our one friend kept talking about? Yes, it is the hub. The hub. Yeah, but one thing that one of my friends on the trip does is he browses through... What do you call it? Google Maps, right? And you search for restaurants. In Japan, a lot of restaurants don't actually register themselves so that they can be found. So a lot of times you have to kind of like put your own pins in if you find places. But generally, if you find a place that's gone to the effort of putting themselves in Google Maps, they might have something interesting to offer. And we found this place that was just like a sandwich shop that had pancakes for breakfast, and we decided to give it a shot. You know what? Hold on. Let me see if I can actually shout it out. Oh, shoot. Well, is it literally just called Sandwich Shop? It might literally just be called Sandwich Shop. Oh, shoot. Where was it? It was close to an area called Hatsudai. If I could find the actual place, I will probably link it at some point, because this place deserves the shout out. The food was so incredibly good. Spoilers. I ate at a lot of places this trip, and astoundingly, this place that served chicken sandwiches and pancakes was literally the best food I had the entire trip. I am not exaggerating in the slightest. It was so incredibly good. It was so incredibly good. And the guy who ran it was oh, did I not take a picture of the pancake? I messed up. But I did take a picture of the sandwich that I ordered. It was like a bacon jam sandwich. There's a preparation you can do for like shallots and bacon, where if you super slow cook it with a little bit of sort of like brown sugar or maple syrup, you can get this tremendously sweet, savory, salty kind of jam that you sort of paste on your sandwich, and it's incredible. Oh my gosh, some of the best fries I've had in my entire life. No joke. They cut them up a particular way. They were like tender and soft on the inside, but had a crisp on the outside. And the sandwich, interestingly, was hot. The sandwich was hot, but the chicken slice inside, the cutlet, was actually cold, like it was like a cold cut. And you would think, oh, cold meat in a hot sandwich, that's just like undercooked food. No, this was intentional. They had that patty, they had that like cutlet on ice right before they put it in, and it was, oh my gosh, it tasted so good. There was a little bit of pesto in there. There were tomato slices. It was so good. Like my mouth is watering, and tears are coming to my eyes just thinking about it, because it was so good. It was so incredibly good. Yeah, and the bread was fresh, and oh man, I want to go back. We talked with the owner a bit, and apparently hey Centaur, welcome in. Oh yeah, in case you missed it, in case anyone missed it, spoilers, this was day 2, or like literally the first full day of my Japan trip, and this was the best food I had the entire trip. I'm not putting down the rest of the food I ate over the course of the trip. It was good. It was amazing. It was 12 out of 10, but this was like a 15 out of 10. It was some of the best food I've ever eaten, actually. It was so good. It was just really, really well prepared. And I must have forgotten to take a picture of it, but I did have like a pancake right afterwards, because I wanted it. Do I travel often, or was this a rare treat? if you had asked me this a year ago, I'd be like, no, I don't travel often and I wish I could travel more. But I believe that the answer now is yes, significantly. Like, lore accurate, celestial wanderer, traveler of the fabric of reality, right? Lore accurate. Yeah, I have gone a lot of places lately. Actually, this past month and a half has been just nothing but traveling. And yes, I'm probably going to travel again with Uma later. Is the pancake the fluffy kind or more like the American pancakes? It was like a combination of both. The outside had like a crisp to it, right? You know, when you see like food influencers drag like a knife across the surface of like a piece of toast or something that has like a crust to it, you hear that like scratchy sound. You could do that with the pancake, but the inside of the pancake was fluffy and moist and steamy, and oh, it was so good. It was so good. Oh, there's tears in my eyes. Yeah, it was fantastic. Yeah, but oh, it was so good. Yeah, we talked with the owner a little bit, and apparently he lived for quite some time in Hawaii, actually, and picked up the culinary trade and was just like, I want to make pancakes and sandwiches. And no, like tears in my eyes. Yeah, but yeah, he mastered the art, and as eloquently as we could, we were just like, I can never remember how to say it unless I think of the Miku song, right? Sekai de Ichiban Ohime. Yeah, so we were like Sekai de Ichiban Oishi or something, like we made it, we tried to make it clear to him that, man, this is like literally the best food we've ever eaten. And he was like, wow, glad to hear, right? Yeah, but went to Akiba shortly afterwards on the same day, because it's just like, if we're in Tokyo, we may as well hit all the common Tokyo places. And in Akiba, there is a building called Astraea, which is just full of like trendy pop-up shops, the entire place. And there's like a primary one that takes center stage, and it switches like every month. And this particular month, it was Bocchi the Rock. Yeah, they dress up the outside of the store with big ads, and you can kind of go in. It's like a Jin's inside where you can get glasses. There's a Starbucks. There's some just basic kind of stores. I know IMAS has a pop-up shop in there. There's like a Toei Tokusatsu kind of place. I know they had, is it Toei that does Ultraman? It's whichever company does Ultraman has like a pop-up that rotates between their different things in there. Yeah. I think there was a Love Live one in there at one point. Oh yeah, no, the Love Live one actually changed over like the next day. Tsuburaya? Yeah. Must pop up something way too much in there. Oh man. Oh, and the IMAS pop-up does the thing. Does the thing where you buy like merch and then you get to like gotcha for like extra merch that you can't get through any other means. Like what's that? Tokuten? No. Tokuten is what you get for free when you buy something. It's like a pre-order bonus or something, right? Chusen is when you do the lottery. I forgot what it's called, but it's Kuji. I think it's Kuji. Yeah, like lottery kind of stuff. Tokuten. Oh, okay. Yeah. Anyhow, went there, and I was very. Yeah. Unfortunately, it didn't capture very well on the camera, but there was actually a sort of like signboard across the way that was promoting a series that's like very near and dear to me, that is apparently was celebrating its anniversary at the time. Yeah, it's really hard to see because of the refresh rate being different, but that's Hanasaku Iraha. And I heard the opening play, and they were advertising that for the anniversary. It was like free on YouTube for a little bit. Kuji is lottery token and it's free promotional when you buy something. Okay. So I guess the way they do it at the IMAS pop-up is if you spend a certain amount on a particular like unit within them, you can potentially get like a random item that corresponds to one of the characters in that set. I don't think I got any of the characters I wanted. I think they only had like shiny mass available. But something to note is I didn't buy very much this particular trip. I took special care to not overfill my suitcase because the second half of the trip was all going to be travel, and I did not want to have to carry big things with me. Am I a producer? I'm not sure if I'm like deep enough in IMAS to call myself a producer, but I am a fan. That is for sure. Sidem Psycho. Yeah, I'm a big Sidem fan, and I really like Cinderella Girls too. A lot of people were like, oh yeah, Cinderella Girls not as good as the original, blah blah blah. And I watched it. I'm like, I like this more than the original. Yeah, it was good. Who is my Tonto? Probably Teru in Side M, and probably Haruna in Cinderella Girls. I don't really have really okay, that's cool, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, Haruna loves glasses more than I do, which is absurd. Like, Cinderella Girls school of thought is we'll have a character for every obscure interest, and everyone will throw everything, literally everything at the wall, and it'll stick for somebody, right? And I do like Teru inside M, because just the thought of a dude that's literally passed the bar exam being like, you know what, I'm gonna be an idol. That's so cool. That's so cool. I like Jupiter too, though. Yeah, no, Dramatic Stars, amazing. Jupiter, amazing. Yeah. Yeah, oh my gosh, yeah. But again, I didn't buy very much this trip because I only had like one suitcase actually. And it was only carry-on size. I did not want to overload the stuff I was carrying because there was going to be a lot. But something kind of neat was we went to Radio Kaikon afterwards. I think there are reflections here, but I can cut it in such a way that it won't show anything here. Yeah, Radio Kaikon is, if you've ever seen Steins Gate, it is the place where a lot of crazy stuff happens, if you know what I mean. But it is essentially just this decently tall building, like 10 stories? 10 stories-ish, where every floor is just loaded with various stores for different things. Really went on a journey. This is day one, Concro. This is day one. The first full day there. Yeah, oh, it's fantastic. Radio Kaikon's amazing. Like, there's a lot of card shops, a lot of like model shops, model kits, a lot of like used like consignment sort of stuff. There's like an entire floor dedicated to those like ball jointed dolls, those really complex. Man, I'm not a doll person, but my gosh, the people that are into that are so dedicated. It's admirable. It is so cool. Yeah, Ami has an entire floor. Yellow Submarine has an entire floor. K-Books has an entire floor. K-Books, I love K-Books. But on the Yellow Submarine floor, they had a showcase of various models that were just kits that people garage kit and built together. And yo, look at how cool this otter dude is. He's like building a wall. Look at that. That's so cool. Someone made that out of like some kit that was not an otter. I think they took a Godzilla kit or something and completely like modeled over it, and you just have that cool otter dude building a wall. That is so cool. That's so cool. Yeah, what else? We also went to Ami and paid respects to the poor Lonju Nesoberry that's hanging in the Love Life section. That's been there for years. They're not selling it. It's like hanging by a thread from one of the top shelves and is kind of just there. And I think it's unofficially part of like the Love Live pilgrimage. You go say hi to the unfortunate Lonju that they refuse to sell. I asked them if I can buy it, and they're like, no. I'm like, okay. Yeah, but I think it's a smiling on the outside, sad on the inside. I don't know. If you're a Lonju Nesoberry that a lot of fans of the series come long and wide to come and visit. Maybe you get to see a lot of people, even if you are hanging by your hair, hanging by your ahoge, by a thread, you know. I don't know. I'm not I'm not a medium-sized Nessaberry. I don't know. But a bit of sad news, I guess, is there is a famous building like on the edge of Akiba that is shutting down, or I think it already has, and it's called like the Manse building, named after the restaurant that's inside of it. It's like a restaurant that is, I think it's like all convenience stores on the first floor, and it's like a pickup counter for like sandwiches on the second floor. The third and the fourth floors are entirely like sitting areas where you can go to eat, and like the fifth and sixth floors are like meat preparation and cooking and stuff, and it's been there a long time from what I understand, and they specialize in like Salisbury steaks and katsudons, or just katsu in general, which is the sort of fried pork. Hey Tears, welcome in. Yeah, it's like that breaded fried pork stuff. But I think after like years and years and years of being in operation, they closed down. I think they're moving somewhere else, but me and a friend went there to sort of pay respects and have like a last meal there, and I had myself a sizzling Salisbury steak with potato fries and some veggies. That plate was sizzling. It was sizzling. I don't think I can put it on very easily, but I do have a video of it just going. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, hang in there, Tears. It's rough. Yeah, but there was like a layer of cheese underneath it. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. I haven't had Salisbury steak kind of stuff very much. They call it hamburger, I guess, in Japan. I haven't had it very much, but this was a good one. It was a good one for sure. Yeah. Oh, it was sizzling. It was sizzling. Yeah. What else? On that day as well, the friend that I went to Manse with, we also went to Yokohama, which is sort of like maybe 30-40 minutes away from the center of Tokyo. Atlas, welcome in. I am back, and it's good to be back. Yeah, we went down to Yokohama because they have a mailbox in like a warehouse there, and it's actually one you can go and visit and check stuff. So when you have a proxy mailbox in Japan, you sort of can register, and it'll get sent to like a block at a warehouse. And oh wait, Atlas, the animated thing is a PNG, or it's transparent now. Fantastic. Love to see it. Yeah, but a lot of these warehouses generally don't let you sort of like, basically when you order stuff, you order it to that address at the warehouse, and you put like a number on it, and it gets slotted onto a shelf for you. And generally after a certain amount of time, you send a message to them and be like, hey, I would like you to consolidate this, and they'll pack it up, and they will mail a bunch of stuff all together internationally to wherever you happen to be. And a lot of places don't really let you visit like your mailbox, but this place did. So we went there, and we went to this warehouse district, and we walked past like a bunch of trucks unloading stuff, and we picked up his stuff, and he had a ton of like Love Live goods actually for the upcoming concert. Yeah, but right outside of the warehouse was this statue of, let me see if I can put it up. What's a statue of like a kid riding a fish, and I'm like, I don't know what that's all about, but that's awesome. Kiwi, hello Raiders, welcome in. It's good to see you. I'm Ryan Escalus, Susty Wander, and AstraLog member number 1, and I am back from over a month of traveling and doing stuff, several weeks of which were in Japan. Oh, thank you for doing the shout out, Sele. Virtual cottage. Oh, that's that productivity thing, right? Oh yeah, I couldn't drop in because I was scrambling. To get the scene set up, and yeah. Good to have you here though. Hello. Yeah, first thing I saw when arriving in Yokohama actually was a poster on the wall in English that said St. Patrick's Day Parade this weekend, and I'm like, huh? I know there's that meme in like pre-2000s movies. Anytime anyone was trying to escape from the police, they'd get lost in a St. Patrick's Day parade regardless of what time of year it was. And you know what? Maybe there is some truth to that, because even in Yokohama, they had a St. Patrick's Day parade. It's a little to-do list thingy with music. Force himself to do some uni assignments. Ooh, fantastic. Yeah, every day is St. Patrick's Day. It's St. Patrick's Day somewhere in the world, right? Yeah, and immediately after stepping out of the station where I saw that poster was another sign in English that was like spiked into the ground that said Taco Truck Showdown. And it was like some week that had happened previously. And I'm like, what? Taco trucks? But Yokohama has like a lot of Western stuff, cool Western stuff. And I'd imagine the tacos are actually pretty good. But yeah, we went to Yokohama. We picked up that package for my friend. Yeah, and like Yokohama has like a lot of interesting topography, I suppose. Here is like literally across from the warehouse. Let me just make sure there aren't any like road mirrors. Okay, yeah, directly across from the warehouse was like this. Just like there were apartments and convenience stores and whatever, and then bam, just vertical cliff and with more stuff on top. I think there was a school up there. I'm like, that's insane, that drop off. Yeah, the elevation difference is crazy. We have Taco Tuesday as well. Oh yeah, wouldn't miss it. Actually, believe it or not, I did end up getting tacos later, but not on that day. Yeah, that night we went to a yakiniku place where I learned a very important life lesson, I guess, about yakiniku places. If you're going, okay, so yakiniku, for all intents and purposes, is Korean barbecue that has been adapted by Japanese culture. They've had Korean barbecue for long enough that it's now kind of become its own Japanese influenced thing, like Korean in origin, but with a lot of Japanese influences. We went to a yakiniku place called Gyukaku, I believe. I think it's a chain, like a decently normal chain, but I think we paid the all-you-can-eat course, and we were given like 90 minutes, so an hour and a half to just all you can eat. Order stuff off of the like menu of the tier that you pay for and roast it on this little grill in the middle of the table. Gotta go? All right, well, thank you for dropping in. Stay safe, Tears. Hope things go all right. Yeah, so 4 people went to this Gyukaku, and no joke, this little burner that we had was probably no larger than a standard sized dinner plate. It was not very big at all. So we kept getting bottlenecked because we couldn't cook the food fast enough, actually. No matter how much we got, there was actually like an upper limit on how much we could order. And the thing was anytime we ordered a side, we actually needed to cook it too. We have been to yakiniku places before where you order the sides and they kind of give it to you, but here you actually needed to cook them yourself. And we made the mistake of ordering like corn and garlic, which actually need to cook for quite a while in order to reach like the edible consistency. And do you see how much space that's taking up? And we realized that maybe if you go solo or with only one other person, like 2 people at a time, you probably get more bang for your buck, just because 4 people trying to eat meat off of this one thing is like insane. You just don't have that much. But the meat was fantastic. They had like a limited time menu here where they had like pork belly that was thin sliced, marinated in honey and covered in black pepper. It was so good. It was so good. But man, we could not order like enough, because once 90 minutes are up, you're supposed to get out of there because it's busy. It's busy. But oh no, I might not have taken a picture of it because somebody else ordered it. Let me see if I can find something. One of the other people at our table ordered sweet potato fries, like Japanese sweet potato fries, and we assumed that we were just yeah, I didn't get a picture of it. We assumed it was just going to be a plate of fries. And they gave it to us raw with like a few pads of butter in another one of those tins. Got to study? Got to go? All right, of course. Thank you for dropping in. I appreciate it a lot. They gave it to us raw, so we actually needed to cook it. And no joke, it took up half of the entire burner to cook it. And we were like, oh man, what a huge mistake. We goofed. And then we ate it, and it was so good. It was so good. It was so fantastic. It was actually so delicious. It was sweet and buttery and but we had a lot of meat, so we could not order that much more. But we always kept an eye out for more opportunities to have Japanese sweet potato because it was so good. It was so good. Oh my God, Lowry, hello, Raiders, welcome in. Oh my gosh, Sully, thank you for doing the shout out. Welcome in, welcome in. Hey everyone. Hey Pokey, welcome in. Oh my gosh, yeah. So I've been traveling for like a while. Hey Zane, welcome in. I've been traveling for a while, and I'm back, and I'm talking about what I've been up to. Brain's fried after 8 hours. Let me hold on a second. What were you up to? Let me scroll back. You were special events. Wait, hold on. Today was the 8-hour milestone stream, right? Oh, congratulations on that, I think. Fantastic. No, I hope you had fun. You probably did like a bunch of things over the course of the entire thing, right? It's crazy now. Well, definitely like anyone dropping in, if you were there for the whole 8 hours, by all means, get some food, get some water, get some rest if you need to, and if you just want to chill, I'm just talking about stuff I did when I was in Japan. Oh yeah, so afterwards we went to the Konbini and picked up some stuff, and I got left twixt, right? So there is a chocolate bar in Japan called Black Thunder that I really quite like, and pretty much it's like this chocolate that has been probably food colored to be even darker than normal, and it has a crispy kind of center inside. I think it's like a rice cracker or something kind of biscuit in the middle. Yeah, but Black Thunder, and I saw what I thought was Black Thunder at 7-Eleven and and like bought myself one, and then I took a closer look and realized I had been duped. I was left twixt because it was not Black Thunder, it was Block Thunder. It was like an April Fool's version or something of Black Thunder, in which it was literally cube shaped, like pixel Minecraft shaped, whatever. And it was like, this is Block Thunder. It's the gamer version. It was cube shaped. I got left twixt, but no, it was the same amazing Black Thunder I was expecting, but just in these little cube shapes instead of a candy bar. I was like, what the heck is this? Why are they little cubes? I highly recommend it. I think you could actually find it at, it does get imported into North America at the very least. So definitely keep an eye out for that. Black Thunder, I highly recommend. Yeah, I didn't read. I looked at it. I'm like, yeah, it says Black Thunder on it. Nope. Block Thunder. I got so hard. Yeah, but we turned in for the night. Yeah, like I was in this tiny Airbnb. Like probably it was a one-person apartment that had been like a one-person, one-room apartment that had been converted into a 4-person Airbnb. It was absurd how tightly packed we were, but it was cheap, so that was good. But the next morning we oh yeah, that's right, here's a picture from the second floor of the Airbnb where we were staying. It actually snowed. That night, just a little bit though, and it warmed up very quickly. But that is a layer of snow on the little archway above the gate where you go into the building. Yeah, but we actually we had a reservation at the Love Live Cafe in Akiba. So today was kind of like a day where they were putting like a new wave of Love Live plushies in the Crane games, and there's like an actual cafe in one of the arcades, like Gigo. Get in the gaming oasis, Gigo. They're literally just the Sega arcades rebranded. But on the 3rd floor of Gigo 3 is like a Love Live cafe, and the reflections, we good. Yeah, these are like all of the new plushies that had been added to the little Nessos that have been added to the like selection that you can get from the Crane games in the lower floors. Wait, no, it was floor 4 or something. Yeah, in any case, it was pretty good, and the entire sort of theming was Hasunosora, I guess. Hasunosora is the 5th generation of Love Live. I probably should do an entire stream one day just dedicated to explaining Love Live to people, but yeah, but it was Hasunosora themed, which is the streamer themed Love Live. They're all streamers. Everyone thought they were going to be VTubers when they first got announced, and they kind of are, but they kind of only stream in their own app. It's interesting. Hearing a Love Live character talk about Freerun and how much they like it is a little surreal, actually. But we went to the cafe, and one thing you should know is that the food at this particular cafe is not usually very good, but the drinks are fantastic. So you go get a drink, you get little coasters with characters on it, with like characters and art on it, and there's like an entire subculture where you just essentially collect coasters and stuff, and collect them all, that kind of thing. Yeah, it was cute, and the drinks were good. And immediately afterwards, we went downstairs and we started trying to win the plushies. Actually, hold on. There was a parfait that was pretty good. Can I get a picture of that? Yes, I can. Can I get a picture of that? Yes, I think that's good. That's not my hand. That's someone else's. This was the parfait for the group Dalkestra. That was cheesecake flavored ice cream that was blue. Some like chocolate biscuits and whipped cream and parfait and blue jelly kind of stuff. I think it was berry flavored. It was actually quite good. It was pretty fantastic. Yeah. Interestingly, they had like this blue pasta stuff. Like one of the characters is like, I'm not sure if it's supposed to represent that character's like bad cooking, but it may as well have, because it's like pasta. You know that like Sonic the Hedgehog blue curry? It reminded me of that, but it was like Alfredo. And I'm like, I don't think I want to eat blue Alfredo, right? Yeah, but we immediately, after eating and drinking, or mostly just drinking, I guess, we went downstairs and started trying to win stuff from the crane games downstairs. Something to understand about a lot of Japanese not vending machines, but crane games is you don't really, whereas in like Western crane games, it's like a random chance to like yoink it up and you win, right? No, in Japanese crane games, it's like the thing you're trying to win starts in one location and you kind of have to nudge it with the crane, and it's like incremental, right? So this little plushie was like in the middle of that pile of plastic gems originally, and I had to nudge it over the course of like 10 attempts, but I actually did get it. I did get it, and I think I took a picture of it later. I've never seen a happier Nesoberry. I love that face. Very adorable. Yeah, what else? That's right. After that, we crossed the city and we went to Shibuya. And which is like the place where like the big Shibuya scramble crossing kind of thing is. But we had been to the scramble before, and I'm gonna be honest with you, it's a lot less impressive than like Persona 5 or any of that stock footage looks like. I've been to more impressive road crossings. Like, it's cool what it stands for, but it's just it's a surprisingly normal just road crossing, I guess, that happens to have like the whole Times Square kind of thing going on, but in Japan. But we were there this time for Shibuya Sky, which is a pretty tall building in the area that has a very good observation deck at the top. I wonder if I have a good picture of being at the top. Let's see. I think this was on the elevator. Huh? No, I don't want to comment. I want to take a picture, please. Take a screenshot. Yeah. This was not the top, but this was like when you're in one of the waiting areas to take the elevator to the top, you can kind of see the city. I'm actually kind of curious what that big wooded area is, because like I don't think it's a public park, so it's probably just like a preserved area that's owned by someone who's tremendously rich, but I don't know the story behind it. pretty good views of the city from there. Let's see. I did get some good pictures of the scramble from above. I think that was it. Yes, this is it. Nature preserve, maybe? Maybe. The thing is, I'm not entirely sure how preservation minded like Japanese culture is. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it's a nature preserve. Maybe I should look it up. I'm sure if I looked at Google Maps, it would tell me what it is. But there's a picture of the scramble from above. I think I actually made this like my new phone background. I like it a lot. It looks so small from up above. But something kind of cool was there was like a helipad at the top where people were like laying down on it and taking pictures. I think I also have, it's just, my gosh, Tokyo is huge. It's huge, and you can really get a sense of just how far it stretches. Like, Coruscant, Star Wars, step aside. Just look at that. Look at that. All the way to the horizon, it's just buildings that are at least 10 stories tall. What the heck? There's so much going on. There's so much going on in Tokyo. It's super cool. There was another interesting picture I took. I wonder if I can find it. Yes. Okay. Yeah, no, it just doesn't end. I think I saw a statistic that like Tokyo is like the biggest city in the world. Is it? Maybe it is. Perhaps it is. I'm not a specialist in that. But here's a picture I took when I was at the very top on the observation deck. And something interesting about this one is you can actually see the two other like major towers. The two other towers in Tokyo from that position. There and there. The one on the left is Tokyo Skytree, and the one on the right is Tokyo Tower. And they look so small from how far away we were. Yeah, but there they are. It's kind of neat being this high up. All right, where'd we go from here? I think afterwards, that's right. We went to a seafood restaurant that like my one friend who checks Google Maps, and we went to Roppongi for this. And we actually passed by the hotel where I was staying last time on the way to get over here, which is kind of interesting. Like the Appa Hotel I stayed when I was in when I went in August. We passed right by there. I'm like, wait, that's the overpass I walked over every day to get places. Bam. Oh my God. I just realized how hungry I am. I'm making myself so hungry, so incredibly hungry. Just looking at all this food. But this is like fresh tuna, ikura, and all kinds of stuff mixed in with wasabi over a rice bowl. And like a seafood don kind of thing. And those things on the side are like slices of seasoned sashimi that you would kind of like mix in over time. But something interesting was they actually had instructions on how to like eat the meal, because apparently the way this particular bowl works is you're supposed to. Can I post a picture of the instructions? I can. Yeah, they had it in like several languages, I think, but basically it's like they'll sort of like pour like this egg yolk thing over the top that you mix in with wasabi, and you sort of like break it up. So we kind of follow these instructions. Oh wait, yeah, the name of the actual restaurant was there. It is Tsuji something. Well, no, actually, on the bottom, it actually said, "Hey, this is the traditional way of eating it, but you can eat it any way you want. Don't worry." Yeah. So basically, the way you do it is they kind of give you this hot springs egg kind of thing, like the soft-boiled egg that's mixed in with wasabi and soy sauce, and you kind of like stir it into the bowl, and you're supposed to. Ken, welcome in. Yes, I'm back. It's good to see you. Yeah, so basically you kind of mix it in, and when you have like 1/3 of it left, you call the chef over and like, I forgot what they called the soup. Hold on a second. Tai dashi. You say tai dashi onegaishimasu, and they fill it with this broth, and they tell you to save like 2 pieces of sashimi for this, that you can eat along with it, and bam, the little bit of rice that you have is mixed in with this tai dashi broth, this strong like fish flavored broth, and it becomes like a rice porridge you eat like the last bits from. And at this point, you can actually order like additional things to add into the porridge, so you can have like more of like the more of the rice, more of the sashimi or whatever else in there. Oh, it was so good. It was so good. But you know what? I was like, you know what? I'm here to eat. Let's eat. Let's keep eating. And on the first floor of this building that had this restaurant in it, there was also a taco place, and bam, it was okay. It was a little dry, but it was surprisingly spicy, because a lot of stuff in Japan is not that spicy. Well, we got this little plate of tacos and split it between our group. It's not bad. I ate so much food. Oh my god. I actually ate before I started streaming, but you know what? I'm hungry again. Yeah, but we had a destination for later, which was this thing called Borderless. And I will explain what it is in greater detail. If I can get video working, I would really, really like to try showing what it is, because it was really cool. But basically we crossed through Roppongi and entered this really fancy area. You know it's a fancy area because there are benches and trash cans. This is not something you see all over Japan, only in like the super swanky rich areas. But we were going to a pretty cool place, which is probably, I'd probably call it an art museum. Wait, yeah. Also, another indication that you're in an incredibly fancy area. In between the road and the walkway, there were like planters with bushes in them, and there was like a fountain going all the way down, like a fancy fountain. I'm like, what the heck is this? What the heck is this? Yes, the immersive museum, Uma, absolutely. Oh man, I just don't know if any explanation I can have for it would do it justice, but I will try. But the place we went, does it have a reflection? Not of me, I don't think. Yeah, it was this incredibly fancy sort of like mall area, and in the basement of the mall was the exhibit, and you could actually see Tokyo Tower a ways off. You know, I've never actually been to Tokyo Tower. Every time I've gone to Tokyo, I've just been like, nah, I've been to Skytree before, you know. I've seen the city from up top. Yeah, but there was like all kinds of art installations and stuff. Let me see if, yeah, so when you are walking into Borderless, for all intents and purposes, Borderless is probably an art museum. I'm gonna blur somebody's face as well, because I think I accidentally caught someone walking out of the exhibit. So I don't mean them any disrespect, but this is what you see when you go in Borderless. It's this long concrete hallway, and you could see the text on it, but it's an optical illusion kind of thing. It's one of those things where perspective matters a lot, and it kind of, I have a better picture here. Well, a picture from right below it. This is what it looks like when you're looking straight up. Yeah, but it's a very good indicator of what you should expect going in, because my gosh, it was so cool. It was so cool. You walk in, and essentially they tell you right off the bat, this is a visual and auditory experience, and there is no map. You are free to explore anywhere inside of this place, and be careful when moving around in the dark, but be aware that there are hidden rooms. And we were like, what do you mean hidden rooms? And we step into the room, and we are greeted with this scene. Essentially, they projection mapped the entire entry area and its adjacent rooms with this display of like spider lilies. I mean, it was like cool back rooms. Oh man, I'm afraid that anything I say just won't do it justice. But you walk in and you are in a forest of spider lilies, and all the walls are projection mapped, and they are in full animation. And when you walk past them, they blow in the wind. Petals will scatter where you step, and stuff will happen. Events occur over time. This is a permanent one. This is a permanent installation. There are apparently like 3 or 4 borderless installations around Japan, and this one is like the main one. And it is so incredible. I want to see the other ones, though. I hear the other ones are less impressive for one reason or another, but this one in particular was amazing. You just walk in, and from like the ceilings are like 30 feet high, and it is like a forest of lilies just everywhere, and there's like this ambient music playing, and it actually smells like flowers when you go in. They're doing like some perfume kind of thing in there, but it's like not overwhelming, and like there's like a mist in the air as well, and like, my god, it was so cool. And I was like, oh, this is what we're in for. This is what borderless is about, huh? Yeah, but we found a wall that was made of fabric, and we kind of poked it and it separated, and there was a hidden thing behind it. There was a hidden thing behind it. Let me see. Oh shoot, if I can put a video up. The thing is, the video is going to have sound, and it's going to be really loud. It is probably going to be really loud when it first appears. Oh man, yeah, I'm afraid it's going to be really loud, because when you drag and drop a video into OBS, it normally starts playing immediately at full volume, and I am afraid. Do I risk it? To all of you that are just chilling, do I risk it? Because I want to. If I can drag and drop, actually, I would need to download it first. It's really hard. It's really hard. It's really hard. Okay, I'm gonna download it, and I'm gonna see if I can get it to work. All right. But in the hidden room, why don't I open it in a player, then add the source? That is a really good idea, actually. Thank you. Thank you for the idea. You'll sacrifice your ears for this? Okay, well, let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. Where am I going to put this? I'll just put it in my thumbnails folder, I guess. Yeah, but the room we discovered was like a tunnel that had thousands, oh, probably thousands. It's several hundred at the very least. Like, you know when you go to a concert, right? How there's like those rotating lights that can kind of like spotlight different areas and change colors? We found a room that was just hundreds and hundreds of these down a tunnel, and it did cool stuff while like blasting music. It was very cool. Let me see if I can add the source without let me see. Will VLC work? Perhaps VLC will work. Mute that, and let me try dragging that in. Is my name anywhere on this? I don't think so. Does it say Orion anywhere on it? I don't think so. Okay, allow me to attempt to add the source. What kind of source with this? Is it a display capture? Is it a display capture? Or no, it's not a display capture. It's a, would it be a game capture? I'm not sure. Not seen. VLC? Oh, wait, hold on. There is a VLC option. Eh? I've never done this. I've never done this before. Only one ear. No, don't worry. The way I'm doing it now, I'm trying to put it in with no audio. But basically, you're in a room with like blasting, like a beat blasting, and yeah, hold on. Display. It's not display. It's application, right? It's window capture, perhaps. Nothing will potentially dox me here. Am I good? Am I good? Am I good? All right. If I add this. Oh, wait. Hold on. It's capturing VLC, but it's not playing anything. Hold on. Is anything showing up? No, it's not. Maybe I need to do it differently. Maybe I do need the VLC video source. Here, let's try that. I don't think there's anything up there. Loop playlist? No, thank you. Wait, hold on. Wait, what is this? What am I supposed to do? Why? Oh, man. Oh, man. You know what? You know what? I'm going to risk it for the biscuit. Okay, I'm just dragging it in. I'm just dragging it in. I'll try muting it like immediately. Okay. All right. Here it is. Here it is. Oh, hold on. Oh, it's loud. It's loud. It's loud. It's loud. And it's also it's the wrong way. I'm sorry, guys. What was that? Was that really loud? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh shoot. I'll have to fix the VOD. My bad. Sorry about that. And it's gone. It's just gone. Where is it? Come on, come back. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Okay. Yeah. I don't know why. Shoot. I just feel bad for anyone that's like just passively like lurking. Oh my god. Just flashbang them. Oh my god. You know what? Maybe I'll try setting something up and I'll just show the experience as a whole. But pretty much you wandered around room to room to room, and there was just all this amazing kind of stuff. Like I think the way I described it was, it's like you are inside a Windows XP screensaver, and every room you go is transitioning to a different one. And the really interesting thing in particular is every now and then events will occur in one room, and they'll kind of carry over into other rooms as well. So one thing in particular was there was a room where there was like calligraphy, and these frogs would kind of like come out of the like characters that were being drawn on the paper. And yeah, well actually, why is importing videos so obnoxious for OBS? Don't you think they would have figured it out? Like, why does it have to autoplay on start? Is there anyone in their right mind that wants a video to autoplay? Hold on. Yeah, is there anyone in their right mind that wants a video to autoplay at max volume when dragging it in? I don't think so. I feel like they would have figured this out by now. Okay, yeah, but there's like a room with calligraphy, right? And the frogs would walk out of the things on the page. And this is what happened when they left the room. This frog parade left the room and went into the room with all the flowers, the projection map room with flowers, and they kept going, and like different animals from different rooms would join the parade, and there was like a king frog or something. It was really cool, actually. And there was like the music in the area would be influenced by the parade happening. It's Kaido! It's Kaido! King Frog! Yeah, but oh man, it's just I'm not sure if anything I say will do it proper justice, but one of the other hidden rooms I found was actually a place where I think Bump of Chicken, probably a few other bands, filmed music videos, where it is mirrored glass. Hey Sele, welcome back. No, don't worry, I'm good. I was traveling. Mirrored glass in all directions, and other than a small pathway to walk through, there were these glistening like string lights moving and like dropping down from the ceiling. It was, oh my gosh, it's so cool. It's so cool. Yeah, it was like being in a kaleidoscope. Yeah, and like I'm not sure if anything I'm like showing is doing it justice, but I'd recommend, if you are curious, type in like Tokyo Borderless or something into Google, and their webpage is pretty neat, and they have like videos of like quiet videos of their different rooms, in fact. Yeah, what else? Oh wait, I found a video I have of the King Frog, but I'm just gonna show a screenshot from the video. There's the King Frog getting carried by rabbits on whatever those things are called, on one of those carts that get pulled along or carried. I forget what they're called. Yeah, but King Frog. Yeah, and that was like in a completely different room as well. Like the parade just kept going across the entire exhibit. What else? There was another hidden room where I believe my reflection is in this, so I can't show it except for the top. But there are like these poles sort of sticking out of the floor that kind of like will wobble when you walk by them, I guess. And at the very top are these lily pads with like water reflections. on top. And like, of course, the whole room is like covered in mirrors. So you're in like this, you're in this room of like, you're in like essentially underwater below a bunch of lily pads that are being held up by these poles. But then like in the next room, you're above them. I think I have a video of that too. You're actually above them, and you actually like have to push through them like it's some kind of like field of tall grass or something. Like it's so cool. It's so cool. Just how interactive it is. What else? There was, oh yeah, there was a giant room that was kind of like filled with waterfalls. And if you stood on the wall underneath one of the waterfalls, the water would actually part and then flowers would start blooming around you. Can I show that? Let's see, I don't think I have any rando faces in there, but yeah, actually it's a bit blurry because it was a video. But like, oh my god, this is just to give you a sense of how much scale this was, because it was like this tall in a lot of the rooms. Yeah, it was so cool. I think one person laid down on the floor and like the water went all the way around them. Another famous room, I guess, that gets used in a lot of promo shots is another like glass mirrored room that has these like glowing, sparkling glass orbs descending from the ceiling that kind of like bob up and down and kind of move around a little. Like, I can't imagine the engineering that went into this place to get it to, I don't know, just work the way that it was intended. Oh, and they actually only allow you to be in this room for a little bit because it's like the most popular room. There were like people at the door that are like, okay, you can only have 5 minutes and enjoy your time in the orb room, and you can get in line again, I think. But I think the lines were quite low on this particular day. There was another room that was really trippy, and they apparently had to change how you interact with this room because, oh man, it's just so difficult to show what it's like. Like walking inside a Toho boss fight. Honestly, yeah, kind of. Yeah, and like another room I just cannot do justice at all is, was one that they modified because people kept falling over from, just like disorientation, but it was like a black hole room. Remember how I said that like events in different rooms sort of like coalesce? Everything that leaves a room eventually will end up in the black hole room to like despawn. And in the black hole room, everything, like just little bits of like the entire, everything that you've seen so far is just getting sucked into this like hole at the end of the room. And the whole room is like, it feels like it's spinning. And they had to change it so like you can't walk all the way in, otherwise you'd like fall over because of how disorienting it is in the dark. So they had like a lit path that you had to follow through it. But it was so cool. And there was like a room that was just full of like these red cubes that were like suspended in midair, and they had a warning at the front. They're like, hey, don't poke your eye out in here. And I'm like, the fact that they have to make a warning specifically for poking people's eyes out concerns me greatly, right? But the final hidden room, actually, the final hidden room we found was a tea room, actually, where you'd spend like a certain amount of yen, and they'd bring you into a room and have like a bridge tea ceremony kind of thing. And they drop this sort of like inverted cone shaped glass in front of you, and someone would come out and serve it. But what's interesting is there is a special thing that happens in this room when you drink tea there, because they put some kind of like food coloring in the tea that causes some kind of like projection mapping thing inside the room to notice that there's tea there, and the projectors will start putting flowers in your tea, and it starts to bloom. The longer you let it sit, the more flowers will bloom. And when you pick it up, the flowers like explode and flutter across the entire room. And it's like fully projection mapped, and like everyone is drinking tea inside this room, and it just bursts of like color every time someone takes a sip. It was so cool, like off the walls and the ceiling. And I'm like, my God, apparently there is a borderless restaurant that's like 400 USD like a meal. It's too much for me. I was ready to spend a lot of money on food. I wasn't ready to spend $400 on food, but apparently the entire experience is like projection mapped, and like if you cut steak with a knife, I don't know, just like projection mapped explosions of color and stuff. And it's nuts. It's nuts. And I heard about it, but I did not actually eat there because that's just too much money. Yeah, I have videos of like the whole drinking experience, but yeah, we also found this interesting optical illusion in the frog room, the calligraphy frog room, where if you stood in a very specific spot, the frogs would appear in like a reflection in a mirror in the other. I can't send a picture because it is just reflections, but like a chain of mirrors. Actually, yes, there is a room, a calligraphy room where frogs spawn. Actually, hold on a second. I have a picture. I have a picture of the calligraphy room where the frogs spawn. Yes, you have been summoned indeed. But basically, there's like this calligraphy that gets drawn on the wall, and these frogs start coming out of it, and like literally out of like the strokes of ink, and they start parading around, and they leave the canvas and start appearing on the walls that are like projection mapped. And through a chain of reflections, if you stand in a certain place in this room, they seamlessly will walk in your field of view at like the other side of one of the other rooms. It's like, I'm sure they planned this because it is a seamless, like the frogs are here, and from where you're standing, it is a single continuous like path that they follow, but you don't see it unless you're in this one spot, and you can see where the frogs go from there. It is so cool. It is so cool. Yeah. Let's see. Also, I didn't realize just how integrated this was, but even the bathroom was like part of the experience, because like when you walk to the bathroom, there's like a break room that has like relatively low like sensory kind of stuff and not as much projection mapping going on, with just chairs that you could sit, and there is like a single monitor on the wall that shows like a bonsai plant rotating, and as it rotates, time passes and like seasons will happen and the colors of the leaves will change. No, I'm not. Okay, the bathroom itself was fine. It was a normal bathroom that was very well taken care of, but the waiting room outside of the bathroom, the literal rest room, the room of rest outside, the resting seating area where people can sit if they were getting sensory overloaded, was pretty cool as well. And I noticed that there was a vending machine there, and I expected, oh, it's just going to be the normal kinds of things, right? It was not the normal kinds of things. Let's see if I can get a picture of this without my reflection. I think I can do this. I don't think I am in any of this. No, I'm not. Okay. Here. It was not normal stuff in this vending machine. It was water, but in cans that were completely just silver, and the only thing like on them was water, mizu, shui, and however you say it in Korean. But like you just have these little canisters of water, and they were 150 yen each, which is quite a lot for just a tiny little canister of water. But I was like, you know what, it's funny water, I'll try it. And I sat down, and well, no, like it was not like the normal kinds of stuff. It was water that was specifically packaged for this exhibit. And I drank the water, and I noticed something, and I immediately just pinged my friends. I was like, get to the rest area. I need to show you something. And they all got water as well, and they all took a sip, and we all just turned to each other, and we were like, am I thinking the same thing you're thinking? And we all just said at the same time, this water tastes like nothing. Like you feel the cool sensation when you drink it, and you can tell, yeah, I'm drinking a liquid, but water always seems to have like some kind of taste to it, you know? Oh, hold on. Speaking of water, I think I missed a hydration check and a posture check. My God, my like pings for that don't seem. I know why they're not working. My source has not been imported into this particular scene. I forgot to import my pings. That's why I don't hear anything. I'm so sorry, but I will drink. Hold on one second. All right, and a posture check as well, and a stretch. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I goofed. I didn't move the right scenes in. All right, make sure you are all sitting in a posture that you aren't going to regret in a few hours' time. Yeah, but I don't know. Water always seems to have like some kind of flavor to it, right? But this water actually tasted like nothing. And I've been chasing that high ever since. I don't know. I've never had water that tasted like that before. And neither had any of my friends. It was kind of nuts. And if I go back, I will be getting some more of it. No, like, I don't know. Like when you drink water, there's always a tiny bit of taste, right? I don't know what they did to this water. I don't know how they filtered it. Even filtered water or like boiled water or distilled water or whatever. Like there's always some kind of flavor to it, but not this. It actually tasted like nothing. It was like a sensory experience. Yeah, fancy water for sure. Yeah, but yeah, after that, we actually tried going to a Texas themed bar and grill. Here's a picture of it. Here's a picture of it. And for reasons we actually weren't able to eat there. Well, we could have, but there was an event going on that raised the price. So you actually had to go in and like pay a cover fee, because not only was this place a restaurant or a bar, it was also like a live house. And if you've ever seen Bocce the Rock, you would know that when people go to a live house, the way some live houses do it is you pay a cover fee to get in, and everything else inside of it has its own like costs and stuff. And it was like 10 at night by the time we actually made it here, but between the hours of 6 p.m. and 7, a like bluegrass band or something had performed there. And the way like, even though the band wasn't there anymore, the way this place did cover fees was you had to pay the cover fee regardless, like the whole night. And it was an expensive cover fee too. It was 4,000 yen a person. And we were like, what the heck? The meal itself is probably gonna cost like 2,000 yen. I really don't feel like paying like 6,000 yen for like, I don't know, an Applebee's themed meal and like not even get to see the band that costs 4,000 to play, you know? Yeah. Isn't there a decently sized cowboy fan base in Japan? Yes. So when we were briefly in there talking with the steward, I saw like many Japanese people, like middle-aged Japanese people with like dungarees, cowboy boots and hats and like plaid button-up shirts. And I'm like, this is crazy. There's like, this is like cowboy cosplay. It was so cool. It was so cool. Yeah, but they were having a good time. But we were like, you know what? Keikona. Yeah, but we were like, yeah, we're not gonna pay 6,000 for like, you know, just silly like American food. So we walked around a bit. Actually, hold on. Right across from this bar, right across from this was, I believe, yes, there was a late night snack bar / bar place, I guess, called Hidari Uma. Like left horse, I think, but also Uma Arktos. Yeah, I don't think this had any particular theming, but we didn't eat there either. Yeah, Uma discovered adjacent to Cowboy Central in whichever part of Tokyo this was. That's you, left Uma Hidari. Yeah, so we ultimately actually went to Yoshinoya, and as much as I memed on Yoshinoya for previously like eating there too much and too often, it is a fantastic restaurant. I just don't want to eat there like 11 times consecutively. And this was the meal I ordered for dinner. This was their seasonal special item, and it was 743 yen. Like impossibly cheap for how much food this is. But there was like a little like mayo salad with like cabbage and corn, miso soup in the bottom right. You had like this little like cast iron pan thingy in front of you with like its own little burner underneath. Like there was fire coming out of it, and you had like this little dish of Actually, where's my cursor? You had this little dish of this sauce. What is the yen conversion to my currency? I believe it is 152 or 153 yen to the USD. So this, let me check. My ability to do small math like that is not great. Yen to USD. So what? That's 743. That's approximately $4.85. No, $4.85 US. In today's conversion rate. It is that cheap, and this huge plate of food. But the cool thing with this particular meal was this sauce here had like some oil in it, and you poured it over here, and with the open flame, it sizzled and it was so good. It was so good. And you like scoop it into the rice, and oh, it was fantastic. It was fantastic. I wish I ate more. I wish I ate more of it. It was so good. Yeah, no, I ate the entire thing, but I should have gone for seconds. Should have gone for seconds. And it was 743 yen. What the heck? Yeah. Yeah, fantastic, fantastic stuff. Yeah. Oh, that's right. I took a picture of the little plushie I bought. Look at that smile. Look at that smug BRB swimming. Oh man, you know what? Hold on a second. I want this plushie to stay on my screen. I'm gonna put it in the corner. There you go. There you go. You can sit on the bench next to me. Don't worry. The paint is dry. Paint is dry. Let's see. Let me not mess this up. Yeah, I kind of do a very silly kind of way of getting images up on here. I actually have a transparent image overlaid on everything, and I kind of just save onto it. All right, there we go. Cute. Are you sure about that? I hope so. I'm sitting on it, aren't I? Dry paint. I mean, why would they put a sign on it? Yeah. Cute. Yeah, but I took a picture of the plushie. That's right. The next morning, I did have a picture of pancakes because we went right back to that place we were at, like literally the day before, because it was. Look at that. Look at that. Perfection. Perfection. The eggs were fantastic. Oh no, Chai, don't do that. Don't hurt me like that. Oh yeah, but this was like butter, like fluffed butter with the cheeks on my face, right? Right? It is the cheeks on my face. Yeah, but anyway, like bacon with this incredibly fluffy but still like crispy kind of pancakes, perfectly sunny side up eggs. Ah, it was so good. It was so good. I also had like a Mexican hot chocolate with this. Oh man, I want to go back. I want to go back. I gotta get back. I gotta go back. I gotta go back. It's so good. It's so good. My mouth is watering. Why is the syrup so small? I don't know, but it was actually like the perfect amount for how much was there. Oh my gosh, it would be so sad if Vanessa were covered in paint. Yeah, also, went back to Akiba this particular day. We met up with some other friends that were like just ending their trip. Like we were just starting and they were just ending their trip in Tokyo. And there was a store, I think it was called iSun, which is like an IT sort of supply store. So just like computer peripherals and stuff. Official collab with Hatsune Miku, and their flagship item. Okay, you might notice that her hair ends in like Ethernet jacks in this picture because there was an official collaboration for this. Hatsune Miku LAN cables, like Ethernet cables with official Hatsune Miku branding with the official Hatsune Miku hair color. I know people have memed about like for a long time that, oh yes, Ethernet cables are Miku colored. Hey Noel, welcome in. Does it make internet faster? I don't know, but well, I don't know. Somebody pointed out that the Cat 5 cable would be like quite slow actually, because it's a little behind the spec. I think you would probably want to use like a Cat 6 or better. or better even. Yeah. Yeah, but it was just kind of cool because Akiba still has a pretty decent selection of like consumer electronics and stuff. Like it's still like Electric Town. There's a Miku Hobby Nipper release that has replacement blades. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Oh man, there's been such interesting discussion about replacement blades in like hobby nippers, the things that you use to cut things off of runners. Yeah, it's really interesting because even if you get really good tools, they will wear out. And like the thinner your blades are, the faster and like the more you need to take care of them and the more damage that they'll sustain over time. And a new innovation, I guess, is like replaceable blades, but apparently they don't work as well, no matter how thin you get them. But it's an evolving technology, so it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. Yeah, but it was kind of cool to see that. Oh, but I have to sadly report, I think the kebab place, the famous kebab place in Akiba isn't there anymore. They were replaced by a place that sells like Harajuku style street food, so like strawberries on skewers and like those potato spiral kind of things that you can get on skewers. Yeah, but unfortunately the kebab place was gone, like the Turkish style kebab. A friend of mine who lived in Germany for many years and had that like Euro kebab kind of stuff from the, like Turkish style is mourned the loss of them, unfortunately. Yeah, I think this day we also, yes, we met up with friends. We walked around Yokohama a bit. Yes, that's right. The big Yokohama thing. Oh my God. Wait, is my signal dying? Why are my images not showing up? My thumbnails aren't showing up on Google Drive. Oh well. Oh man, it is such a pain getting videos and pictures off of an iPhone and onto a Windows computer. They don't like it when you do that. Most certainly not. But this is where we went in Yokohama. Today was actually the day of the Love Live concert that we were going to, but we had time in the morning, or so we thought. So we went to the Gundam factory. Which unfortunately, I believe the exhibit is actually closed now. It was only supposed to be open for like a little bit, but it kept getting renewed year after year, month after month. I know when the pandemic happened, they had to like close it, so a lot of the extensions had to do with that. Yeah, they took it down, but it was cool to see it again, and it was bustling. There were so many people this time. But I guess that just happens when, okay, you know what, hold on. I'm going to try refreshing this page. I guess it just happens when you announce that the exhibit is closing, because a lot of people want to try seeing it before it goes away forever. Although I'd imagine that they're probably going to replace it with something new eventually. Yeah, okay. I have my images working again. But man, look at the size of this lad. Look at him. Look at him. Big. Huge. XI Gundam. We need a bigger one. Yeah, actually, something about this one is a lot of the sort of like materials and exhibits here were based around the fact that like we are limited by the technology of our time. Someday we want to make like a Gundam that's more impressive, that can walk, hold its own weight, go faster, but like it's just not possible with today's technology, so bear with us. We may not be the people that will create the Gundam of the future, but the people who will make the Gundam of the future are visiting this exhibit and being inspired. And I'm like, whoa, oh my gosh, bring me to tears. Sign me up for the pilot program, please. Yes, we'll put you in the next one for sure. But I'm sure there are like really high quality videos that people have made of this and posted online. But from what I can understand is there's like a little plot line. There's like a plot line that happens where they're like testing the launch of the Gundam or something, and Amuro's spirit, like one of the characters from the original Gundam who piloted the Gundam, kind of like his soul possesses the Gundam for a short bit and is like, so the people of Earth are, oh man, I'm probably not going to translate it correctly, but it's just like, I'm Amuro and Gundam has inspired people, blah, blah, blah. And it's amazing to see in times of peace, the people of Earth can appreciate the like incredible thing that's been put together. And like the nameless pilot, which I guess is supposed to be you in some respects, talks back and is like, well, I'll carry this dream forward or something. Yeah, it's cool. And the Gundam strikes a pose and puts its finger up to the sky, and like, oh, it's cool. Yeah. It'll be cool to see what they're cooking next. Something that I think is really neat, I'm sure I've showed it before, but there's like inside the building itself, there is an exhibit explaining like the technology behind how it works. And one entire wall of the exhibit is a live projection of the Gundam outside, and a bunch of like these schematics and numbers that fly by, like the kinds of things you'd expect to see in like the bridge of like a starship or something. But the cool thing about it is the metrics on the screen are the real metrics for the machinery outside. So if you are inside the building when the show is happening, it actually shows like the schematics updating to show what motors are in use and like what parts are in motion. It's so cool. It is so cool. Yeah. And there's like a big exhibit where a bunch of robot big creators who had a lot to do with popularizing mech anime kind of shared their thoughts. Oh my God. Now that I read it again, the Ghost in the Shell creator is so salty that people like Gundam more than the Tatsu whatevers in Ghost in the Shell, the Tachikomas. He's like, ah, man, people just like two-legged robots, and they can't resonate at all with like robots with more legs. And I'm like, dude, you're just salty that Gundam has like robots that are more loved. No, Tachikomas are great, but this guy was like so salty about Gundams because they're like, what do you think about two-legged like mecha in media? And he said like, they just make money because people want two-legged robots and they don't care about robots with more legs. And I'm like, dude, chill. Yeah, there were a lot of people there, but this time when I watched the show, I watched it from the observation deck, the free observation deck on the second floor, and you can kind of see the scaffolding around it. Though something interesting was the tickets to get in were like 1,100 yen or something, like 900, 1,100 yen, I don't know, but basically I always thought the price was a little high to just see the Gundam, but something that made it like very, very much worth the cost the last time I went was they actually give you like a tiny model kit, like a very simple model kit based on the Gundam exhibit. It's not even like a gun, like it's a model kit that has a Gundam in it, but it is more a kit of the exhibit than it is like actually about the Gundam, which is kind of interesting. But they were out of them. They were out with like massive crowds that were coming. They just didn't have any. So they're like, yep, sorry. The exhibit is 1,000 yen, which honestly isn't a whole lot, but it's just like, yeah, we're out. And I'm like, oh, it's too bad. But I do have the kit from the last time I went. Yeah, here was one of the shots where the Gundam points kind of like at the crowd and it's like, you will be the one to make Gundam fly. And I'm like, oh boy, me? Those are very high expectations. But hey, you know what? Maybe someone watching the stream will be someone that wants to make Gundam fly. And this is me passing the message. This is what, one for all. This is my final ripple, you know, Hamon. Yeah, passing it to you. It was neat. Yeah. And then we went, okay, this is kind of insane because we went back to Shin Yokohama Station for lunch and we sat down and we checked the time and we realized that we made a pretty grave mistake in the scheduling. Based on like weird time zone stuff that were like self-adjusting, we had the wrong time for the start of the concert. The concert did not start in an hour and a half. It started 20 minutes ago. It actually, we were sitting in this restaurant in Shin Yokohama called Tonkatsu Wako, and the concert had already started like 20-30 minutes ago, and we were like, uh-oh. So we literally like got up after waiting in line for quite a while and ran like crazy to the concert. And thankfully we didn't miss that much. All right, again, I'm probably going to do an entire stream someday in which I talk about Love Live as a whole and why this concert might have been the best Love Live concert ever. But just for anyone that may not be super familiar with it, Love Live is a Japanese idol anime series, mixed media, in which it's like a sports anime more than it is about the idol industry. But there's like a competition where characters get together, form a team, and learn to sing and dance together and overcome whatever problems they might have and compete in this competition where they sing and dance. And it's got cool music, cool choreography, and it being a mixed media project, the members, the like voice actresses that portray the characters actually like sing and dance. They do the singing and the dancing. When you go to concerts, they're doing the same, like frame by frame, you line it up and they are perfectly in sync with like the animated version. It is so cool. And it's been running for a long time, and there are 5-ish generations, depending on what you count as a generation. But there's 5 generations, and this particular concert was every active generation all together, kind of presenting themselves as like baseball teams, I guess. Like each generation can be broken up further into these things called subunits, and they have their own like music that is stylized in a particular way. And I couldn't get any pictures inside because you're not supposed to really. I got a picture of the stage at the end of the second day, because it's like the performance is over and there's no one else on stage. You're kind of okay to do that. But pretty much this was a baseball themed concert. It was called Unit Koshien. Koshien being like the big high school sort of competition where like the best teams from high school baseball from all over Japan get together, and they have like an announcer sort of like announce, this is the school from Kyushu coming in, this is the Kyushu whatever their name is, and they announce them, and there's like a big procession, there's like a parade at the beginning where every team kind of like presents themselves on stage, and they kind of like strike a pose or something. And they did the same thing in this concert. Every single subunit took the stage one by one, and they had an announcer that sounded suspiciously familiar to the actual announcer for this like national baseball competition. Spoilers, it was the actual announcer. It actually was the person that does the voiceover. They got them to do the voiceover for this concert and be one of the MCs. And it was really cool because essentially every single unit took the stage and they just performed their best stuff. It was really, really cool. They presented just like their best music, their best performance, and you had a little bit of everything because every unit kind of has like a different style, and it was really, really good. And something I learned significantly later was there was another MC who was like an older Japanese dude, and based on what he was saying, it didn't seem like he was super familiar with like idols or Love Live or anything. But by the end, he was having a really good time. And he had pen lights, like the lights you wave around. Does anyone have a like a pen light waving emote that they can put in chat right now? Like one of the animated ones? Sele, I think you have one, possibly. If you are able, but if not, that's fine. But like he was waving the pen lights and he was having a great time, and I had an assumption, and I actually was right. This guy is like the Japanese John Madden of baseball, like literally one of the most famous sports commentators who has ever commentated sports in Japan was taken out of retirement, and he emceed this concert, and it was fantastic. And every time a unit took the stage, they're like, and the lady doing the announcements was like, for this inning we present this unit, and like the crowd would cheer the same way that they would if it was one of the high school baseball teams. Like I didn't really know the chant, but I was like waving my arms being like woo the whole time. It was pretty cool. And they would take the stage, they'd perform like 2 songs, and then they'd bow and switch out. And there were some secret slots as well where different combinations of units got together. And normally at the end of a Japanese concert, you call for an encore, right? Because when they say, oh, this is our last song, and everyone goes, oh, and then they finish the last song and they leave stage without any fanfare, everyone usually will start going encore or encore, like chanting for the encore. But it was really interesting because rather than chanting for encore, without fail, everyone starts chanting Encho Sen, Encho Sen, Encho Sen, which means extra innings. And they had like 2 extra innings with like 4 more performances where they mix and matched various people from different units into like character types, and they had each character type perform a different song. And there was a song that has like a rap break in it, and like one of my favorite characters / performers in it performed the rap break, and it rocked. It was so cool. But yeah, and then after let's see, here is a picture. Yeah, unfortunately I just, again, not many pictures of what was happening inside. But when, oops, hold on, let me crop that a little better. Let's see, let me get this person's hand out of there. The friend that was sitting next to me, yeah, this is going to look funky, but I cropped their hand out of privacy. But this is the massive crowd of people spilling out of the concert venue. Thousands of people coming out, and we were holding up that pen light to try getting the attention of the other part of our party that had like different seats. And it just, 20 minutes happens, and it's just a non-stop avalanche of people like stepping out of the venue. It was insane. Yeah, just so many people. But the thing was, we were there for not 1 day, we were there for 2 days. And and the second day was technically more of the same. But it was interesting because some of the units actually performed different songs. So it was like a different concert entirely. Oh, it was so good. And the quote-unquote Hasuno Sora unit that performed, they're like the newbies on the scene, but they are so good. They are so incredibly good. And you know what we did? We went right back to the restaurant where we missed lunch, and we finally got to order and got our food. Oh, it was so good. Tonkatsu Wako. It's a chain. You could find them in a number of places, and they're totally worth visiting because just fried katsu style stuff with miso soup, rice, like, and all the fixings you would expect with it. I think I had like a savory like omelet with this one. Like the white dish that's covered has like a very, very soft egg omelet inside of it. But this was pork, chicken, and shrimp katsu with a little bit of mustard and like pickles and that cabbage salad on the side. Ah, I'm so hungry. And I'm just gonna keep showing more good food. It was cooked to a crispy perfection. Absolutely fantastic. I'm so hungry. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep flying through the day. This particular day, when we went to Yokohama, we got there early and we made sure we were ready to get to the concert on the right time. But today we picked up our JR passes. And we went to a station, and something I noticed was there was a lot of dinosaur themed, hold on, is there a reflection in here? No, I'm good. There was a lot of dinosaur themed JR, like Japanese railway advertising. And I wondered why. And I just did not read the kanji on the floor. The kanji's hard, but I probably could have figured out if I looked at it. But there's a reason why. But I'll talk about that later. It's pretty interesting, the reason. But went through Yokohama. We wanted to go to the ramen museum that I had gone to last time, but it was like a little farther away than what we had intended, and we didn't really have time to go there if we wanted to actually make it to the concert on time this day. So instead we went to the, oops, wrong button. Instead we went to the cup noodle museum, like the Nissan one, and there was like it was cool. The building itself was like it felt like a modern art museum in a lot of ways. It was like, it had a big wide open atrium, and it was like 3 or 4 stories tall, and it had this humongous cup noodles thing above the entrance. Let me see if I can post a picture. A massive like cup noodles, like a wooden statue up there. And we didn't have that much time, so we kind of just ran through the history exhibit. And like, man, the dude who invented them has like a really cool origin story. But one room that I really liked is they had a room where every single ramen flavor they've ever released and every variety was on display in its original packaging. And I was thinking to myself, man, I know ramen keeps really well, but are these still fresh? Can you still eat these? Like, I'm fairly certain they weren't recreations because a lot of the packages looked actually like really old. But it does make me wonder how they sourced all these. Like, who the heck holds on to ramen from 1958? Huh? Did someone just forget about it? I don't know. It was very cool though. Let me see. I might have something. Yeah, oh, hold on. Like, I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on here. Are these caffeinated or something? Are these gamer noodles? They're like RGB colored and they're like faded. The colors are faded from like being in the sun or something. I don't know what e-noodles are. Huh? What's an e-noodle? What else? Hey, this one is for Uma. E-noodles like email. Send e-nudes. This is for Uma. They had the official collaboration with Fist of the North Star noodles on display as well. Yeah, like they literally had every single noodle that they've ever released. Every single one. Yeah. I think I saw some like bacon flavored noodles that I thought were pretty neat. Oops. Nope. I don't want to do that. Bacon noodles. I guess bacon isn't like that wild of a concept, but this next one is. It's crazy. I didn't know it existed, and apparently they kept making them until 2017. New England clam chowder flavor noodles. Huh? Has anyone ever seen this? Apparently they were kind of distributed like outside of Japan too, and I've never heard of it before. And they don't make them anymore, and I'd imagine they don't keep very well, seeing as clam chowder is like a very milk-based dish. I'm on like day 3 or 4. What the heck? There's so much to see. Hopefully I start accelerating through here. Yeah. They had a statue of the dude who invented them. Honestly, honestly, a pretty cool dude, because like, what would the world be like if we didn't have cup noodles? Would the world know about ramen? Like, as much? Would it be like a rarer kind of delicacy or stuff, and not like a common like, oh, heat it up and eat it kind of thing? You know what? I'm having ramen for dinner tonight. That's what I'm gonna have. They put like the like great visionaries of the world on like a picture, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe like inventing cup noodles is doesn't put you up there with Marie Curie and like other famous scientists and the Wright brothers? Maybe, but they certainly thought so. The museum had a lot more to it, but you needed like reservations in advance and other stuff. And it was interestingly also not everything was English translated for how never give up. Yes, it was surprisingly not very English translated for how tourist focused it was. But I think if you downloaded an app, you could kind of like plug in the numbers on the wall and it would play you audio of what you were looking at. Yeah, that's kind of neat. Yeah, and then we ate at a conveyor belt ramen restaurant, conveyor belt sushi restaurant called Hama Sushi. Hama Sushi, I think Hama means beach or something. But nowadays, unfortunately, just a lot of places don't do actual like conveyor belt sushi where it's like going around like a sushi go around like in Pokemon Stadium. You just have like a little iPad at your table where you place an order and it like zips straight to you. Like the conveyor belts are fast, but yeah, unfortunately it's a lot less fun, I guess. But there are still places that do it. Kura is a company that does conveyor belt sushi, and they developed a technology that it's just this cool little piece of engineering that puts like little domes over the plates that if you touch the plate, the dome kind of pops open. All right, let's see. Yeah, and I don't know, when I go to sushi places, like conveyor belt sushi places, I always get the weird seasonal items whenever possible because it's just interesting. I think this was like Korean barbecue pork on rice with like cheese on top. It's actually really good. Yeah, but I had a lot of normal stuff too. And I also tried what cheap ikura tastes like in Japan, like one of these. And the answer is still pretty good. Still pretty good. Not as good as when you go to like an actual like sushi master, I guess, to eat, but it's not bad. Though something interesting I had was this dessert that I was able to order at like the very end. It was like more of that Japanese sweet potato kind of stuff, but with like a caramelized shell on the outside that was actually quite hard. You like crunched into it and it had this soft, sweet, delicious like sweet potato flavor on the inside and like a scoop of ice cream. Oh, it was fantastic. And it was like 200 yen. It was 200 yen. I should have had more. What was I thinking? Yeah, but then we went to the concert. It was pretty neat. Let me see. Our seats for day 2 were a lot better. Yeah, I'm probably fine posting a picture of this. I think this was like right before they started the concert. But yeah, there were like 2 more. We were on like the second tier. So like the arena area was completely full. You had like a tier 0. We were on like, or a tier 1. We were on tier 2, and there was a tiers 3 and 4 above us, and there was so many people. So many people can't eat because most of them sell with sesame seeds. Yeah. Interestingly, that one didn't have sesame seeds. It didn't. It was pretty good. Hamasushi. Keep it in mind, Shai. See if you could find one. Oh, the sesame seeds. Oh, the black sesame. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that night we went to, so after the concert, we went back to Tokyo and we had dinner at Toriki, which is a chicken yakitori restaurant. Yakitori, so chicken skewers. And they had a collaboration with Boss Coffee at the time for something I couldn't figure out the translation for. Hold on a second, are there? There might be a reflection in this one. Let me see. Nah, it's good. They had a collaboration with Boss Coffee, and it was like, I looked at it and I'm like, does this say Wiener Coffee? Like, what? Why does it say Wiener Coffee? It's Vienna. It's Vienna. Uina is like how you say Vienna. Yeah. Uina. It really does say Wiener, doesn't it? No, it's supposed to be Vienna though. It's Vienna coffee. Wiener coffee. It was fantastic though. It was really good coffee. Toriki. Okay. Toriki is a yakitori place where they like have the skewers ready and they serve it to you, and they have like a certain amount, right? A certain amount pre-prepared for every day. And you may be tempted to eat their all you can eat, which is like 3,000 yen. But you have like an hour where it's all you can eat. But the thing is after doing calculations multiple times, we realized that we never even got close to 3,000 yen in terms of eating. It is most economical if you plan on drinking yourself silly with like beer, because it comes with like an all you could drink course as well. And I guess beer is like a little more expensive, but if you're not drinking beer, it's not very worth it. If you're not drinking alcohol, yeah, it's not super economical. So honestly, just order what you want and the price won't be too bad. Uma, we got to eat there. It's so good. Yeah, but we got skewers upon skewers upon skewers, and we ordered all kinds of interesting things. Yeah. Yakitori, fantastic. I want some right now. We got to eat there. Oh, so good, so good. We just ordered more and more and more. Do the drinking for me? Okay. They do have a great selection of non-alcoholic drinks. It's just nothing is really expensive enough to make it worth it, unless you're drinking alcohol. Yeah, but that was our last day in the Tokyo area, and this begins our actual traveling kind of phase of the trip. We didn't really stay anywhere for more than like a night or two in a lot of cases. And the first place we were going to hit was Kanazawa, all right? So let's pull the Japan map up again. Oh, the Nesso is still there. That's okay. Let's see, let's move that up. Come on. What the heck? The blank canvas is there. The cursor is there. The map. Aha. The map. All right. So we started in Tokyo. And our next stop... okay, so clearly the train does not take a straight shot to get there. But it's just how I'm going to illustrate it for the sake of... I'm going to illustrate it for the sake of demonstration. Let's see. Let's make it thinner. What color would be most visible against this background? Maybe purple, pink, red? I think I'll just keep red. Yeah. All right. That is where our trip went. We went from Tokyo to... Oh, no, not Fukui. What am I thinking? What? Yeah, it again, clearly wasn't a straight line. It probably wasn't this curve either, but we went... That's not Toyama! My god, I messed up again. Not Toyama. Kanazawa. Kanazawa is where we went to. It's a beautiful town known for, like, I think hot springs and its markets. And it has, like, a really good view. It's a really good view off the top of the city. Yeah, no, I'm bad. I'm bad. This is why I'm a wanderer and not a cartographer, okay? I can't do maps, man. It's hard. I just go wherever I want. Yeah, but Kanazawa, something of note. Like, it's a really beautiful city, and it's pretty tourist friendly as well. Something to note, though, is that this is a bus city. In order to get around, you need to take... Well, it's very walkable, of course, because everything in Japan is walkable, but you do, if you want to get places, buses is like the way to go. Either buses or taxi. And taxis aren't that expensive in Japan either. Like, there are many cases where taking a taxi may actually be like a better, faster way of getting to a place. Like, even if a train line does exist. But in this particular place, interestingly, Kanazawa did not join the rest of Japan when they switched over to that unified sort of like IC card format that you use to travel. They adopted a different technology called ICA, instead of IC. So our like Suica cards and our Passmos, the cards that we use to get around a lot, just did not work here. They did not work. So we had to like dig out change anytime we needed to take a bus. But the first thing we went to see, actually, well, actually, it was completely independent of our Love Live trip. But let me see if I can get a picture of like the facade when you first enter. When you first enter the station, or like leave the station. Bam. There were some people looking directly at me, so I cut it off above them. But it's just this like huge facade where at the end there's like this wooden kind of giant torii gate kind of thing. I don't know, it's probably not even a torii gate anymore. Yeah, but a place we wanted to go see in Kanazawa was this overlook that is actually famous for a Love Live reason. As it happens, anytime a Love Live series pops up in a region of Japan, there is a massive tourism boom there. And Kanazawa is like feeling the early bits of it, because that's where that Hasuno Sora branch of Love Live takes place. And it's funny because we took a taxi to the top of town. Let me see if I have a good picture. Yes. All right, so check this out. Check this out. There is a pretty well taken care of park at the top of town where you have a really, really, really good view of the rest of the city. Hold on a second. Let me see if I could find the thing. Yeah, like you have a fantastic view of the town from up there. But coincidentally, it is also ready for it? Oh wow, I lined it up really good. Ready? It's where the key visual is for that Love Live series. It is literally the overlook. And the taxi driver that took us there kind of noted, man, I don't know what it is about this park, but in the past year or so, people keep asking me to drop them off there, and I've never seen anything like it. And I'm like, well, well, yeah. Interestingly, at the top of the area, we actually encountered two other dudes. One Hong Kong guy, one guy from Hong Kong, and another guy from Aichi in Japan, south of Tokyo. And we all spoke different languages, but we knew just enough of each other's languages that we were able to have like a three-way conversation with them. And they were here at this park to like do their Love Live pilgrimage as well. And we actually ended up taking like a group picture up there. Of course I can't show that, but it was just kind of wild. We encountered these other guys up there, and afterwards we're like, you know what, let's go to dinner together. And we walked down the side of the mountain. Like it's actually not, it was not a really hard walk. Like it was like down the mountain, but like there was a very, very nice like path built into there. Yeah, the fandoms really do bring people together. It was kind of neat. But it got pretty dark. If anyone was curious where this picture came from that I posted on Twitter, it is part of that walk. It is part of the walk on the way down. And heck nah, I'm not crossing that in the middle of the night. No way. It actually wasn't even that late. I think it just got dark pretty early. Yeah, but that was like alongside one of the paths we were walking down. And then when we went down, there is a historical district in the city that is loaded with like restaurants and traditional inns and stuff. And the food was so good. We found a highly rated restaurant that specializes in like Western style food, or the like Japanese take on Western style food. Oh, let me see if I can post a picture of their kind of display. Are there any reflections? We're good. Look at that. I love how a lot of Japanese restaurants will have this is what our food looks like on the outside. And I was like, you know what? And do you see how cheap it is? Like 15 yen, 890 yen for like big plates of food. What the heck? That's so cheap. It's so cheap. Yeah, but specifically, I got a Kanazawa style like beef hash stew or something. It's like a beef stew where they've kind of like mashed like beef into it. And there's like a pretty strong like red wine or Worcester flavor. It's pretty good. It has like a lot of onions and like some pickled turnips and ginger on the side. Fantastic. And you know what? That is not where I ended my meal. I also got a traditionally prepared omelet rice. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Oh, so good. Oh no. Sele just reposted something. Chai Drew, what is happening? Kayadu, welcome in. I'm talking about all the delicious food I ate when I was in Kanazawa. Why are we in the park? I mean, traveling is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. Yeah, but there was some delicious food there. I noted that like there's a surprisingly large number of places in this city that had like benches too, but maybe it's just like a culture thing. That night, I went with one of my friends to a concept cafe, and I learned that it was not for me. It's playing the music in the background. I don't know. Probably the. I mean, it's a public park, right? There's probably a piano player. I don't know. Maybe there's like an awning or something, right? Oh, okay. Uma's playing. All right. Do people know what a concept cafe is? It's like imagine if you combined a maid cafe with one of those like hostess bars I was talking about earlier, where you pay women to pretend to be interested in you and pay exorbitant prices for drinks. Hooters, I guess, except okay, so like I have determined it's not for me. It is not for me. It is a perfectly cool kind of thing, but it's just not my cup of tea. No, so like the thing is you kind of sit down and you order drinks, and like I don't drink, so I just had like a much more limited part of the menu to order from, but the drinks are a little expensive, and you buy drinks for the people that are talking with you. And those drinks are like significantly more expensive, and that's how they are paid. They're given like a flat amount for how many people they bring to the table, and then they get paid further like commission based on the drinks you buy them. Yeah, and if you can keep an engaging conversation going, they'll be interested. And like, I guess, again, I just want really, yes, like Orion Host Club, essentially, yeah. But I don't know, like a few of my friends were like super into it, and they got more. Man, alcohol does wonderful things to make people better at speaking languages they're not familiar with. Their Japanese ability like skyrocketed, and I'm just like, man, I don't drink, but that's kind of neat. That's kind of neat. They and they had like some pretty engaging conversations, and there was like a Checky picture taken at the end. Yeah, where I think what 1,000 yen, and you get like a picture with like the girl of your choice. This particular cafe was like demon girls, I think. Pick kudasai. Maybe I'll show you someday, but I can't put it up. Yeah, it was like a what was it called? It was like Aku. Shoot, it was called Aku something. I don't know. All I know is that not Akumen. Aku as in like demon, and Akurabu? I don't know. But basically, interestingly, there was like a maid nurse cat girl cafe like 2 doors down that was owned by like the same business, and me and a few other people left for the night because we were like, yo, let's go back to the hotel and have like the hotel that we were staying at had an actual like Japanese hot bath on the roof. And we were like, okay, we're gonna head back, and we're probably gonna like wash our clothes and get like one of those hot baths. And the rest of the people in the group went to the maid nurse cat girl cafe and apparently spent like $700 there. they really enjoyed it. They bought like the really expensive drinks or something. I'm like, my god. But yeah, we went back to the hotel, and it was kind of neat. I think they over chlorinated the pool, the like hot bath place, because it was a little. I'm like pretty sensitive to like chlorine odor, I guess, or just chlorine fumes, and it was kind of making me dizzy. Yeah, and the washing machine at this hotel sucked. It cost a lot of money, and it didn't even like properly dry your clothes when you asked to get it. Muscle Girl Cafe. Maybe. You know what? We'll build an itinerary. We got to talk about that. Let's all go to the Muscle Girl Cafe. Yeah, but the next morning, we went to Omicho Market. Omicho Market being like one of the famous sort of like one of the famous places you go to like when you think of a market in Japan, you think, and like morning market with like fish and stuff, you think of Tsukiji, you think of the one place in Kyoto, and you think of Omicho. Oh my gosh, Omicho, like the first thing you walk in, it is bustling. It was raining really hard this day. Originally we were supposed to go and see some botanical gardens, but it was raining hard, and the market is like fully covered. And this was like a meat place we saw the moment we walked in, like a Tengu themed meat place that's apparently been there for generations. There was all kinds of places that were serving like skewered seafood that had been like roasted. I think I accidentally took a picture of a sign that said no pictures please, and I'm like, whoops. Oh, but it's so good. And I used like every last bit of like cash that I had on me to just buy the skewered stuff. Oh, it was so good. I had like an eel skewer. I went straight from the eel skewer. I comboed directly into. I'm gonna need to cut a hand out of this. I mean, everyone's seen my hands before, but I am still going to erase. I ordered a plate of, well, a plate made out of a crab shell full of like freshly like set up crab kind of stuff with like ginger and sauce, and oh, it was so good. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can pull up something else. All right. I bought a skewer that was breaded. I want you to try guessing what this is. Hold on. What is this? What kind of meat is this? Oops. One of the AstraLife members. What? No, it wasn't Theo. It's not Theo. But it is seafood. It is seafood. It is seafood. No, it's not. It's not. It's not Theo. Don't worry. No, I didn't. No, it's not deer. It's seafood. It's seafood. Wait, hold on. Wait, I did eat crab. One of the Avalon members. I don't think so. I would certainly hope not. I think most of them are. I don't think you would want to eat most of what they are. Do people? Yeah, no, I would assume pineapple. No. Hey, Batman guy, welcome in. No, it's seafood. It's seafood, but it's a very particular kind of seafood. Okay, ready? It's fugu. It's fugu. It's the like pufferfish stuff. One of the AstraLog members. What? Bear or pilot? No. It's fugu. Fugu has a really interesting texture. It's almost like pork, like a texture like pork, like it springs into it when you bite in. Like when you bite it, it springs. But it is most certainly fish. It was really, really good. I unfortunately missed the opportunity to eat fugu later in the trip, but again, I'll explain that. I'll explain later. We also bought like a lot of fruit. And we bought some like regionally famous strawberries. Yeah, let me see if I can put a picture of like, okay, so like the market was really cool, but bam, did you know that the market has 2 floors? On top of like the first row stalls is an entire like indoor like outlet mall kind of place full of restaurants. Restaurants upon restaurants upon restaurants, and we went to this semi-famous like seafood restaurant on the 2nd floor and ate this. Oh my gosh, I'm so hungry just looking at it, and I know I will not be able to eat seafood this good again until I go back to Japan. It was a huge ikura bowl with salmon like sashimi and like I think there was crab underneath of it, and actual gold leaf, like on the row. Oh, it was so good. It was so good. You just dug your spoon into it, and there was ikura everywhere. Oh my gosh! If anyone has seen or read the series Hina Matsuri, the main character Hina loves ikura bowls, but yeah, loves ikura bowls, and I'm like, how do people eat that? Oh, water. I see. Yeah. Who loses in a fight the worst way? Sele or Onion? Who's Onion? I don't know any Onion. Nah, I'd lose. You know what? Okay, I'll make a poll. Okay, it'll be who would lose in a fight. Okay. Do you specifically want to know who would lose or who would win in a fight? And a fight with who? With each other? I'd imagine each other, right? Okay, let me get that poll set up. Onion, cause he makes me cry. What? Let's see. Who would win? Okay, who would lose in a fight? So we've got Onion, whoever that is. We've got Uma, and we've got Sele. All right, pull up. We'll see what happens in a bit. Okay, and I am also going to drink that water, but it was so good. It was so good. I took it for granted. I should have gotten more. I do want to note that this meal was like right after, literally right after eating like a pile of street food, and I still wanted more. It was so delicious. It was so good. It was so good. So another plan we had in Kanazawa was to go to a famous curry place that served like Kanazawa curry, which is a little different. Remember that beef hash kind of stew thing I was talking about previously? That stuff, the way that they cook that, imagine if they put curry blocks in there as well. That's what Kanazawa curry is like. And there's some famous curry places in Kanazawa. However, unfortunately, the place that we were interested in going apparently fell off really hard after the pandemic, which is unfortunate because they have a food challenge. If you can eat like 1 kilogram of curry, you get like a discount. If you could eat 2 kilograms of curry within the time limit, you get like your name on the wall. If you eat 3, you get like free curry for a month. And if you can eat 5 kilograms of curry, you like get free curry for life every time you go. But unfortunately, they fell off and it's not good anymore. So because it was raining so hard and we couldn't really go see those botanical gardens, we wandered around the station and some of the malls. Yeah. Oh, the thing was, I was so ready to like eat tons and tons of curry, but I probably would not have been able to reach the 5, that's for sure. But wandering around the station, I found a Pokemon Center in Kanazawa. This was like, it was just aimlessly wandering around. There wasn't actually any like intent to go there, but apparently every Pokemon Center has its own Pikachu wearing a costume kind of thing that you can get as a plush. Did I take a picture of it here? I think I did. Hey, where's the picture? Did it not transfer over? Oh. Maybe it didn't transfer over, but the, something, every time you go to a Pokemon Center and you see one of those statues, see any of the Pokemon manholes on this trip? No, actually. The finals for Pokemon were the Worlds was in Yokohama in the summer, right? Wow. I might have had the chance to see them and I just didn't think to look for them. Unfortunate. Yeah. But if you ever have the chance to go to a Pokemon Center in Japan and you see one of the statues, check around the statues. They might be signed by staff members. Pokemon are real? Absolutely. Yeah, but they might be signed by the staff members in some place. Who is this? I cannot read their handwriting, but yeah. Oh yeah, Pikachu, of course. Signed by Pikachu himself. No, it's one of the creators. Signed by Pikachu. Pikachu is outside my house right now. Oh my god. Riot. Yeah, but there are some great Pokemon plushies. Like look at that. Look at that. Pikachu can sign? Maybe. Does Pikachu have a signature? I know Mario has a signature. He does it in like the sports games. Look at him. Look how angry. Look how angry this Clodsire is. I had to do everything in my power to not buy like a big plushie because I just would not have space for it. Like every plushie that I bought on this trip was like a tiny one. Look at that. Look at that. Literally food. Even the shiny Hisuian Zoroa. Oh, they had that. They did have that. I'm sorry. I if I had known, I would have picked it up. But actually, how would I even get it to you? I think you are geographically closer than I am. Just imagine the shipping that would happen because of that. Oh no, here it is. Here it is. Picture loaded. But this is the any reflection? No. This is the special Kanazawa Pikachu wearing the traditional fabric of like the area, but it has like Pokemon theming on it. It's pretty neat. Yeah, apparently this is what the exclusive plushie looks like if you get it there. What? Oh yeah, also I can't believe I used to hate Dunsparce. What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? Why did I hate Dunsparce? Ship it to you directly from Japan? Okay, you know what? Next time I'm there, we'll talk. We'll talk. Just look at that. Look at that. Look how long he is. Look how long. The Dunsparce. Adorable. Man, I want to... Shiny's pink and yellow. Ooh. It's like Pepto-Bismol themed Dunsparce. Yeah. I actually did end up buying a plushie, but I don't think I took a picture of it at that moment. But yeah, actually, we had wandered around for a long time, and we went back to Omicho for dinner because there was a locally famous curry place that only opens at night. Unfortunately, everyone voted for Sele. Oh my god. Sele, I'm sorry. Why do people gotta bully? Yeah, but we found a curry place that was like locally pretty famous, but they only had six seats. Like, and like our party was like 5 people, like 6 seats. And we were told that we would need to wait a very long time to get in. And I'm like, oh my god. Poor Sele. So we wandered around and we found a place, like a place that still sold Kanazawa style curry, but was like a chain that was a little more easy to get into, I think. And oh man, it was fantastic. It was fantastic. So it was like cabbage, some more of that like pickled Kanazawa vegetable stuff, cheese. There was like a raw egg cracked into it. Oh, Japanese raw eggs are so good. They're so good. Okay, so hold on. Let me actually confirm with my own eyes. Where do you go to see poll stuff? I'm sure there's plugins that make it easier. Oh my god, it was unanimous. Everyone's just clowning on Sele. What are you doing? Our boy. Yeah, but this Kanazawa curry was so good. Just imagine like a combination of like burgundy beef stew with curry. Oh, it's so good. I want to try replicating it. It's so good. Oh, I want to be able to do cooking streams. But it's just not possible. And I can't cook in my room either. That would make a mess. All kinds of ants. Oh, something cool though. They gave us sporks. They actually gave us sporks to eat with here, like metal sporks. I've never seen anything like it before, but it worked well. It worked pretty well. I already cook all day, every day, figuratively. You know what? You're not wrong. I do cook. I'm always cooking, right? Yeah. Yeah. So we went back for the night after that curry, and I believe the friends of mine who went to that like cat nurse maid cafe went back again. Obsessed. God, I'm cooking late at night too. Yep, I'm always cooking. Yeah, and then something I've never really done before, but apparently it's like decently common. It's like pretty common at hotels that are like resort style hotels, is that the restaurants are like pretty good, like actually pretty good. And we had like an Italian like brunch at this at like the restaurant's well, the hotel's restaurant. Like, check it out. That was some pretty good like shrimp carbonara. It's fantastic. Like actually really good. Someone say Italian? Yes, there was like an Italian style restaurant on the first floor of the hotel we stayed at that was actually really good. And we kind of walked around a bit more. We shopped for omiyage. I picked up some like Japanese sweet potato stuff to bring back to Mama Papa Escalus. Look at this, makes my tummy hurt. So much lactose. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I wonder if you can make... Actually, no. Carbonara doesn't have... Wait, is there lactose in eggs? Carbonara doesn't have... There's lactose in Parmesan? Is there? Or is Parmesan one of the... Do dry-aged cheeses have lactose? Because I know, like, mozzarella does. Yes, 100%. Well, carbonara doesn't use cream. You don't use cream in carbonara. It's cheese and egg yolks. You generally don't use cream. Like, it looks creamy, but that's actually just the pasta water that's been like filled with starch and is mixed with the ingredients. It's oh my gosh, now I want carbonara. Oh, I'll have ramen and carbonara. Oh my gosh, I don't know. Yeah, but basically when we went back to the station, we had a little more time to look around for stuff, and I got myself my first ever train station bento, known as Eki Bento or Eki Ben. And this is I believe a pork and beef combination one that is designed to eat on the train. But interestingly, oh yeah, that's right. So we hop on the train. We're heading to our next destination, right? Let's update the map. Let's get the map back up here. All right, so this time we went from... Hold on, why did my styling change so much? This time we went from Kanazawa to Fukui, which, if I'm not mistaken, was just one of the random places we decided to hit when the itinerary was being put together. And we didn't take the bullet train to Fukui. We took this train called the Thunderbird, which was a fast train, but it wasn't like Shinkansen levels in terms of speed. It was pretty cool, actually. And when we arrived in Fukui, we noticed immediately that like a lot of work was being done to like make the station look really nice. Fukui? Or Shinkansen. I don't know. Shinkansen just sounds cool. But so Fukui is known for a bunch of dinosaurs being, like dinosaur fossils being excavated. And some of the museums in the region have a bunch of dinosaur originals. Like a lot of times when you go to a museum and you look at dinosaur fossils, a lot of them are actually cast, like plaster replicas of like actual bones that are kept somewhere else. But amazingly, in Fukui, it's like Dinosaur Central in Japan. There are, oh, the Thunderbird. Yeah, no, they actually be like, you are riding the Thunderbird. Make sure you don't leave your belongings behind or something, right? And the station was full of dinosaurs. Do you think Lego dinosaurs have Lego fossils too? That's an interesting idea. Maybe they do. Yeah, but they were dressing this place up, and we're like, why? Why is this place like in such a buzz? And it clicked. Remember how earlier on in Yokohama I saw that dinosaur themed advertising? Apparently, Fukui was literally 3 days away from a brand new Shinkansen line from Tokyo opening up. The entire city felt like they were getting ready for like a giant festival or something. Like, it was so cool. It was so cool because like you could feel the anticipation in the air. But yeah, Fukui was another bus city for sure. Yeah. And yeah, there was dinosaur themed stuff everywhere because they're like, if people are coming to Fukui, they're here for the dinos, which truthfully, I believe a lot of people were. Oh yeah, that's right. Hold on. Let's see. Is there a reflection here? No, but they have a regional ambassador, an actual VTuber. I was curious, checked it out, and yes, debut stream and like games and music and everything. A bona fide VTuber is like the travel ambassador for the region. That's so cool. That is so cool. AstraLog caveman outfit when? Unga bunga. It's for when I'm playing Guilty Gear and I'm playing Leo. Yeah, but it's cool. The entire station was buzzing and there was like a lot of construction going on. Yeah. We went to a place called Dormy Inn, which apparently is like a famous-ish kind of hotel chain known for high quality and for it's a place that a lot of, I believe, local people would stay at when they're going on vacation. You are the travel ambassador for Kansas. Isn't that the place with all the corn? Yeah, but like they had this in the lobby. And oh man, there's so much to talk about the Dormy Inn because it legitimately was like a fantastic like just hotel to stay at. It had a lot of great amenities. The rooms were well put together. And And what was so cool was they had like a restaurant on the first floor that had like a breakfast buffet, and between the hours of 9:30 and 11 o'clock, if you popped into the kitchen, they would make a bowl of ramen for you. And if you happened to miss that window of time, you could go to the front desk and get Dormy Inn branded ramen called gomenasai, in which the men in ramen is used for gomenasai. So it's a play on words, as in like, this is your like my condolences. Sorry, you didn't win, but, or you missed out, but this will make up for it. Sorry, I'm in hiatus. Hey Fafnir, welcome in. Yeah, I'm back. But I was not expecting very much though, because you know, free food at a hotel, it's probably not going to be that great, right? And the breakfast buffet was actually quite expensive, but we'll talk about that. But something interesting was somebody mentioned the like riverbanks earlier where like anime protagonists sit, right? So the riverbanks were actually being kind of renovated because they expected cherry blossom season to be huge in this area with the Shinkansen coming in as well. And apparently this area is like a really, really beautiful place for it. Unfortunately, we were a few weeks too early, so before anything bloomed. But they were like, the whole city just like is bumping because they're getting ready for like a huge influx of people to come in. So they were like remodeling the riverbanks and getting things set up so that they can have like cherry blossom festivals. Come, Sele, I need to confess to you. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, but it was fantastic. And when we were walking around, our goal was to climb up to one of the high hills in the area. Hold on, this is a pretty cool picture. Yeah, there's like a staircase going up the side of the city to like an area with a few shrines in it and like some weirdly trendy restaurants at the top of the hill. Yeah, but again, the whole city was just getting ready for cool stuff. But this is the stairway going up the side of the city. It goes on for quite a while. It is a very very long one because it may look like it tops off at the end there, but there's actually another one that's like as long right behind it. Did I visit any temples? Actually, we visited the temple at the very top, which was celebrating some kind of deity a regional deity whose name sounded like cell phone. I kept thinking, like, we talked with the priest who worked there. He was young. He didn't look much older than like 20 something. Like he looked in his mid 20s, but he was like, he was taking care of the place. And, we talked with him a bit, and he said that the shrine was dedicated to a god whose name was like Keitai or something. Is he single, asking for a friend? I don't know. I don't know if priests have to not be married or what. I don't know. Maybe you should ask him. But he was a cool dude, and he explained to us that in historical sort of like historical kind of like religious history or whatever, apparently Fukui as a region used to be completely waterlogged in like a really bad way. Like there was too much water, like 7.8 out of 10, too much water, and it wasn't possible to like have a sustainable living there. So the god carved these sort of like rivers to the ocean to like drain the area, and he's revered as like the god who made the area livable. It's pretty cool. And I got a charm. Apparently the god is big on health for mind, body, and soul. So it's pretty cool to see a Japanese god out there for your mental health, you know? It's pretty neat. Yeah, so I got a charm for that. Yeah, and then like the overlook over the city was kind of neat too, because we went pretty high up there. Bam. There we go. Yeah. great views in a lot of, like, I noticed that we climbed a lot of hills in the towns that we went to. And at the very top, like that actually wasn't the very top where we went to that shrine. There was another shrine even higher that actually got abandoned. It got abandoned because apparently the bloodline of the priests or whatever ended. Okay, yeah, I guess the priests can get married. So Kayadu, maybe you have a shot. Hey List, welcome back in. Smeargle build once again supporting raid battles. Fantastic. I'm not raiding today though. I'm talking about Japan travel. Yeah, but yeah. So like the bloodline. Oh, a friend. Okay, gotcha. I gotcha. All right, all good. Yeah, but basically there was a like apparently they ran out of priests at one point, so somebody owns the land and kind of like mows the lawn and keeps it together, but there is no priest actively working at the very top. It's kind of like an abandoned shrine. It's a bit sad to see, but apparently a lot of people used to make the trip up there. But another thing that was up there was like a TV station. I think they had like a big antenna and like some weirdly trendy restaurants. Unfortunately, the restaurant we wanted to try checking out closed like right before we got there, unfortunately. And they specialized in, I kid you not, pretty patties like the ones from SpongeBob. Like yeah, like they were burgers in rainbow colors, and their signature dish was a platter of sliders that was like a spectrum of the rainbow. I'm like, what is this? And it looked, and apparently all natural ingredients too. Like the purple came from yams or something, and the green came from seaweed. Apparently it was pretty good, but we didn't get to eat there. So we, on the way back down, we noticed that there was like another music restaurant that was there. Did they have bow-tied French fries? I don't know. LGBTQ burgers? You know what? Yeah. Probably. But they had a music venue in the restaurant next door. And they had a show called Never Say Never Sexy. I'm like, what is this? What is this place? Like, it's weirdly trendy. Like, they're like at the top of this mountain that was kind of like annoying to get to. You have pretty patties, bow-tied fries, LGBTQ burgers. Yeah, never say never sexy, apparently. I don't know. But let's see. We went, oh yeah, on the way back down, I noticed that there was this Western style house in the middle of the city for like no reason. Like, what? A Western style house that's been like cleared out all around it. And apparently some philanthropist or something, or somebody worked here like way back when and made Fukui their home. Some Western philanthropist or researcher of some kind, and that was their house, and they preserved it. It's kind of neat. But oh my gosh, all right, so you know how when you actually maybe everyone doesn't know, but in American hotels, normally if you ever see water or anything that's left out for you, there's a good chance that if you use it, if you drink it or move it or whatever, in some places there's even like cameras, sensors that are pointed at it, and if you touch it, they'll charge you for taking the water, and they'll charge you exorbitant prices, and like that's insane, right? That's something that they do in the US a lot. But in the place that we stayed, there are literally like, yeah, there's multiple bottles of water in the fridge, and there's like apple jello, like regionally famous apples used to make jello, and they're in the fridge. They're for you. They're free. Take it. It's complimentary. I'm like, I feel like a king. I feel like a king. I feel like they're treating me so nice here. This was on the fridge. This was on the fridge. They're like, yeah, don't be afraid. Please take the stuff. It doesn't actually cost money. So I didn't have to get a water bottle that day. I didn't have to, like, there was an extra dessert waiting for me. It was so good. Yeah, but this is something, actually, hold on. Something that we found when we were walking to our next destination that I thought was kind of cool was there are snow shovels at some of the intersections with gloves. And they're like, hey, if you're waiting for your light to change and there's a lot of snow, do you mind like just shoveling a little bit so that older people don't have to worry so much about slipping and falling? And I'm like, yo, that's cool. That's community right there. I respect that. or something. I can't read the kanji. It's too hard. But where we were going for dinner was an omakase restaurant. And it literally only seated 8 people, but we had reservations. And I think the meal itself cost about 100 USD. Like, that's a lot of money to be spending on a meal. But if you go omakase with like a sushi master preparing you the food, it's going to be good. And this particular sushi master didn't just know how to make sushi. He knew how to make regionally, not necessarily famous, but just the regional food, but in like the best way possible. And he offered a special omakase course, which is the one we did, where essentially he would feed you like home style cooking, every single type of home style cooking imaginable that was like characteristic of this region, in addition to like several rounds of like really high quality sushi. So whereas the previous omakase experience I went to in like Roppongi in previous trips was like sushi, one after another, this was like servings of home style meals. Like if you were growing up in Fukui and your mom was like cooking you food, this would be what she would serve you. And it was like home style cooking. And oh man, it was so good. I have so many pictures I can share of that. We started with like a seafood soup that had like scallops and seaweed in it and like herbs. Oh, it was so good. It was so good. Yeah, actually fantastic. We went right into this kind of like fugu and roe kind of thing, like fish roe kind of thing, over like a rice porridge that had like, I believe some kind of fish that had been like stirred into the rice porridge. It was so good. So good. This was like fresh tuna sashimi that had been like filleted. Oh, okay. So fugu isn't really Russian roulette seafood anymore. They have figured out how to cook fugu so that it is incredibly safe. It is incredibly safe now. They know what they're doing, and a lot of fugu's poison aspect comes from what they eat, I guess, what the fish eat. And they have fugu in captivity that they can feed whatever they want, and it's pretty safe. And also this like sushi chef guy did this really cool knife work stuff. So I think this was like a piece of eel, but he sliced it in such a way that it like turned into like these fluffy little like sheets of paper, like paper thin kind of like things that flayed out from the center, and the texture changed. It was so good. Yeah, and I'm just gonna keep showing the food as I go, but there was another guest. So we were not the only people there. There were 3 other people. Like there were only 8 seats in this restaurant, but there were 3 other people there, and there was like an older Japanese guy who was interested in the fact that there were foreigners in Fukui. Hey Shoga, welcome in. Enjoy the lurk. Yeah, because a lot of people that we encountered were like, why are there tourists, foreign tourists, in Fukui before the Shinkansen gets here? That doesn't make any sense. And he was kind of like, hey, what's the deal? What are you guys doing here in oh my god, I just tipped my water over. Oh boy. 1 second. I caught it thankfully, but my notepad is soaked. Oh well. Yeah, no, I'm getting very animated, waving my hands around. I'm like, this happened. But this guy is like, hey, what are you guys doing in Fukui here? And we kind of like, oh, we're kind of just traveling around, and we just thought it was interesting, so we stopped by and got some good food. And we talked with him back and forth, and his English was pretty good. And one of the people in my group was like pretty proficient in Japanese. I was like, hey sir, why is your English so good? Like you know how to speak at like a business level. And like we still talked in Japanese and stuff because like it's a fun experience. And he kind of, I can't, oh my god, like I'm afraid I'm gonna dox him, so I'm gonna keep it like generic, right? He is the CEO of a company that does merchandising for a very, very, very big American institution. Like he is like the guy that is the reason why, like, if you want merch of this particular thing in Japan, of this American thing that has a lot of fans in Japan, you will probably buy something that was sold through his company. And he's like the man. And apparently he was there because he was taking like one of his like his second hand, like his right hand man, and like a new manager for a branch that they were opening up in Ikebukuro. and he was like so happy to have like people to talk to, and he was like, yeah, I do this, I do that. And he gets invited by, no, it's not the Pentagon. It's an entertainment thing. It's an entertainment thing in the United States that is very popular in Japan, and he gets invited to like the big event every year for free. It's not the mouse. No, it is not the mouse. But I wouldn't be surprised if the mouse has like a lot of stock in this. Don't worry, you are privileged. I'll tell you later, Uma. But yeah, but we talked back and forth, and it became known that it was one of my friend's birthdays, actually. And this guy was like tickled pink. He was like, oh my God, birthday? We got to celebrate. Hold on. I'm gonna finish drinking the water that's in the cup before me. I don't know why I only drank half of it. Hold on. Yeah, but it was one of my friend's birthdays that day. And, I didn't take a picture of it because I don't drink, but he bought a bottle. The CEO guy bought a bottle of this very regionally specific like wine that is only made, like sake, that's only made in Fukui twice a year. Like, yeah, more than 2 bottles get made. But this is like a pretty like specific thing to the region and is rare. And from my friends who partook of the drinking, they said it was like the smoothest, like it was sake that just went down so easy, apparently. I'm like, wow, that's kind of cool. Yeah, the chef prepared us this like tempura, like very, very fine tempura battered sort of like mackerel thing. And you know what? My friend, being a baller, bought a bottle back for the guy. And they just kept buying rounds back and forth for each other until eventually the guy was like, hey, I gotta work tomorrow, and it's been a pleasure meeting you all. And I'm like, wow, that's amazing. What a cool encounter. But apparently like that bottle of sake is like my friend's like new favorite. Like, gotta pick up one of these every time we're in the area now. Yeah, this was like almost like a chowder, interestingly enough. It was like chowder with like asparagus with fish in it, but apparently it's a Fukui specific thing. It's like a cream of something. It was very good. Well, just more good stuff. Yeah, and like there wasn't actually that many sushi rounds in this particular omakase, so that might explain why it was like cheaper than like the other one I went to. But like the food was no less good. It was just different, and we just got plate after plate after plate of this amazing, delicious food. And like the cool thing is that because omakase is just whatever is high quality that the chef can get a hold of, if someone else like a week later went and ate the same course, it might be different. Like no 2 omakase experiences are the same. Yeah, there was even like this white fish and like citron shavings with rice, and like you could actually ask for seconds. You could actually be like, yes, I would like more, please. And he'd fill your bowl. I'm like, whoa, all you can eat like fried rice with like whitefish stuff. Oh, it was so good. Yeah, and then we're kind of like in the winding down phase. We got another cup. We actually got like a cup this time of like a seafood kind of like miso. And I don't think this has my reflection in it. And this was the dessert. It was a kind of like jelly shortcake combination of locally famous Fukui strawberries with like a dollop of like ricotta cheese that had been whipped into a cream. Oh, Oh, it was so good. It was so good. And then the chef actually took the leftover rice that was left over from the fried rice course. Like, he made a huge pot of it, and he made onigiri and packed them into boxes that he gave to us to take home, like to bring back to the hotel. Like, wow, that was so cool. And you know what I did? The first thing I got back to the hotel, if your guess was immediately got more food to eat because it was ramen time, I did. And you know what? It was not throwaway ramen in the slightest. It was so incredibly good. The noodles were like literally like the fresh noodles that you like flash boil for like a minute. The broth was apparently like some famous secret recipe broth that the hotel chain knows and they make. And it had like the shallots and the seaweed, and it was like, oh my God. And you literally just say, do you want a small bowl or a large bowl? And I'm like, I want a large one. And we literally had like a 12-course meal. I'm just like, more food. It was so good. Like, unironically amazing food. Yeah, and that night we did the like Japanese hot bath thing again. But this place was a lot better. Of course, no pictures allowed inside, but it was a lot better with its chlorination and had like a better layout. And they actually had like a freezer chest, like right outside, a chest freezer that you'd pop open, and it's full of ice cream next to like a machine that dispenses cartons of milk. And it's like, yeah, this is for you, complimentary after your hot bath. And I'm like, whoa. And as like in that room that the chest freezer was in, along with the vending machines, there was also a manga library that stretched across the whole wall. I'm like, what the heck? That's crazy. And as I drank my milk and ate my ice cream, I looked outside, and there was a dude like under the like lamplight outside who was practicing dancing, like doing idol dances, like male idol dances. I'm like, yo, I hope that guy strikes it big. You know, like, oh, it was so cool. All right, then went to sleep. Next morning, we actually were like, you know what? 2,300 yen is a lot of money for a breakfast at a hotel. But you know what? Maybe it'll be like good, because everything about this place seems to be good. We were correct, 100%. It was a buffet of so much food. Like, there was espresso in the upper left, like really, really well-made espresso. Like, the acidity was like perfect for what I like. There was like roasted mackerel, like seasoned mackerel and stuff. In the middle is karaage and like toasted tofu, like fried tofu kind of stuff. On the right is like silken tofu with like sweet soy sauce on top. Bottom left, no, actually, sorry. It wasn't tonkatsu in the upper middle. It was like katsu. It's katsu, like pork katsu. Then karaage, bottom left, with like incredibly fluffy omelet eggs. In the middle was like raw sashimi style tuna and salmon over rice. And then on the right was like that dried tofu with like the like seasoned greens and like an onsen egg. Isn't that amazing? This is breakfast. Like, it was expensive, like 2,300 yen for breakfast. It's kind of a lot, but you know what? When the quality is just that good, like, this is amazing. And you know what? Hold on a second. Hold the phone. That's only half of it. They had an entire bar of like Western style breakfast foods as well, mixed in with stuff. On the upper left is like an Alfredo pasta, like penne pasta Alfredo with shaved roast beef, an actually like pretty darn good croissant, fresh fruit of various kinds, corn potage. In the bottom right, that is a cheaper version of that like strawberry fruitcake, strawberry like sponge cake kind of thing that we had the previous night. Hold on a second. Let me get my cursor. Yeah, like and like Japanese style cheesecake. Here was like mochi, Japanese like warabi mochi or something, and like sponge cake that had red beans inside of it, and like fresh citrus and stuff up there. Oh my God, it was so good. And I just ate and I ate and I ate and I ate. It was all you can eat. Oh, it was so good. I made that 2,300 yen worth. Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, good stuff. But this was a day where we actually stayed around. We stayed around Fukui. Like, Fukui was one of the cities where we actually spent a fair amount of time there, relative to a lot of other places. But I noticed that there's like that sculpture of the Nautilus in the Helix fossil in the main area, and to illustrate that you shouldn't sit on it, it's like a kid getting yelled at by the statue, and like, hey, get out of here, don't sit here. Yeah, what a inventive way to tell people to not sit on the sculptures, I guess. Yeah, this particular day, we walked around the city for a bit, and I found a store specializing in paper crafts. Like, everything in there was all just like paper craft based stuff. It was kind of neat. It's kind of neat. And there's like an LGM in the right. But oh my gosh, this was the day we got hustled by a granny. We got hustled by an old lady, and it was amazing. It was amazing. Yeah, so our destination for the day was a temple that was kind of in the area, and there is one bus that goes there every hour. It's a 45-minute long bus ride, and it goes to the temple, and apparently this is the temple that Fate's Stay Night, you know, the temple where like Castor is, and I think it shows up a lot in Heaven's Feel, that route. It's the temple it's based on. Yeah, basically we rode out to this like more desolate kind of area that's only available by like car and bus, and yeah, it looked a little overcast, but it turned out to be a pretty good day. Yeah, and we walked around and stuff, and we went to look at the temple, which, let's see, is this a good picture? Yeah, this was like the entryway to the temple. Hold on. Entryway to the temple. It had these tremendously tall trees that grew like very tall and very straight all throughout the grounds. It was like tremendously well taken care of. Let's see. And the temple itself... Yeah, it's difficult to convey just how large it was because it covered a lot of ground. This is a map that represents the sort of temple grounds as a whole. I forget the name of it though. It's written right there. I just don't know how to pronounce it. But it was super neat. We walked around. When you walked in, they actually gave you these clogs, like the shoes that you wear, and we're like, hey, put these on, take your shoes off, put your shoes in like a little plastic bag, and just carry the bag with you. Because they didn't want you to like dirty the wooden floors or whatever. But they were really small. I wore like the large clogs, and they hurt my feet pretty badly because they just were so small. And like I'm like pretty average height amongst my friend group. So there were people taller than me that were suffering so much because they had to like put like 2 toes into the clogs and try walking around in them. Yeah, but it was cool. There was a lot of neat stuff. Yeah, so there were like stone pathways that you could walk around on if you were a monk. If you were a visitor, you had to walk on the wooden pathways instead. Can't imagine how our one friend fit if he was with you then. Yeah, I think he asked, and it was okay if he could just walk with his socks, and I think that's how he ultimately walked around in. Yeah. Let's see. There's like more maps of the area. There was a room that had... Okay, so check this out. There was like a diagram here of all these like really detailed miniature painting kind of things. And we're like, I wonder what that's all about. What is so special about that? Well, one of the rooms was like this huge sort of like prayer room or something, like something Buddhist, I think. But the ceiling was tiled like this, and every single tile had its own little illustration, like a fully painted like thing that represented like one of the tenets that Buddha believed in or something. Hey Usagi, welcome in. Yeah, no, like this temple was very, very beautiful. And I think every place I stopped, every place that had like a little donation thingy, I tossed like a 5 yen in there. I was like, okay, Buddha, good luck, please. Yeah, and there was a lot of like tall, like long stairways inside that took you from point A to point B, and they were never even. They were really long. They're really long. Let's see. Yeah, and there were like a lot of offshoot temples too that you couldn't get to because you couldn't walk on the bricks. But sometimes there were places you could see, kind of like this one, that you actually can get up there. You just need to take like a much longer path to get there, because the stone is reserved for the monks. And there were like monks walking around like doing chants and doing their stuff. It's kind of neat. There was like a little model of how they built one of the buildings. I think one of the prayer rooms. Like really, really good craftsmanship with that. Yeah, so let's talk about how I got hustled then, how our party got hustled. But it's a fun story, and it ended really well. Pretty much, we had spent a fair amount of time at the temple, but we checked when the next bus was coming, and we're like, okay, next bus, he is here in 15 minutes, and we do not want to miss it because we are going to lose an entire hour. Let's rush to the bus stop. So we were kind of like jogging over, like downhill towards where the bus stop is, and this old lady is like kind of standing next to standing on the road nearby one of the buildings. And like, again, she said it in Japanese, but she was like, "Have you eaten yet?" And we're like, "Oh no, we are in a rush to get to the bus." And she was like, "No, there's plenty of time. Get in, eat. If you haven't eaten, you gotta eat." And she just pointed at the building and kind of like blocked our way. Like, we could have walked around her, but we were just like, okay, let's humor her, whatever. And we go into like this gift shop kind of area that is selling like traditional kind of gifts and stuff. And there's a seating area in the back. And she just throws soba on the table, like in a bowl, of course. She just like puts this in front of us and is like, okay, eat up. And it was so good. It was so good. And she was specifically like, there is always time to eat soba. So we just devoured this tempura soba, and it was so good. It was so good. And it was cheap too. It was like 700 yen for the bowl. And she was like, and she actually was like, thanks for humoring me, and gave us dessert as well. Did I get a picture of the dessert? Yes, I did. She gave us like silken, like, I think it's pretty common in the area to eat as a dessert, but she gave us like that silken tofu with like the sweet soy sauce on top. Yeah. But oh my gosh, that was really good food, and we still made it to the bus. So you know what? Maybe the old lady was right. Ooh, hydration calls. Oh my gosh, I think I missed multiple hydration calls. I'm sorry, my notifications aren't set up correctly for this particular scene. I forgot to import the my notifications. Right, but I will drink. How hard would it be for me to get them in here? Hold on. I want to get an existing browser source. Okay, yeah, sorry, my alerts are back on, my bad. Okay. Water. Okay. I'm hydrated, thank you so much. Okay, let's see. Where am I? Yeah, but, it was pretty good. We got back to town, and at this point, I was still trying to find time to stream at some shape or form, which unfortunately didn't work out very well. And I had forgotten to bring my power converter in Japan. I live in a place that uses A-type power hookups. So the power plugs are A-type. Hold on, I probably can illustrate it, but here is a picture of the station that we saw on the bus. Doesn't it look like the monk guy is like facing down the dinosaur? It's like epic battle happening right here. Look at that. About to throw hands. Yeah, but basically, yeah. Let me see if I can illustrate this. The power hookup that I generally use looks like this, right? Something like that. Probably not that long. Probably not that long, but it looks like that. And in Japan, the standard power hookup. Oh, actually, can you even see that? Oh my God, I forgot to save. Okay, here. Do you see that? Is that visible? The like red lines there? Like, this is the power hookup that I am used to. And all my appliances, of course, use this power hookup. Yeah, okay, so basically, in Japan, they do in fact use something very similar. However, they don't have this part. It's just the two prongs at the top. So in a worst case scenario, if you absolutely need to like use an appliance or something, like a laptop, like if you're in a danger situation and you need to contact someone on a laptop, you can actually yank the ground. Don't do this. Don't recommend it unless your life is in danger. But you can actually yank out the ground and plug it in because it's literally the same. A power adapter that allows you to convert from the A-type plug to the Japanese style literally just extends the prongs at the top so that it can plug in, because that's the only difference. Japan Power just isn't grounded the same way. Yeah, but sounds like a Yu-Gi-Oh setup. I saw an urban monk in defense position. That's great. Yeah, no, I could see that. But basically, I needed to get a power hookup. And because it was around my friend's birthday, he also had ordered a cake at one of the like bakeries in the area. So we actually parted ways, and I went to Don Quixote to go get, to hopefully get a power adapter and some kind of, wait, was this? No, this was not the Don Quixote day. This was the Sabae day. Sabae. So we actually got back. Oh, shoot. Things are out of order. But do remember, I was trying to hook up my laptop to stream, but my adapter wasn't correct. Okay? Right. But today we went to Sabae, which is an area known for its production of Japanese glasses. Actually, it is the glasses capital of Japan. Less for the glass, which is like, I think the glass is like a Kanazawa thing, but the craftsmanship of the metal components of glasses and the fine metalwork is something that you see in Sabae. So we hopped onto the Thunderbird again, and we rode a ways down. I think it was like 2 stops. It was only 2 stops down from where we were. Someone tell me why the artifact from Dead Space 1 is just randomly in the Japanese countryside next to a complex that looks like that. It's just silly, but we arrive in Sabae, and man, immediately upon getting in, it's like, welcome to Glasses Land. Welcome to the Japanese home of glasses. Like, that is what you see when you first enter the station. It's really quite something. Just glasses theming everywhere around the city. It's not a super big city, but it's not super big, but they're big on the glasses. But there was a street, specifically a lengthy street called Glasses Street, Megane Street, that a bunch of companies that are involved in either glass or metal production or craftsmanship, specifically for glasses, contributed a lot. And they dressed up the entire street in glasses theming. It starts in a tunnel that has like spotlights to like light it up when you walk through it. And the spotlights have little glasses like patterns in them so that this shines on the floor as it like illuminates the area around it. They had like a big wall of all the sponsors that contributed to the funding and sort of just promotion of glasses related stuff in Sabae. In case you don't know, I really like glasses. I think they're great, but a lot of these companies have like glasses puns or really cool glasses looking logos in their logos. It's neat. Like, bam, you got glasses vending machine. Like it is just vending like drinks and stuff, but yeah, it's all glasses themed. The sort of like divide, like you know those little poles that they put up on walkways to prevent cars from driving up on them? Look, they literally are wearing glasses. Like there are so many Easter eggs on this street that are glasses themed. For instance, they have benches. They actually had benches around trees, like you'd sort of see in parks, but alongside the street. Bam, glasses benches. It's crazy. Anytime there was like an access cover for like, I don't know, like either electronics or like pipes or stuff under the walkway, bam, they always had them in pairs so they can link them together and make them glasses. Even the like planters, hold on. Look at that. Everything glasses. Yeah, but our destination was this place. At the very end of the glasses street is the Meganet Museum, which unfortunately is another place where it's another sort of museum place that it's a lot more hands-on and there's a lot more you can do if you make a reservation, because there were 3 pathways when you walk in. On the left is like the museum where they have a bunch of like artifacts and historical glasses and stuff that were either owned by famous people or were precursors in the development of glasses in Japan. There was a middle pathway that went up a staircase into like this open yeah, actually, hold on. I have a picture of this sign. It went into like this open lab area where if you had a reservation, you actually could make a pair of plastic frames, like a very rudimentary pair of plastic frames. And on the right was a store that sold frames that you could actually get in your prescription if you so chose. But they were very expensive because apparently titanium glasses is like the tip-top sort of quality stuff you can get here. And titanium, like working with titanium is very expensive. So yeah, you get what you pay for. And unfortunately, just a lot of the stuff was either too expensive or just not the right style for me. But like glasses precursors, and I think the Dutch brought them over and some emperor was like, yo, these are cool, I can see. I think these were some kind of like telescopic deal that you can use to change what zoom level you were, but I'm like, yo, these glasses are wearing glasses. Yeah, it was a very Orion kind of place to be. And there was even like an exhibition that was there that was donated by some celebrity that collected glasses that were used by other celebrities for some reason or another. And I'd love to know the story behind these. I can't imagine anyone actually wearing them. It's kind of nuts. Yeah, even... Would I be kicked out if I wear contacts instead? No, I just love you less. Yeah, but even the like bathroom signs were decked out at this place. It was great. Oh, you mean kicked out of the museum? I don't know, but if I ran the museum, I'd kick you out if you were wearing contacts, yeah. And they also had an exhibit on Zeiss lenses. I can't believe I'd never heard of them previously, but they're a German company that essentially makes like glass for like the most precision instruments in the world. I think somebody mentioned actually that if you were to take a Zeiss lens, hey Sundoc, welcome in. If you were to take a Zeiss lens, right, like of this size, and stretch it out over the entirety of Germany, the difference between the highest and the lowest part on the lens would be 1/10 of a millimeter. What? That is insane. That is insane. But yeah, they had an exhibit on Zeiss lenses as well, and they're nuts. That's incredible. Like an inch wide lens blown up to however big Germany is. There'd be 1/10 of an elevation change between the highest and the lowest point. What? 1/10 of a millimeter? What the heck? That's insane. And apparently at Fukui, oh, that does have a bit of a you can't. Okay, no, it's just a shadow. There was apparently a pretty famous movie that was made in the Japanese movie industry about how glasses were, like, the production of glasses in Sabae came to be. It's pretty neat. Yeah, but we kind of made our way back, rode the Thunderbird back, and we hung around the station for a bit, just taking a look at all the stuff that they had installed within the past, like, day. Like, I swear, this guy on the bench wasn't there the day before. This Agumon looking dinosaur guy, he was not there. He was not there. They were flying, getting these things in. They had a dino skeleton on display inside the station. And like we were just like days away from stuff happening here. Oh no, that's right. When we got back from Sabae, that is when I decided to go to Donkey, and my friends went to pick up that cake. So normally, okay, Don Quixote is a department store in Japan that is famous for having literally everything. Most Don Quixotes you see in cities are kind of tall, right? So the floor plan is tight and it's packed, and there's maybe like 6, 7, 8 stories in some of the donkeys, because they got so much stuff but a limited floor plan. So they go up instead of they go high instead of wide, and it's packed and packed and packed with stuff. And a lot of times limited goods that are only available for a limited time will show up in Donkey after they're like not available anymore. So like limited items in Akiba, you may find them in the Akiba Donkey, but that's what I'm used to for Donkey, like a very claustrophobic, tall kind of store. So I braved the bus system in Fukui when we returned, and I figured out how it worked amazingly. And my IC card worked too, so I didn't need to worry too much about it. But this was the Donkey that I was greeted by when I finally got there. It was big. It was big. It's like bigger than most Walmarts I've ever seen, if you're familiar with the chain. It was huge, and it was like 2-3 stories tall, loaded with stuff. It was huge. I got lost in there. Like the entire first floor was a grocery store, and the entire second floor, I didn't go any higher than that. The entire second floor was mostly just like everything else that wasn't like food. And there was so much stuff. Yeah, I eventually found the place where the converters were, and they were out of the converter I needed, or so it seemed. I found one of the converters I needed on the wrong rack in with the Vietnamese converters. Not the kind that I needed, but the one I needed was there. Was just hanging from the wrong rack. So thankfully I got that. And I also got I want to say an Xbox Live microphone to use, because I also forgot to bring my headset when I went, but yeah, whatever. Yeah, but I had my stuff, and I like prepped the stream and everything, and yeah, did I try streaming the first time? Or yeah, I think I almost started streaming without the stuff, and I just realized that the stuff I had was like not very great for what I was trying to do. So yeah, the stuff I got was a little better, that's for sure. Did I leave it public? I don't remember. I don't remember, but it was rough. But I basically didn't want to wake up the person I was rooming with, so I kind of set up my laptop like over the bathroom sink and kind of did my short 40-something minute long stream where I was trying to draw the Japanese food that I'd eaten. And I really couldn't, because I forgot my mouse too. Whatever. But I'm here. I'm back, and I'm showing what I ate and what I did. Yeah. What else? Yes, that night when we reconvened, we were trying to find a place to eat, But the really crazy thing was a lot of restaurants, we were like, it was the day before the day before. It was the day before the eve of the Shinkansen opening. So the day before the day before, right? So the Shinkansen was opening the day after tomorrow by where we were in time. A lot of restaurants just were not open. They're like, yeah, sorry, we're getting ready for the Shinkansen opening and all the people that we're expecting to get. Sorry, we're not open tonight. Or we're seriously limited and we're not taking any more people for the night. Sorry. And we searched and searched and searched and searched, and we finally found a restaurant that was like yakiniku, but specializing in pork entrails. So like intestine or stomach or stuff. And it wasn't our first choice by any means. And like one of our party members was like not super enthused about like eating like pork innards. So, but we were like, it's the only place we could find. We'll try it out. And it was a little expensive, but we started eating and we're like, you know what? It's not terrible. It's not terrible. Yeah, it was like very well seasoned, and we put it down and we cooked it and stuff. And we caught the interest of another Japanese person when we were there who wanted to talk with us. And it was like the boss lady who ran the restaurant. And she was like, oh, love talking with foreign tourists. She had like a translator app and everything. But we like talked to her in Japanese. She was like, whoa, amazing. People actually trying to speak Japanese. We're like, yeah. But she kind of was like, yeah, don't really see foreign tourists very much at all, but expects like a much bigger sort of influx of tourists in general to the entire area after the Shinkansen opens. And she was like, yeah, it's kind of unusual seeing people here beforehand, but yeah. And she personally like cooked, like it was like a cook it yourself kind of thing. And you can have the staff come and help you if you weren't really sure how it worked. But she was like, nah, I got this. And she just like grilled our stuff for us while like talking to us about like local delicacies and stuff. And she pulled out like a hidden menu and was like, oh, this is complimentary for you guys. This is complimentary. This is complimentary. I'm like, what? Like she pulled out like this, like tofu kind of thing, this huge fried tofu thing, and just like sat it down on the thing and was like, yes, this will be mixed with like ground radish and stuff, and you can have it with the meat, and it's like really good. I'm like, what the heck? She pulled out this like preserved fish kind of thing that you would take little chunks off of, and she brought out beef at like the secret beef menu at this pork restaurant. I'm like, what the heck? And like it was really, really high quality stuff. It was fantastic. It was really, really good. Yeah, I would love to go back to Fukui. And you wouldn't. You wanna see what I did the moment I came back? The moment I came back to the hotel after this big meal? If you guessed more ramen, you betcha. I just could not get enough of this ramen. It was fantastic. And then like one of my friends was like, oh, I'm not having the ramen tonight. Would you like mine? And I'm like, yes, very much so. Oh yeah. And it was at this point that I took a picture of the sort of like box that was given to us by the sushi chef a few days earlier. Apparently it was made of like, the box itself was made of like bamboo pieces that were like locally crafted kind of thing. Like boxes of this kind are like specific to this region as well. And the paper, apparently the region is also known for like paper crafting as well. And this piece of paper was like made like by like the shop next door or something. It was kind of nuts. It's kind of nuts. Yeah, Fukui is like an area of craftsmen and dinosaurs, I guess, and glasses. Yeah, super cool stuff. I think I have a picture of the onigiri too. I didn't eat that until the next day. Yeah, so the next day was an interesting one. Yeah, okay, so let's talk about the path that I took the next day. Let's get the map back up. Where did we go from here? Yes, okay, so today, this particular day, our path went from Fukui to Kyoto to Osaka. So we actually stopped in Kyoto, but our destination was Osaka. Oh my gosh. If I learned anything on this trip, it's that you shouldn't pack in too much stuff. Well, actually, it was less a me thing, because I didn't have a whole lot to do with the itinerary setting of this particular one, but yeah, it's just the people who were very involved with planning the trip packed every like 2-hour block with something to do, and that led to there being like very little downtime, and we were always rushing. And we're in Kyoto for like 4 hours. Like, what the heck? Yeah, but we went to Kyoto. But in Fukui, actually, before we left, I grabbed a bunch of snacks from a bunch of snacks from like the 7-Eleven that was there, Family Mart. Oh yeah, that's right. There was like a Burger King there too, and I was curious, what does Burger King taste like in Japan? And apparently exactly the same. Exactly the same. I bought a Whopper Jr. I'm like, whatever they're doing with their supply chain, it is so consistent. I didn't eat it because I necessarily wanted to eat a Whopper, but I'm just like, I want to see how different it is. And it was not different in the slightest, at least for Burger King. I know in Wendy's, their stuff is significantly different. But I ordered a bunch of junk food snacks to eat on the Shinkansen between Fukui and Kyoto. And I worked on some stuff. Yeah, I got like a curry bun, a Koko Ichibanya curry bun, which is that curry restaurant I went to previously in Japan. I got like potato wedge chips. They were so good. You can like crunch right into them. I got a an actual Black Thunder chocolate bar. Yeah, I'm not posting these because I was dumb and I literally held them in like the palm of my hand. So yeah, but and I had like cod flavored cheese fries as well. And it was quite good. We ended up in Kyoto. And the Kyoto train station is like so cool. I don't know why they decided to like build these like geometric shapes like jutting out of the station, but it looks cool at least. And we dropped off our bags and at this sort of like bag drop off at the station, and we went around, and I think we went looking for food at that point. Yeah, Kyoto station is just so cool though. So cool. Apparently it took them, I don't remember how long it took to build, but it took like way shorter than I would have thought. Look at that. Look at that. What the heck? So there's like 3-4-ish stories in the station itself. And then immediately, and it's like all open air, and immediately adjacent to this is, did I take a picture of it? Ooh. Oh, wait, no. I definitely took a picture of it, but I don't think it transferred over or something. Yeah, maybe I goofed, yeah. There is like 12, 13 stories of stairs going up the side, and there's like a floor built into like the side of the hill for each one. It's like a massive building that's kind of like stretched out sideways. And every floor has like restaurants and shops and all kinds of stuff. It's insane. There's just so much going on there. But we ate at Tonkatsu Wako again because they're fantastic. Oh, wait, that is actually my reflection. Hold on. Yeah, we ate at Tonkatsu Wako again. I think we rendezvoused with somebody else who had not eaten there before, who was not with us previously, but it was delicious. And I want tonkatsu right now. I got like a different dish that had like the tonkatsu with cheese like injected in between the cutlets. I don't know how they did it, but it was good. Yeah. Yeah, but the reason we were in Kyoto was for the Inari Shrine, I believe. I think it has a name, and it just escapes me again. But man, it was a tourist trap. There were so many people there. More tourists, I think, than like natives walking around, because it's just packed with people. But yes, this is the like famous pathway that you always see all the torii gates. Yeah, and like the entire path up the side of the mountain just has continuous red torii gates going along the side, and it winds and winds and winds, and it's a decently tough hike. I want to say, well, tough. Like it's not like you're not walking on like paved stairs or something. Oh, I'm gonna blur her face. Yeah, like it's not like you're walking across uneven ground and are trying to like do a proper hike. It is stairs, but it is pretty grueling because it is stairs all the way up the side of the mountain with brief respites where it's just short like walkways and stuff. Though interestingly, for as tough as the path was to walk, they definitely have a way of getting stuff up there because there were vending machines up there that were like fully stocked. Though interestingly, the vending machines were out of season. Normally, when you go to a vending machine, they have like a selection of things that are kind of seasonal, right? They kind of like rotate them out. But this particular set of vending machines up the side of the mountain were like a season behind. So there were a lot more like variety and hot drinks and stuff because it was meant for the winter season instead of the spring. And I found Kirin Lemon there. Kirin Lemon, like my favorite Japanese soda, is like kind of difficult to find in vending machines unless you know what you're looking for. And I always find it in the weirdest places, like crazy. Like, why is Kirin Lemon on the side of this mountain? But it was. But something kind of funny is at about the halfway point, you'll notice a difference. You'll notice a difference. Where is everybody? Why is it so empty? So at about the halfway point, there is a map. There's like a rest area and a map. I think I have a picture of the map further on. Yeah. The map here is not drawn to scale. It is not. I'm going to mark on the map, actually. So you are here. If you could see the X, you are there. So this is where you are looking at the map. The entryway is kind of represented like the when you start the hike, it's represented here. Right? So, and your destination is here. A lot of people saw this and were like, nah, no way. No way. I am not walking. Like, hold on. Let me grab my cursor, right? So people started here, and this is where the sign, this is where the map was. Here and here. And this is where you want to end up. The map is so horribly drawn to scale. Most people don't realize that this is actually the halfway point. If you walk from here to here and it takes you 20 minutes, it will take you 15 minutes to get from here to here. No joke. And so many people, it filtered so many people. It filtered people so hard. There were like American frat boys having a discussion with one another, being like, oh, bro, we're not going to have any energy if we walk up here. We won't be able to drink tonight. And they were like, yeah, bro, we don't need to. No, it's not worth our time. No, bro. No, let's go. Let's turn around. Let's go. And I was just like, you know, even like I assumed that this was not to scale because there's no way that we only walked this far, you know? And this is like an unrealistically long path. And I was like, no way, right? But at the same time, I'm like, I don't know. But even if it was that long, I still want to go to the top, right? Though what's interesting is the top doesn't really have any views. It's just a shrine at the top. Like the main shrine is at the top, but I would argue that it's not even that special. I do really, really, really like the walk. I really like the hike, and I would do it again. But I don't think like it is the experience of walking it that is more fun than going like being at the top. Yeah, there's the main shrine where you could throw your coin in, but the thing is, it's not even like that much bigger than the smaller shrines you see on the way up. But it's a good time. It's a good time, and just don't go into it with the expectation of like this. I'm here for the walk. If you're here for like a great view, there is no overlook at the top. It's just kind of cool to be at the top and you look back and you're like, yo, I walked through a bunch of those things. It is a great walk, but there is no view. There is a view at the halfway point though. So post a picture of that. You can see the city down below. Yeah, it's neat. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, more of that. Oh yeah, let me show a funny picture. In and around the shrines, there are cats that do not care. They're not supposed to be there. They're probably committing high levels of blasphemy here, but whatever. They're cats. They don't care. Yeah, but it's kind of just chilling in on one of the rafters in one of the shrines. Yeah, so we got back on the bullet train. Again, we were there for like 4 hours. Oh, man, Kyoto in 4 hours, and we only got to one place. Unfortunate. But I did buy another station bento on the ride back. But the ride between Kyoto and Osaka is really short. Like, they're very close to each other. I believe it was only like 12 minutes. It was under 20 minutes to get between the two of them. And I only ate like half of my bento before we arrived. And I'm like, oh shoot, gotta go. And like, it was at this point that I learned that when you ride a Shinkansen, you are supposed, because it only stops for like 30 seconds, you are supposed to get ready to go before it stops, actually. Like, most people will get up and go line up at the doors beforehand. So this instilled something in me that like I had to get up and go. And this will be relevant later. But in Osaka, there was that really interesting ramen place I went to previously that was selling a very specific kind of ramen. Like the friend I traveled with back in August has an Osaka friend who swears by this, and I really enjoyed it. And I showed this to the friends that were on the trip with me this time. This is that ramen where the broth is so thick. One of the ways they could serve it to you, like the iconic way they serve it to you, is with the spoon standing straight up inside the broth. But it has like a very strong soy sauce kind of flavor. And unfortunately, my friends didn't really like it. I liked it, but we went to great lengths to go to this place, and unfortunately, yeah, they were not fans. They were like, it's interesting, but yeah, I don't know. Hey, Umo, if we go to Osaka, we gotta try it. Yeah, but like, you know, if a place is good if they only serve like one thing or variations of that one thing, and that restaurant only serves that. It's kind of neat. Yeah, but that night, let's see. Yeah, that night, I believe the rest of my friends in that group wanted to like hit the bars again, and I'm like, yeah, not for me. But another friend of mine who was like temporarily living in Osaka, quote unquote living in Osaka, he had just been there like a very long time, was like, yo, Orion, let's meet up and go. Oh no, that's right, we were supposed to meet up with him to like go see a concert at like an underground concert venue kind of thing. But unfortunately, our schedule was literally too packed, and we were not able to like make it in time for the concert. But I met with him after the concert and we went to play darts. Oh my God. I am always like developing new interests and getting into things and trying new things, being like, yo, what's this? What's that? What's this thing? What's that thing? It's so cool. But Japanese darts is so cool. It is so cool, right? Because normally when you think of darts, you probably think of like the darts that you throw with like the needles in the tips that kind of like stick into the cork boards. They have developed, hydrate? Okay, will do. They have developed these like plastic tip darts. Stretch? Good idea. All right, I'll do some arm stretches while I talk about darts. All right, cross stretches. Posture check. All right, this is for everybody. Make sure you're sitting in a position you are not going to regret in a few hours' time. Take care of your back. Back pain sucks. Don't shrimp. Sit up straight, probably. Yeah, but basically there's these plastic tip darts, and there's like a lot of augmented reality or technology that's used to sort of like map how you throw your darts. And there's like the dartboard like lights up. Like the way we were playing is like, when you play darts, you want to do first to a particular score, and you have to land exactly on that score. So in the early parts of the game, you're trying to get as high a score as possible, but in the later game, you are trying to throw darts in a combination that will get you to that number, but not over, not under. And the cool thing about it is the dartboard lights up when you're like in that like match point kind of thing. The correct spots on the board will light up and tell you where you need to throw it. There's cameras on it, so when you throw, it'll actually like do instant replays of your dart throw, and like it has cameras that point exactly, that do like replays and stuff showing exactly where your darts land. And you actually use these like RFID card kind of things, like these Suica card looking things. You actually like swipe into the machines that store your profiles and stuff. And one of the promotions that they had going on was like, something I noticed was when my friend was throwing darts in the replay, it showed him throwing plates of takoyaki at the board. Like augmented reality. I'm like, what is this? What's happening? I'm like, what is this? Why are you throwing like takoyaki at the board? That doesn't make any sense. And he said, no, you'll see. Finish one round. I finished the first round and I get like a little takoyaki ball. And it says, thank you for playing a game of darts in Osaka. Your profile has unlocked the region's famous food. And I'm like, what? Hold on. And apparently every single prefecture in Japan has a signature food that will be AR mapped in your instant replays as you throwing whatever food it is at the board. Like ramen or skewers or like stuff. Like every region, if you find a machine that is networked into the system and play a game of darts with your profile, you unlock food. And the more you play, the more you level up, the more advanced your food gets. So I was throwing little takoyaki balls, and my friend, who had fully leveled up his Osaka points, had entire plates of takoyaki he was throwing at the screen. I'm like, what is this? It's so cool. Yeah, I bought a set of darts. I bought a set of darts when I got home because I'm like, I want to play, because apparently you could, for like $100, you could buy like a dartboard that you could network into the app and play it the same way. I'm like, this is crazy. This is crazy. It doesn't have the AR aspect of it, but it shows you the scoreboard and everything. And there's unlockables. It's so cool. It's so cool. And I wasn't bad at it. I was really consistent. I was not terrible. But the cool thing was, there were drunk Japanese businessmen at the table next to us at this darts bar who were singing karaoke, throwing darts. And when they noticed me and my friend, they were like, yo, this is an opportunity to practice English. So they spoke to us in really simple English, and we spoke back in really simple Japanese. And the main guy was like, the friendship is forged. We gift this upon you. And gave like, I'm not sure I can say it. Like, he gave us pieces of chocolate, novelty chocolate, that are shaped like things. They have suggestive shapes. And he was like, this bond between brothers is forged. I can't say it, but basically he gave my friend a piece of chocolate modeled after a feminine torso, right? Called them, well, that's the one he gave me. Kairu, that's the one he gave me. No, because they had like all kinds of like lewd chocolates. Yes, it was anatomically accurate. It had a vein. Oh my god. Yeah, but he was just like, here, take this. Take this chocolate. Yeah, but it was a riot. It was a lot of fun because they were drunk and they were having a great time. And I beat my friend at darts on like this. We played 3 games and I like won on the second game. But like, oh, darts is fun. Can I stream darts? Yo, actually, if I get the app on like the Android that I can capture off of and put like a cam at the dartboard, I might actually be able to stream darts. What a concept. What a concept. I'll think about that. Darts is cool though. I enjoyed it. And I ordered a set of novelty darts. They're Love Live themed darts. Oh my god. So the crazy thing with how this darts live system works is you register your profile, and if you buy darts that are like a collab with a specific other thing, you actually can get you actually can get like voice lines and scoreboards and backgrounds and like special effects that will appear in the app that are specific to your profile. So because I bought the Love Live darts, I actually can get like one of the characters to do the voice lines for like scores and stuff, which is kind of neat. Yeah. Next morning, I tried this experimental thing that apparently is somewhat viral. Hold on, let me see if I can get a good picture of this. Basically, there's a thing in Family Mart called Famichiki, like family chicken. It's like a patty, karaage patty of sorts, and yeah, just like Japanese style like chicken patty kind of thing, and it's delicious. It's delicious. You get it and you can just eat it straight, and you just like num 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 num. It's so good. But apparently a viral kind of recipe hack people have been doing is to take the like egg salad sandwiches from Family Mart and sort of like, yeah, kind of like a handheld oyakodon, yeah, and like put it in between and eat it. And unfortunately, this particular Family Mart was out of just the egg salad, but I was able to get a combination one, and it was amazing. It was amazing. Yeah, very, very good stuff. And after breakfast, we immediately went to Osaka Station, where we were like, "Yo, time for lunch." And I'm like, "Oh, okay. More food? I'll never say no to that." And I found this restaurant that served tonkatsu in a way that I've never seen it prepared before. They used like American style breadcrumbs instead of like the tempura style breadcrumbs. And they used like a cut of pork that was like Western style, actually. It wasn't prepared the same way. And they served it with like the standard sauce that you normally would put over it, but the sauce you dipped it in was actually like hot mustard, like American style, like hot mustard. And it was like a Western version of katsudon, and it was amazing. It was so good. It was so incredibly good. And I'm like, wow, it's like a different spin on the classic recipe, and it was delicious. And it cost me like 700 yen. And I'm like, what the heck? Why is it so cheap? It was so good, yeah. But I ate that in Osaka Station. And let's update the map, because the next day we headed to yeah, Hiroshima. Oh, I did go through Kobe. Interesting. Yeah, we went to Hiroshima, where hold on a second, let me put the map back up. We went to Hiroshima, where a friend of ours was meeting up with us. Basically, a good friend of ours for a long time, in that particular friend group, had actually moved to Japan to be an English teacher. And gosh, I don't even know where on the map he is, but he's in like a very quiet area. But Hiroshima's close enough that he was able to come and visit. We hung out for a day, and man, Hiroshima is a beautiful city. But we were there for actually the Atomic Bomb Museum. My gosh, it's important that well, that not be forgotten, because gosh, the museum did a tremendous job of illustrating, well, just how much of a tragedy it was. But whoever the curators were really knew their stuff. Like, man, I almost feel like I shouldn't spoil it, because they did something. If you're in Hiroshima, everyone should go there, I think, because it's like, man, a lot of terrible things, but it's important that it be remembered, right? They did some very cool stuff with how they presented the materials, though. One thing in particular like stood out to me, and I feel that talking about it will spoil it. So if you're ever there, yeah, you'll see it, and just, my God, yeah, it's yeah, just a very well designed museum, though. Very it worked very well to get the point across, I guess is what I would say. But that night we kind of, yeah, like, how many times did I have dinner today? that particular day, we went to I guess it was like a super late lunch, but we went to an American style bar, I think, that served like American style food or something that was highly recommended by that one friend of ours, and it actually wasn't that good. It was kind of bad, if I'm going to be honest. We ordered like onion rings or something. Ordered onion rings, and they actually, like, rather than battering them in flour like you normally would for like American style onion rings, they battered them in like the potato starch instead, like the more Japanese style. And it didn't work. It didn't work very well. Perhaps there is a way to make it work, but they certainly were not doing it here. And like everyone kind of was like dissatisfied with what we had, but it, like, apparently the burgers were great. And like I myself split a like personal deep dish pizza with someone else. It was all right, I guess. It wasn't a proper deep dish pizza, but it was okay. It wasn't as bad as like I think someone got like fried chicken or something. It was kind of not, it was like really not good. Yeah, burgers good, pizza good, everything else kind of sad. Yeah, something that you notice when you first walk into Hiroshima from the station is that there is a weird kind of structure kind of built at the top of the hill. I might have forgotten to take a picture of it, but it's like a Buddhist temple or something. And yeah, it kind of looks like a Martian rocket from like a Ray Bradbury like novel illustration or something. But at night it's like lit up green and you can kind of see it far away. Apparently it's some kind of monument to peace, Buddhist monument to peace that has like some kind of temple aspect in there. Yeah, so then we went to our Airbnb for the night, and it was weird. It was like on top of, it was built on top of like a bunch of concept bars. There was a muscle bar there. It was like a muscle man bar, I think, but it wasn't open yet. But yeah, there were like bars, and then this 2-story Airbnb. Like there's a staircase when you first walk in, and there's like a lower floor and an upper floor, and the shower is like on the second floor while the toilet is on the first floor, and it had like a lot of balconies, this particular place. It was interesting to say the least. But basically we were decently close to the like night district again, so we're like, hey, let's go get some Hiroshima style okonomiyaki. Bars, yes, absolutely. Well, actually, again, it's not my thing, but people did go out to drink late that night. But yeah, we went to, so there are like 2 schools of thought when it comes to okonomiyaki. There's Osaka style and there is Hiroshima style. The Osaka style is generally, it has a lot more batter in it, and it's like, yeah, for people that don't know, okonomiyaki is like a pancake, a Japanese pancake that is filled with like batter and chopped cabbage, like thinly chopped cabbage, and there's like strips of like meat that are sort of like grilled into the sides of it, and then when it's done, you kind of put like Japanese mayo over the top and some like this Worcester infused kind of like sweet tangy sauce over the top, and you slice it up and it's really good. Oh my gosh, maybe I have okonomiyaki tonight too. I'll just have everything. Have ramen, okonomiyaki, pasta al assassini, everything. Yeah, but essentially the Osaka variant is kind of like what I described, but the Hiroshima variant is very different. It has a lot less batter to it, and we were like, yo, let's try the Hiroshima variant of it, because we've never had it before. So we went to the place, we ordered some like, it was bumping. It had so much stuff going on there. Like they had like a bar area that had like a huge grill, like that stretched out in front of every person that sat at the bar. They had like tables in the back that had their own individual burners, and they were doing a lot of takeout too. And there was so much stuff. And this was like fried squid that one of the people we were traveling with got. Actually, that person we were traveling with was actually like a professional chef, so he wanted to try like a bunch of interesting stuff. And we tried this, and it was all right. But the main event was the okonomiyaki. Let's see if I can get a very good picture of that. Yeah, so something about the Hiroshima style, as well as you can also get it with soba in it as well, the noodles. And this is what it looked like, actually. They kind of like cook it up for you and slide it out onto the hot grill in front of you, and you use like these little ice scraper kind of things to kind of like chop it up and eat it. And my verdict, it was really disappointing, actually. I think there is potential for this food, for this version of okonomiyaki to be good, but I just don't know if the place we went to was the place to get it from. They were doing good business, but it was dry, and I don't know, the distribution of the sauce and stuff wasn't very good. I'm glad I tried it, and I would love to try it again, but I will not get it at this place. I will get it at a different restaurant. Yeah. Really unfortunate, because I was looking forward to it, but yeah, it was a good meal anyway. But I hit up 7-Eleven after, as usual, and I picked up a few like strawberry candies and snacks and stuff. Like, there were so many strawberry themed things, because I guess it's spring. Like, anything that's not Sakura themed is strawberry themed. Yeah, but the next day we actually went to Hiroshima Station and ate at a restaurant that specializes in like steam pot kind of food. It's hard to describe, but essentially the metal kind of plate, the metal thingy in the upper left, is kind of like a rice cooker. I guess it's kind of like a rice cooker bowl that individually gets like a wooden thing, kind of like a wooden lid kind of strapped on top. It kind of like locks in place, and I think inside there's like just enough moisture that they put it into like this special steamer thing, and when they pull it out, it takes like 40 minutes to cook, but when it's done, you have this like incredible dish that's been like cooked in one pot, steamed in one pot. And this was like a Hiroshima eel bowl, like a eel donburi. Like roasted eel is fantastic, and like there's like a deep layer of rice, and you're given like this little plate off to the side that you kind of like take this rice paddle and kind of dig into. Oh yeah, that's right, I have to talk about the bars. So basically people went out drinking again that night, and that friend of ours is not the chef, but the one we met, drank a lot, and I saw a picture of him like passed out on the street. I'm like, oh boy. But he safely got back and like fell asleep in the shower or something, and a lot of people are like, damn, I really wanted to take a shower tonight. And I'm like, well, I took my shower beforehand. But yeah, a good time was had by all, I think, doing the things they wanted to do, and I got a good night's sleep. Like, I just like kind of woke up and heard a commotion, and I'm like, oh, I think they're back, but I hope that one friend of ours is alive. But yeah, things are good. Yeah, so I got another famichiki, and I got another sort of you know, that egg salad sandwich, and it was fantastic. I had the full thing again. I'm like, whoa, I can get used to this. And then we got on the Shinkansen, and I enjoyed the snacks that I had prepared, and then I realized I made a grave error. Remember how back in Osaka I mentioned that I was rushed getting off? I'm like, oh wait, we like barely made it off the train because we weren't ready. I was in such a rush to get off the train and make sure that I wasn't going to be left behind that I did leave something behind. My luggage. Yup, bag arc begins. Yeah, I have never felt better about buying AirTags than this one time. But yes, I was approximately 20 to 30 minutes away from my luggage for the rest of the day until I got it. I'll tell the story, but yeah, let me update the map first. Yeah, the bag visited more of Japan. Well, ultimately, I did in fact visit a lot of the places my bag went to because I had to go chase it down. But our heading today was to go down to Kokura, which was kind of, again, another one of the random towns that was selected. And apparently there was some really cool stuff to do there, but I did not get to do very much of it because when we stopped in Kokura, I was like, backpack, check. Luggage, oh. So we went to the station master and we talked with them, and they're like, well, normally when a bag gets lost, we will have a person deliver it to the address that you are going to be at in the city. And because we reported it in Kokura, we needed to be in and around Kokura, but the delivery time is 3 or less days. We were in Kokura for 1 night. So our options were actually limited because they weren't sure when they were going to be able to pick it up, and we were not sure like where we were going to be when they finally got it. And it was a bit of a predicament because they can't just have a station, like, because they can't confirm where a bag is. They only check because they stop at the stations for such a short time. The only place you can like pick up your bag if you've lost it at that point is at the end of the line. So basically my friends stopped in Kokura and went to like a festival where they ate some like, they ate more fugu, and they ate like this incredible soba that apparently is like specific only to like that town and maybe the slightly surrounding areas. Soba that is cooked on a clay tile that resembles a roof tile. Apparently way back when, like, they would literally use like clay roof tiles to like fry up the soba. And apparently for my one friend that went there, one of my friends that went there, that was his favorite meal the entire trip. And I'm like, gah, I missed it, right? But here's my silly path because I goofed. All right, let's see. I'll use a different color. I don't know what color I should use. I'll use purple. No, I'll use dark blue. All right, from Kokura. Oh my gosh. Hold on. From Kokura. I had to go all the way to Kagoshima. All the way to Kagoshima to pick up my bags. This was like 3+ hours trip from point A to point B. Like 3-ish hours. And I had to do it twice to get there and get back. Yeah, I was never more than 30 minutes away from my bag, but could only pick it up at the very end. Yeah. I did get to enjoy a long ride, but this was like 7 hours of my day dedicated to getting my bag back. And I was so tired. Though interestingly, when I was at Kagoshima, I found a drink that was not available, that we had not been able to find anywhere else. It was this vanilla milk. Back, how is it? Well, I'm talking about the bag debacle, yeah. And you missed the interesting chocolate, that the anatomically correct chocolate that was given to me by drunk Japanese businessmen. Yeah, but this was my Kagoshima saga. But in Kagoshima, actually, it's kind of funny because the first thing I saw when I arrived in Kagoshima was this. And I'm like, where have I ended up? I know I lost my bag, but where am I? What am I doing in Seattle? No, apparently there's like a local coffee chain that serves like Seattle style coffee. I'm like, I don't even know what that's supposed to mean, but yeah, they have it. But something interesting about Kagoshima though is I found a vending machine, a very cute vending machine that not only had like a little diorama of a sleeping like corgi inside of it, they also had this milk that we had discovered that my other traveling party in August had found in Tokyo Station, called Oishi Miruku, vanilla flavored delicious milk. That was, I have complained before about how Japan's milk is like not super great, and like their lattes aren't aren't super, like their cocoa and lattes and stuff aren't super great because the milk is like really weak. This milk is really good. And like when we discovered it in August last year with my other group, we all had like 3 or 4 cartons of this milk after we discovered it. And we're like, whoa, this milk hits. It's so good. It's so good. Probably has a bunch of sugar in it, but I found it here in Kagoshima. And you know, when you're playing a JRPG or something and you like discover an item and then the item starts showing up in all of the shops, every single vending machine we went to afterwards had one of these in it. And I'm like, yo, let's go. Oishi milk everywhere. Delicious. Yeah, but yeah, so whoever maintained that machine also set up like a little doggo inside, which is great. But I got my bag, thankfully. I forgot how to say lost and found in Japanese, so I had to try my best, but they kind of knew what I was asking for, so they're like, ah, yes, Orion, your bag. Ryan Escalus, your bag is the one in the lost and found. I'm like, cool. So I made it back to Kokura, and I noticed that they have like a Sentai hero that looks like a bullet train. It's great. But made it back, went to this like semi-famous bakery chain, and just had like a curry bun and like a sweet bun kind of thing, and it was delicious. It was very good. Yeah, and like I hadn't really eaten properly that day because, well, other than like the morning, I hadn't eaten properly because I was running around. But that was also the day I took a picture. Like I picked up this thing in. I picked this thing up in Kanazawa, but I hadn't taken a picture until then. But it's like the little substitute from Pokemon. Like when you use substitute and you throw a Pokédoll onto the field, it's not actually a real Pokemon. It kind of looks like Nidoran, I guess, or like Nido something, but it is not actually a Pokemon. It's just the little doll that pops up on field when you're trying to like deflect attacks and stuff. Hold on a second. I'm gonna put it on the bench next to me too. Oh no, that's right. If I do it like this, it's gonna overwrite the Nesso. Never mind. I'm just gonna put it here. Well, there we go. I need to crop it. I need to make it look better. He's a cute little guy. It's icon used for Pokemon party members in Gen 1. Yeah, kind of. They did like evolve how that particular like Pokemon design looks though. Yeah, but yeah, you're right. They did use something similar in Gen 1. Here, let's did I like accidentally crop one of his legs off? Oops. Oh well. Here, let's even it out. Okay, looks a little better. Yeah, but we actually stayed at a Rakuten hotel. Rakuten, the Japanese auction website, apparently owns hotels in Japan, and they were pretty good. It had very good amenities. All right, and the next day we had a little bit of time. Oh my gosh, my thumbnails aren't loading again. Yeah, one batch of thumbnails didn't load. That's fine. I can flip through them manually. Yeah, yeah, so apparently Kokura is known. I don't know if it's known for this, but it felt this way to me. It felt like a quieter Tokyo. Like it had a lot of stuff in it, and from what time we were there, like it was a very walkable city. It gave me Tokyo vibes without being as crowded or as big, in like a really good way. Yeah, I enjoyed my time in Kokura, however short it was. But I have to give a shout out to the Kokura like visitor center in the train station. The people working there are so passionate and are like really, really good at finding things that people are interested in doing. And they kind of pointed us towards this building that is like Kokura's version of Akiba in a single building. It's kind of nuts because they I think it was called Hold on. Aru, I think. Aru City is the name of the building. It has like its own mascots and stuff. Maybe they're VTubers, I'm not sure. They could just be like anime style mascots. But it's just like this 6 or 7 story tall building that's full of otaku stuff from bottom to top. It had like a maid cafe and like a showcase of like shikashi signboards that were given by like a lot of famous voice actors and actresses or creators that had visited the area. They had like every major like otaku store seemed to have a presence there. There was a Mandarake there was a Melon Books there was an Animate there was a Surugaya, there was I don't think there was a Yellow Submarine, but they had a lot of stuff. It was also where UFO Table's permanent cafe is located. We actually didn't know that. Maybe UFO Table is based around Kokura? Not sure, but they were promoting some Demon Slayer or something or other at the time, I think. This is also where I found the Costco themed arcade machine. Like it's just one of those machines with like the spinning light that goes around the outside, and you try stopping it, but it's Costco, and if you win you get like wholesale sized bottles of stuff. I'm like, huh? What is this? That's crazy. I'm not sure if it was like official by any means, but it was certainly funny to see. Yeah. Oh yeah, I managed to find the one Nesoberry, the one like Hanayo Nesoberry in the entire building. there was one like at the bottom of like a pyramid of plushies, and I'm like, what? I want it. But when I brought it up to the register, their point of sale system crashed right as I was trying to swipe my credit card. And they're like, hey, you could just pay us cash and we'll be able to process the transaction there. But by like, this was pretty late in my trip. I actually, yeah, it was pretty late in the trip, and I had gotten rid of most of my cash. Like, I think I had like $150 US worth of cash converted for use in Japan. And by the end of the trip, I was like, oh, I don't want too much yen left over, so I'm just going to make sure I have very little by the end of it. It's like, you can use credit cards in a lot of places. But yeah, they were like, oh, well, if you don't have cash, what are we going to do? They took me up to the other store, the other version of their store, on the 4th floor, and processed my payment through that one, which was working. So that worked, but it was kind of cool just seeing that little slice of Akiba, I guess, in the middle of a completely different city. Yeah, and then we had to ride 2 bullet trains to get from Kokura to our next destination, which was Nagasaki. Let me open up the map again, and we can update that for the final time, actually. Well, actually, it doesn't have to be the final time. I can do it one more time. Wow. Yeah, there it is. Hey, Quest Wizard, welcome in. Yeah, so this was our final stop, essentially. We essentially just rode 2 bullet trains, one after another. I think we rode one from Kokura to Fukuoka and one from Fukuoka to Nagasaki. The one from Kokura to Fukuoka was like the worst bullet train I've ever ridden on. Yeah, I'm back. Thank you for the welcome. Yeah, it was like the worst bullet train I'd ever ridden on. It was like a bit old, the seats weren't very comfortable, and it was not stable at all. It bounced around a lot. I'm like, oh my god, are we going to get air in this? But the one from Fukuoka to Nagasaki is apparently like one of the newest bullet trains in operation. It's called like the Kamome or something, and it has like wooden seats, like not like crappy wooden benches. No, they're like that molded modern art looking kind of wood. It was kind of neat. Whew, yeah. But then we went to Nagasaki, and let's see. Yeah, something that struck me about Nagasaki was just how vertical the city was when we first got into it. Like, it's kind of built into a hillside. Here we go. Whoop, wrong one. Wrong layer. It's kind of built into a hillside. It's actually quite an elevation change from bottom to top, and there's these little mountainous areas that are kind of like around this harbor area of the city. Beautiful city, absolutely beautiful city though. It's a really cool place. And apparently a new station, a new area, like a new building of the station had just opened earlier in the month, like I think on the 1st of the month, like beginning of March. This was like a wide open plaza. And something I'll note is that this area here, if you could see that, that's actually a radio station. They were like one of the main radio stations in Nagasaki, and you could see like the MCs in there talking and doing their like DJing and stuff. It was kind of neat. But yeah, we ended up going to like an actual hotel this time. But yeah, actual hotel. Something in Nagasaki that I noticed a lot for sure, which I'm sure was in other cities as well, and I just didn't notice, was there's a lot of overpasses to go over the roads. Like when you get these crazy roads like this, rather than waiting for lights to change and people to walk across and what could be potentially dangerous, they got like lots and lots of overpasses to be able to walk on. It's neat. Yeah. Yeah, and by nature of it being like such a city that's built into the hill, there were staircases everywhere, like random staircases, just in every which direction that may or may not actually go up the hill or not. And yeah, it's such a cool place. We immediately kind of hold on a second. I took this picture because I think someone was walking near us and I didn't want to take a picture of like a stranger's face, but I wanted to get a picture of the building. Here actually. Do you see that top hat shaped building? That's like a ferry terminal. Like not at the top of the mountain, the one below it. The one below it, like there. Like that's a ferry terminal. It's like shaped like a top hat. Yeah. Very, very beautiful city though. Tremendously beautiful city. But we went down to like the harbor side. Oh, my thumbnails aren't loading very well. Okay, I'll have to flip through them manually. Yeah, let's see. That's food. Oh yeah, beautiful picture of the harbor. We went right down to the water side in the harbor area, and there was a restaurant right at the edge of the water, with maybe like 10 feet walkway in between the restaurant itself, the outdoor area, and the like waterway. And they specialized in, okay, so something interesting is in Nagasaki, there's a lot of like Chinese fusion cuisine, Chinese and Korean fusion cuisine, and Cantonese, I think. So we went to a restaurant that specialized in like those seafood donburi kinds of things that we've had in the past, but they also had like Chinese short rib as well, and it was like succulent, a succulent Chinese meal. Yeah, so this was like the second to last day. Yeah, this was the second to last full day in Japan for me. So I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna go big or go home. I'm going to not only order a donburi meal set, I'm also going to order like a fish fry kind of platter on the side, and I'm also going to get a meal set for the Chinese short rib, which is what was their specialty. I've had short rib many times in my life before, but this short rib was so tender. This is not an exaggeration. You could drink it. I'm not kidding at all. It was so tender, you could slurp it. Oh, it was so good. It was so incredibly good. Yeah, and yes, I did essentially have 3 dinners that night because I'm like, I'm not going to be able to get very much more food like this, so I'm going to appreciate it when I can. Yeah, and the city was full of beautiful architecture as well. We were meeting up with another friend who was actually with us in the early days of Tokyo, but stayed in the Tokyo area for Holofest. But we were walking around the city. It was really beautiful. And we happened to pass by like a place that sells like Chinese pork buns. And we're like, yo. We had another dinner again after that. It wasn't like a very full one, but they had a deal. It was like 300 yen for 5 or 6 pork buns. We're like, wait, that's amazing. And we each had like 1 pork bun. We're like, oh, that's so good. Yeah, and we met up with our friend and we were like, all right, what are we going to do now? And we walked around a bit. Hold on. There's a picture of a cat I saw. Beautiful cat. It kind of just sat there and looked at us. We got pretty close to it, but I was like, I'm not going to bother them. I'm not going to try petting. Like it clearly belonged to the people that lived in the house like behind it, so I didn't want to bother it. But very, very cute cat. Kitty. Very cute. Yeah, but we went to a karaoke bar afterwards. A karaoke bar themed around anime, actually. It was packed. It was absolutely packed with like figures and stuff, and it was pretty cool. And the way the karaoke worked was you'd pay the entry fee to like the table fee and get like all you could drink when you're there. And you had like one of those iPad thingies that had the sort of karaoke software on it at each table. You kind of queue it up and then sing it to the room. And I sang a few songs, and then one of the regulars there started singing a few songs as well. I didn't get many pictures because I didn't want to take pictures like inside the restaurant bar or inside the bar because I didn't want to bother anybody. But one of the regulars started singing like English songs with English on them, like One Ok Rock. One Ok Rock, you know, that band? One OK Rock. And like they were singing their English discography, and we kind of went back and forth singing songs. It was pretty cool. And I sang like a Spire song, I think. I sang Sakura Mitsusuki, and like one of the people working there was like, "Oh my god, do you want to sing the like Haikyuu movie theme with me?" And I'm like, it hasn't come to the US yet. We don't have it yet. And they're like, "Oh, too bad." And they sang it on their own. It was cool. But after we were there for a while, like after 1 o'clock, they're open till like 3, but after 1, a bunch of people came in and they just started smoking. Like, I think everyone can agree that smoking is kind of disgusting, and I'm like kind of sensitive to like chlorine. I'm sensitive to fumes, like chlorine and smoke and tobacco, whatever. And there was so much smoking. Like only Tokyo has really done its smoking ban thing. Everywhere else kind of has smoking available, and there were so many people smoking that I was actually just like, I gotta get out, I'm gonna get sick. So we walked around a bit at night, and the city looks so cool at night. It has streetcars too. It's pretty neat. And you know what, we're like, screw it, we may have had a big meal, but you know what, we're not going to have access to this kind of food for very much longer. Let's take full advantage of it. So I went to, hold on. Yeah, I was still hungry. So I went to Yoshinoya again, and I got the most expensive thing on the menu for a normal size portion. It's essentially, if you mixed a gyudon bowl, right? A gyudon rice bowl with curry. It was only 836 yen. That's like $5.50 US. That's insane. Yeah, but this was a 24-hour Yoshinoya, and it was pretty late, but it was delicious. It was delicious. And never mind, it was like my 5th dinner that night, but I was like, gotta take advantage of this food while I can. All right, the next morning, actually, hold on. Yeah, I'll put this here because cute. Yeah. The next morning, a lot of the friends in my party were actually going to be staying a little later. They were going to be staying, no, it's Hanayo. It's not Ellie. It's Hanayo. It's okay though. It's easy to confuse. But, a lot of my friends were actually going to be staying for, maybe another week or so. Actually, one of my friends actually only just got back. He just kept extending his stay because he was like, wait, I want tickets to this. I want tickets to that. And we're like, if you can work from Japan, I guess it works, right? Yeah, but basically, they needed to like replan the itinerary because they wanted to stop at Saga, which is one of the places we passed through. Hold on a second, if I can open the map. Like Saga. Oh my gosh, Leaf, hello. Welcome in, welcome Raiders. It's good to have you here. I'm Orion Escalus, Celestial Wanderer and AstraLog member number 1, and I just got back from a month-ish of traveling. Noita, that's the famous roguelike one, right? Famous roguelike game? I should try that someday. I like roguelikes. Yeah, but if you look here, Saga, oh, the ghost needs to be on top. The pixel one, cool. Yeah, so Saga is here, and we passed by Saga on our way to Nagasaki. Oh, that's awesome. Cool, welcome in. Yeah, and my friends are big fans of Zombieland Saga. I believe it's Zombieland Saga is fantastic, but they had like one of the drive-in Tories, one of the chicken restaurants that was featured in the show there, and they were like, you know what, we're gonna change the itinerary so that they could go to like different places and make sure they hit Saga. But I was going to be gone by then because this was like my last full day, and I didn't want to sit around the hotel room replanning an itinerary that I wasn't going to be there for. So I just started walking randomly around Nagasaki, and it was so cool. Basically, I had a light goal in mind, which was I want to try climbing up the hill in Nagasaki without taking any of the main roads. So basically, oh, hold on, wrong one. So let's keep that up. Yeah, I didn't want to take any of the main roads. So I wanted to take all those like little winding little staircases that were built all around the city to make my way there. And oh man, I was somewhat successful actually. I wound around a bunch of like there was a graveyard kind of above where we were staying. We were staying in an area that was known as like the Christian Quarter. Apparently there was a big Christian church there in the past where 26 disciples or something were executed for their faith or something, and were actually canonized by the Pope of that era. I think it happened in the 1800s or something. And it's known as like Saints Hill, the region we were in. And there was like some church areas there and a monument to the priests. But there's also like a Buddhist shrine like right next to it as well. And I tried, yeah, well, this is the view from the top of the city, actually. I actually found my way to the top, but after like an hour and a half of trial and error making my way up. Yeah, beautiful city, and the harbor. Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, but yeah, I wound around a bunch of through like past a graveyard. I was like very careful to not like walk into any of the plots, but I did walk in the paths between them, and I got this pretty great shot of, okay, I hope I would like to explain that this is not religiously charged. I just think the juxtaposition is funny. But for anyone that thinks Buddha would never be ballin', Buddha be ballin'. Yeah. It just happened to be that someone who lived nearby had like a basketball net set up and in one of the parking lots that just happened to be in direct line of sight of Buddha. So it was kind of cool. I made my way up, but then as soon as I made it to the top and I hung around a bit, I noticed that the street that I made it up to was called like Ieyasu no Ao Tokoro or something, like the place where one meets Jesus. And the cars were kind of like whipping around the corners, and I'm like, you know what, maybe I will meet Jesus if I maybe I will meet Jesus if I have the misfortune of getting hit by a car. So I was very careful to stay to areas where there wasn't as much traffic. But then I got a ping from my friends, and they're like, hey, we have finished planning, we're meeting up in the station, and we're going to eat at one of the restaurants there. And I started making my way down, but this time I actually used Google Maps because well, I was just wandering, you know, as I do. Yeah, actually, hold on, there's another cool picture that I took when I was on my way down. Yeah, I was wandering as I do, and I saw, well, just saw a lot of stuff and took a lot of wrong paths. But with Google navigation, it brought me right to the station in like 20 minutes time. Like it took me an hour and a half to get to where I was, but only 20 minutes to get back. But it's kind of neat because like the city just goes and goes and goes. It's like, it feels so randomly scattered around on the hillside, and all these little pathways that go in between them. Believe it or not, there is a path you can take that winds in between houses and down alleys and past like plots for graves and stuff, like all the way down this hill. And I wasn't the only person walking it either. There's a bunch of people going about their day that just were like walking through these like winding switchbacks and paths in between houses and stuff. It was so cool. And yes, it was a public walkway. We were like really close to a bunch of houses, and I was getting ready for a frame one, like sorry, no disrespect, man, I'm lost if I was in the wrong spot, but hey, they were real paths, and I made it back to the station. And we had some Nagasaki style ramen that was like so good. Like, again, Nagasaki has like that fusion aspect of its cuisine with like Chinese food. So this ramen restaurant in the station specifically serves this Nagasaki style ramen with dumplings, like Chinese style dumplings on the side, and it was fantastic. And I've said before many times that Japan isn't really like good with spicy stuff, I think, but this was worthy. This was worthy spiciness here. It was fantastic, and it was hot, and it was spicy, and it had like all kinds of bamboo shoots in it. It was like Nagasaki style. It was so good. It was so good, and I had a plate of dumplings to go along with it too. And then after that, we kind of just were hanging around the station area, checking out like this omiyage market that they had. Hold on a second. I can show this if I blur it. But my friend in Osaka, basically, actually one of my friends who was on the trip with me had a bit of a cold for a bit, and I expressed to my friend in Osaka that I was afraid that I was going to catch the cold. So he was like, Orion, I got you. You got to drink these 3 things every single day, and your immune system will be invincible. And it was these. Kieran makes like a Calpis flavored kind of probiotic drink. So probiotic health, number 1. Number 2, you make sure you keep up on your servings of daily vegetables by having like a concentrated vegetable drink. I think there's at least like 1 serving per thing. And yeah, I didn't eat quite as many vegetables as I normally would, or probably should have. And this highly concentrated like vitamin C drink that you could find at a lot of places. I think people believe it to be a hangover cure or something. I don't know, but it's a blast of vitamin C that surely must be good for your immune system, right? I think it goes up to like 3,000 milligrams or something. It's an insane amount. And at some point you're just drinking carbonated lemon juice, you know? But I don't know, for 300 yen a day, and it tastes pretty good. I was like, I'll stay healthy. Sure. Yeah. So let's see if I can get a good picture of this. Yeah, there was like an omiyage market in the train station that we were at, and it was just like this big 1 floor full of like various things that you could bring back to people if you were traveling. Japan believes quite a lot in like bringing presents back for people when you travel, I guess. And locally famous regional kinds of foods are a big deal. And this place was just stalls after stalls after stalls after stalls of these like things you could bring back. There were like puddings, there were dongos, there were dumplings, there were fruits, there were like cakes, there were cookies, there were chocolates, all manner of things that you could bring back that in some way, shape, or form was like had something to do with being made in the region. Like you could buy them and bring them back. And of course they had like sample sizes that you could buy as well to just eat and try on your own. But something we did was we went to a fruit stand, actually, like a fruit stand that's specialized in like very, very, very high quality omiyage fruit. So like fruits that not only look good, but they taste good. And I found the damn oranges from the Suica games. It has the nub. The nub is the reason why they don't stack right. Ah! Yeah, it's the Suica game oranges. But actually, that's a pretty good picture. I kind of like the depth of field on it. Yeah, but they had a wide variety of strawberries, and we actually bought like 1 of every variety to try. Let me see. So the first 2 were these incredibly red, incredibly rich strawberries. Hold on a second. Okay, so the ones on the left were incredibly red. If you bit into them, they were red all the way through. Like normally when you bite into a strawberry, you know how they're like white on the inside? Like these weren't. They were solid red all the way through. And the ones on the right were like these special white strawberries. I don't know how they're raised, but apparently they have a very distinct flavor. All right, verdict on these two. The really, really red strawberries on the left tasted artificial. I have no explanation other than it tasted like artificial strawberry. I don't know why. I don't know if they were raised that way or if that's what artificial strawberry is based on, but when I bit into it, I'm like, it tastes eerily artificial, despite the fact that it is 100% not. And on the right, did anyone read the book Bunnicula when they were a kid? About this like vampire bunny rabbit that like sucks the juice out of vegetables and they're just like dry husks that don't have any flavor anymore. I think Bunnicula got to those strawberries. The ones on the right, the white ones, were underwhelmingly not very good. They tasted like watered down strawberry flavor. It was not super great. And we were a little disappointed because we were like, oh man, these omiyage strawberries are supposed to be like, omiyage fruit is supposed to be so legendary. What gives? And then, yeah, and then like, we were like, okay, but there is one more variety of strawberries, which I think were just called like Nagasaki strawberries. They didn't have any special name to them or special breed, I guess. But let me see. These strawberries, we ate them and they looked normal on the outside and they looked normal on the inside, but these were the best strawberries I'd ever had. If you ever have like a box of strawberries and there's like one that you taste that is so much better than the others and you're like, yo, I don't know what's up, but that one was way better than the rest. Every single one in the pack was that good times 10. Every single one. It was so good. In fact, it was so good. My one friend who really likes strawberries went back, bought another one, and we ate that too. And he went back and he bought another one again, to the extent where the omiyage people who worked there, the staffers, were like, why do you keep buying these? And he's like, I ate them. We ate them. And they're like, what? You ate them right away? They're supposed to be gifts. And they're like, gifts for us. I mean, you can do whatever you want with the things you buy, but yeah, they were so good, and we literally just ate like 3 entire packages of them. And then after that, we there's like an item that's known as like the ultimate fruit item that you buy for someone as an omiyage, and that is this Japanese, like perfect Japanese muskmelons. For all intents and purposes, it's like a fancy cantaloupe. Tastes a lot like cantaloupe, but it is juicy and sweet and delicious and wonderful. It is so good. It is fantastic. Yeah, and we brought that back and we cut it up, but it was good. It was good. Right, yeah, so then it was getting quite late, and we were like, let's go take the cable car up the side of the mountain, because apparently the view from the overlook in Nagasaki is like rated in the top 3 night views in the world. I don't know who has the authority to say who has the best night views in the world, but apparently whoever did said Nagasaki was one of those top 3. So we went to the station, and the station where the cable cars are that take you up the side of the mountain is kind of in a weird spot where you either need to walk up a street that has a bunch of buses going up and down, like tour buses going up and down, that are just kind of dangerous, or you need to walk up this in the dark. Like, it was a lot darker than it looks in the picture because of how the night shot works on my phone, I guess. Like, it brightens it up. It does its contrast kind of thing. But it was dark, and it went through like shrine grounds, and I'm like, oh man, let's not disturb evil spirits, I guess. So we actually walked the way up on the roadway that had the buses, but on the way back we actually walked through it and it was fine. I don't think I'm haunted, at least not any more than I normally am. Yeah, but the station where we kind of departed from looks like this. And a cable car just makes its way down. You get in and it brings you up, and a sort of recording plays that says, "You are now going up the side of this mountain in Nagasaki. Take a look at the city down below, rated top 3 night views in the world." And then it switches to Japanese and back and forth, back and forth. Yeah, and at the top, it had a very good view, and it also had like this very cool sort of like communications tower that you can get really, really close to. Like it was very tall, but you could actually see like what broadcasting corporations each satellite dish belonged to. It's kind of neat. But the view was actually amazing. It was actually truly like a candidate for top night views in the world. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, and at this observation area, there was an observation tower that you can actually ride an elevator up. So we did that and noticed only after we got up that the elevator was working, but the stairs were out of order. So there were like 50, 60 people at the top of the tower who had to wait in line to get back down because the stairs were closed. And I'm like, should this even be open if there's no backup route? Yeah, but the city is amazing, but there's also an Easter egg in the city. I don't know how the city figured this out or how they would go about doing it, but they did it. I'll show you the Easter egg in a second. But not only do you see the city, you could see like the harbor and it all being lit up there. Apparently the sunset is very beautiful from up here as well. Yeah, oh, interesting. Yeah, it's really hard to see the Easter egg unless you're standing in a very specific position. But man, the city planners in Nagasaki got it figured out. Yeah, super cool stuff. I have some videos as well. I think... Hey guys, check this out. Check out this cool constellation. Check out this cool constellation I got a picture of. I wonder who it is. All right. Yeah, but let me see if I could find the Easter egg. That's right. Okay. From a very specific angle on the observation tower, you can see that. You can see this. Do you guys see it? Do you guys see the Easter egg? Here. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how the city figured that out or how to change the color of those streetlights, but they did. And it's a heart from very far away. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, also in the observation tower, they also had a cafe that had Castella cakes. Like Castella cake ice cream sandwiches. I think Castella, yeah, there were a lot of Castella cakes in that omiyage market, and apparently it's pretty special here. They're really good at it and they're really well known for it. And these were like ice cream sandwiches with like chocolate cream Castella kind of like things as like buns. It was so good. So fantastic. Yeah, but this was like my last night in Japan for the trip. Yeah, let's see. Went back down. Yeah, we ate that muskmelon. We ate we ate some dumplings that my one chef friend. Yeah, actually, interestingly, both of the friends that we traveled with that weren't in the main party, at least for the main time, they were both chefs. But the one friend of mine wore like the muskmelon stem on his head, and it was funny, but I can't post that picture, of course. But on the way out, basically the next morning, I hit I think a Lawson or a 7-Eleven, and I think it was 7-Eleven. Got some more sandwiches and got on the bus to yeah, no, it was Lawson. Got on the bus to the Nagasaki airport. It was about a 40-minute ride, and it was a bit harrowing trying to get onto the bus because somehow Google Maps like bus tracker doesn't really work super great if the same bus makes multiple stops in the same area. And this bus stopped at a lot of places in the city and then went like the 20 minutes to the airport, which is far away, which as far as I can tell is actually on like a man-made island. This is the view outside the bus window when you are riding to the airport. There is like a tiny bridge, like tiny is like relative to the water in this area, in the harbor area. There's like this one like 2-lane bridge going down that the bus goes up and down that takes you to like the island where the airport is on, which I think is man-made island. Not entirely sure. I don't know if it's the famous one that's known for sinking. Yeah, but this is the same view from another angle. Let me make sure that I'm not in any of the reflections. Yeah, I'm good. Okay. Yeah, no, that is the view when you're getting to the airport. You're surrounded by water other than this little bridge that you're on, and it's a long bridge too. Yeah, but kind of just kept going, got to the airport, and got on the plane. Security is straight, like really laid back. It's actually quite laid back. Like if you try flying domestically in the United States, there's like a ton of security that you always need to do. They kind of just let me walk in there. It's like, oh, you got a boarding pass? Okay, go. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, but the plan was in Nagasaki to take the plane to Haneda back in Tokyo, and from Tokyo head to Chicago, and from Chicago go to where I live. But something interesting is the plane I was on had a Rolls-Royce engine. Apparently Rolls-Royce manufactures engines for like domestic Airbuses in Japan, which is kind of cool or something. But yeah, that was kind of it for my trip to Japan. I got back to Haneda, was happy to see that they retrofitted a lot of the vending machines with IC card readers, and I bought a bunch of sandwiches to eat before hitting the plane and made my way back. And I had a miserable experience in Chicago, but not the fault of the city. It's just because the weather was poor. Yeah, well, I guess I just never noticed, or I just wasn't sitting in a window seat that allowed me to see the engines quite like that before. But my plane was late to arrive because there of like delays. I think they went like around storms or something, and we arrived like 30 minutes to an hour later than what we were intended. And my connecting flight was 2 hours after my original arrival time. And however, the airplane does not take responsibility for delays caused by weather. So no responsibility taken by the airline. So in the airport, I'm like, okay, I have 1 hour. I have 1 hour to get to my connecting flight. I could just barely make it. And they made me wait in a line that was an hour and a half long to get through customs. Because when you arrive in a country after being international, they got to check your stuff and got to make sure that you are not carrying illegal items or whatever. And yes, that makes sense. However, what a lot of airports do is if they think you are going to miss your connecting flight, they will expedite you, get you through, and get you to your flight so you don't miss it. Atlanta Airport, Washington, D.C. Airport, like Dulles and Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, 10 out of 10. When I transferred in from international flights and might have missed my connecting because of delays, they got me right through. But the airport that I was in did no such thing and did not accept responsibility for delaying me, and kind of just said, hey, you might be able to get on an airplane tomorrow. You should just hang around the terminal. I'm like, are you kidding me? Because apparently no more flights that day got me anywhere close to where I live. It was absurd because they were just like, yeah, just make yourself comfortable in the airport. I'm like, what? Are you serious? No one, yeah, they actually just straight up said to me, oh no, it's your fault. It's your fault because you had plenty of time to make it to your flight and you didn't. And I'm like, but I literally couldn't because my plane was late and customs was an hour and a half long. And they're like, nope, your fault. They They didn't even like offer me a hotel room or any compensation at all. But I politely complained I just kept politely complaining. Like very respectful, but very annoying, to the point where a manager just came out and was like, "Oh my God, we will send you someplace. Just pick a place. Just get out of here." They actually just sent me a place. But I picked a spot. They let me pick a spot that I have family relatively close to. So I just stayed with some relatives. And I made my way back home a different way. Man. I just didn't want to have to sleep in the Chicago airport. My God. Man. I mean, what are you even supposed to do there? I did everything right. But anyway, I eventually arrived back home, and I had like a really, really big presentation I had to give for like my normal obligations, you know, work. And you know what I did immediately afterwards? Presentation done. I hopped in another plane and I went to Seattle. Yeah, maybe a year ago, a friend of mine who lives in the Seattle area was like, "Hey, Orion, you should come to SakuraCon." Like, SakuraCon, ikimasu. If you know that, you're probably entitled to compensation. But basically, he was like, "Hey, Orion, you should come to SakuraCon." And I was like, "You know what? Bet." Last year, I said, I will go to SakuraCon no matter what. The like big anime convention in Seattle. And it just so happened to coincide with the end of this Japan trip. And I'm like, wow, that's a lot of traveling to do, but I'll do it. I like saved up what I had, banked it together, and I went and I had fun going to the convention, meeting friends I hadn't seen in a while. And I ate at Cheesecake Factory for the first time ever and was very disappointed. Very, very, very disappointed. Oh my gosh. I feel like this is just the complaining part of the stream now, where I'm like all these things. But I don't know. Their menu was like really big, but I noticed that a lot of their menu items are like stretched. You know, it's like, yeah, this is shepherd's pie. I'm like, no, that's beef stew with mashed potatoes on top, but okay. But the fun thing about the fun thing I realized later was I was 2 tables away from a VTuber mutual. Like, I saw like a picture that someone had posted, and they were like eating a good meal. I won't say who it is unless they want to come forward, but they're like eating a good meal, and I'm like, that table looks suspiciously like the one diagonally behind us. And yeah, it was not until later that I was like, "Hey, were you at this Cheesecake Factory at this time?" And they're like, "Yeah." well, yeah, that was kind of fun. Convention was cool. It's really the building that they have set up for the convention center is like really cool, really well set up. I also bought. I learned that you can stuff 6 full-size Nessa berries into one carry-on. One carry-on size luggage thing. Yeah, but went there for a bit, and then I flew back, not home, interestingly. I flew back to another set of relatives afterwards. Oh, wait, actually, but hold on. In Seattle, there was some absolutely fantastic food. Absolutely incredible food there. Certain places aside, I had... All right, are you ready? I have to say it like this, because this is what it's called, okay? And it's like a famous Seattle food, okay? The first thing I ate when I got to Seattle was a bag of dicks. And by Dick's, it is a famous hamburger restaurant that kind of plays off of that naming, I guess. But it was pretty good. They had fries, they had a shake, and a burger that was like fantastic, that you kind of just picked up from a drive-in looking kind of place that you walked up to. Yeah, and it is called a bag of dicks because it comes in a bag that's like greasy and full of fries, and I don't know, like Five Guys but local, you know? It's good stuff. I also ate at a semi-famous, actually, I think it is a pretty famous Hawaiian food restaurant. I had like a Hawaiian fried rice with like a tonkatsu curry put on top of it. Apparently that's a thing. It's like a Japanese fusion. It was really good. It was really good. Oh yeah. I also had some Thai food that like takeout Thai food that was absolutely phenomenal. I need to know what it was. It was like chicken and garlic. It's like fried chicken and garlic, but it was like really, really good. Like really, really good fried chicken, but like Thai style. It's fantastic. What else? I had a like bubble tea, like pretty good bubble tea. I think it was called like boba lust or something. I don't know why they would call it that, but it's like you lusting after boba or something. It was good. Then after that, kind of hopped on a plane, went back, but to a different set of relatives, because we were gathering at that one relative's place to watch the eclipse. Like, it's crazy. Like, it's just been nonstop, literally nonstop for a long time. Whew. Yeah, but it was a good time. Hung out with essentially a family reunion. Ate at like a Korean barbecue hot pot place with my family in that locale, and got to look at a lot of clouds, I guess. Like the eclipse was a bit of a bust because of how bad the cloud cover was. It was clear in the morning, it was clear at night, but when the eclipse was happening, it was overcast. At least it wasn't raining though. But it was cool just seeing everything get dark. Like you could see light at like the far edges of like the horizon, but otherwise it was eclipsed. It was cool. And finally headed home, and yeah, that's kind of where I'm at now. I have been cooking like nobody's business. An absurd amount of cooking. Like, oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's gonna get not to be overly emotional or whatever. It just kind of hit me in this break from streaming and whatever that, man, a lot of people are supporting us, and that means a lot. And I don't know, I've been a little more passive on like the cool project front than I probably should have, and there's been a lot of stuff that we're in like early planning phases that just need a little more pushes to get finished, and I've been cooking like nobody's business. It's going to be a great year for AstraLog, that's for sure. But yeah, a lot of my time is going in. I legitimately have like 7 things, no joke, 7 things that I'm like actively working on, and like 3 of them are AstraLog. So yeah, I guess it's just a sappy way of saying thanks for the support, everyone, so far. And we got some cool stuff coming up, and we're working hard. Yeah, but that is pretty much it. I guess I need to figure out what I'm going to be doing. The next week or so, because I do have like 7 things happening at once. I think things are going to calm down relatively soon, but I don't want to not do anything, you know? I don't want to be on hiatus. I guess we'll call it a hiatus. I wasn't really intending to be away for that long, but man, just everything started happening at once. But I want to make sure I can get my stuff done in a timely manner, and I want time to work on these projects. So I may have a lighter schedule than normal coming up. I know Kiwi's birthday is a thing. I'm probably going to be at that. I hope that's been announced. But yeah, I'm going to do my best to put a schedule together tonight and have another great week ahead of us. I don't know if Sekiro is going to start right away. Maybe in like 2 weeks. We'll see. But I'm back, and I'm going to figure out some cool stuff to do. And yeah, thank you all for coming along for the ride. It's been an interesting past month plus for me, and I'm ready to get back into things, and I am excited. If you are not incredibly hype right now? You should be. We're cooking like nobody's business. Heck, I only know what I'm cooking, and it's like big. But yeah. Whew. Yeah, it's been, what, have I been talking for like 5.5 hours straight? I think so. Well, thank you all for joining on this. If you're lurking or just hanging out, it's been a great time recounting these stories, and it's good to have a record of what I did and all the nice things I ate, that's for sure. And if you're watching the VOD, love you too. All right, until we meet again, see you all soon. All right, let's find someone to raid. Yeah, thank you for tuning in. Looks like Pilot Aroni is doing a special collab in Satisfactory. Let's join them.